All right, let's get this started. I'm sorry I'm a couple of minutes late. Uh, your boy Mace ain't feeling too good, so I just said, you know what? Let me do something I usually don't do. I'm using my logo tonight. I'm gonna tell you guys something though. When the room gets ready, the studio is built next weekend, soundproof. And I'll start using the RE20, and hopefully the Samsung 9QU will be here next weekend. They say it will be. I don't buy it. I'll believe it when I see it. But I will be going in the dark most nights. We got a couple more things to do, guys. First of all, next couple of weeks I gotta learn OBS. And I learn it, and once I do learn the OBS, get the camera, the graphics. If you think I look okay doing this with um Fabrio, wait till I get the camera I really want and set up a broadcasting professional looking 4K visual every night. That's coming. All right, let's get to the news. The Ravens have been diagnosed with COVID, and it's canceled the game tomorrow night against Pittsburgh. And now you got Pittsburgh even more angry. Trust me when I tell you, Steelers are angry right now. They are pissed off, and they're not happy that they got their 10-day bye, which Mike Tomlin was giving them so many 6 days off, which for a football player is heaven. Now they have to play, which means the Steelers going to be one angry group come Sunday. I wouldn't put it past that they'll take care of Baltimore on Sunday and basically win the division title right in front of the Ravens. So look out for that. Okay. Bruins sign Jake DeBrusk, son of Louis DeBrusk. 2 years, 3,675 mil, an average of 1,800,000, and yeah, say about 38,000 dollars. Jack Quinn signed his rookie contract. Buffalo Sabres. Hockey fans are excited. Season starts in 6 weeks. The new jerseys that these hockey players will be wearing this year for their teams, they're more vintage jerseys. I'll tell you, uh, that Las Vegas Golden Knight, I have to pick me up one of those. Got to. Gotta pick up one of those bad boys. Looking good. Sweet. So I'm gonna get a Jersey guy in here and reminisce about old jerseys, new jerseys, jerseys of today and yesteryear. What's good, what's sucks. I'll work on that. As far as I'm going tonight, I go as far as people want it. Know what I'm saying? Get the injury report. I'm chilling up here. What else happened today? Dolphins not making excuses, by the way, for Tua Tagovailoa. So if you're a Tua fan, he better play good these next 2 weeks going to Kansas City. Because if he doesn't, that's on him. Teams should be in their cities now, which is a good thing. Traveling, be with their families tomorrow. Probably tonight. Most people get home to see their families. Condolences to Marcus Paul, his family. Marcus Paul had emergency surgery done in Arlington, Texas yesterday, and I'm just getting this news now. Just left us. Wow. I don't know what to say, man. God bless his soul. What a tragedy for for the Paul family. Especially tomorrow is Thanksgiving. That's why you never know with people. NFL news today. Tackman Clan Killer did a phenomenal job a week ago tonight with the draft. Good God, did he do a great job. Kings signed Hassan Whiteside today. All-Star game in Indianapolis is postponed. I told you guys they wasn't going to play the All-Star game this year. We'll go back to Indianapolis in 2024. Indianapolis, home of the home for basketball. What's up, Lou? Link is there. Come on up. What's up, Lou? Of our finest. That's MC. Come on up, bro. Yeah, I said that this afternoon. I was on morning. I told the guys to steal the game. I'll be up here tomorrow. Come on up, enjoy. Get you guys ready for Sunday. Oh, I tell you how rough that. Dude, you know when I put my avatar up instead of my face, I'm not looking. My friend, are you traveling? The family is there in Texas. Put a one, you're traveling. Put a two. Put a two if you're staying in Texas tomorrow. Boy is up here. Ton. What's up, partner?
Hey, what's up, Mace? Can you hear me?
Crystal clear, bro. I was gonna say to you, you traveling or everybody's in Texas for you for tomorrow?
Yeah, we're all in Texas.
You'll be deep frying the turkey, or you gonna be barbecuing the turkey?
Come on. You already know it's going to be barbecue.
There you go.
I got it all planned up. It's all in the marinade. We got the
Yeah,
rub on it.
mine's in the marinade too.
Yeah. So tomorrow about 5 o'clock in the morning, get up, start prepping everything, and get on the grill by probably 8 o'clock, and yeah, it'll be all good for the dinner time.
8 o'clock at night tomorrow?
No, 8 in the morning. 8 in the morning.
Oh yeah, that's me. I'll be putting my turkey. I'm traditional. I'll be putting my turkey stuff in. I'm making turkey wings and turkey legs. That's what my family wants. Mom is
Are you
sleeping
talking about
comfortable.
What was that today? You said you break it all up and you're going to do it separately. Yeah, I heard the show from the clouds. That's the way to do it. Honestly,
I showed it to I showed it to the guys in the chat room. They were like, "Wow, man!" No, one thing I can do, I can cook pretty good.
Hey, there you go, and that's a big part of it. There's a lot of money. Makes shit taste
And
good.
as a single man, you better do that because no women are gonna cook for you.
That's a good skill anyway. I mean, like
It's
LaShawn,
fun.
he's in the chat sometimes, and he talks about the cooking and doing it right and all that stuff, and you really do get a lot of enjoyment out of it. You know, I'll go with him in the chat about growing up eating shit food. You know what I mean? And you grew up eating that because your parents didn't know how to do it, and it's a good motivation to kind of learn yourself and enjoy that whole world of good food that's out there.
Are you ready for takeoff, man? Next weekend?
What's next weekend?
Soundproof all next Saturday, bro. And when it's done, and I will get it ready.
But I broke up. What's next weekend?
I'm soundproofing the room next Saturday, bro.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man. It's getting ready, bro.
Yeah, that's. Guys, I mean, it already sounds good.
Hey, look.
It already sounds good, but I mean, I'm sure it'll be even better. And if anything, you can pan around the room and show everybody what the studio really looks like.
Oh yeah. I will do that. Or I may wait and have everything soundproof, but I'll wait till I get the banner, so you guys can see, the couple of people who believe in me, man. And that's all that matters. When people believe in you. I was telling the guys, I've done over 100 shows in 55 days. They was in awe.
Hey, congrats and salute to you for that. I saw like 101 today, and I was like pissed for a second. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, where's your 100? We went from 99 to 101, and then you broke it down. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. What I'm doing is I'm setting up the what will be to me the 100th official show, and
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now I'm leaning towards the hip hop show Friday night. Everybody's talking about it.
yeah. That's cool. Have the official celebration. You know what I mean?
Yes, and then Saturday night, chef, somebody came up with a great idea. They said, "Why don't you do who's better, MJ, Kobe, or LeBron?" So I'm gonna do that Saturday night late.
Yeah, that came up. Was it yesterday, a couple of days ago? I can't remember which one it was, but yeah, it started out football, and then it went to the greatest squad of all time in the NBA. So it's a good consistent topic that it's always going to get always
Well,
going to get viewers,
General,
always going to get the conversation started.
General is a pure asshole, bro. And I say that in a loving way. I love General, but this man is the biggest Laker fan I've ever come across, bro.
Yeah, and that's where you get good discussions from, right? You don't
Yeah,
get it from people
I
that are
love
kind of
it.
like
I
wishy
love it.
washy about it. It's good to get all them up there.
I mean, Tuesday, Lou, I started the show at 7:30. The show was
Yeah, that
finished
went
by
all day.
4 to 4. Yeah, I was. It brought me to tears, man. The
Well, I
panel
didn't
was
cry,
packed.
but it definitely carried me through the workday. That was a great show.
The
You
chat
realize
room
when
was
it was
lit.
over, I was like, God damn, I've been hearing it the whole time. I was pissed. I missed the first half hour.
Yeah, man. You know me. I had to go off on what's the day? Wednesday or Monday? It was Monday when I did that show. And you know what it is with me, Lou? You guys, man. You guys energize me, man. I know Itus was about to come in here. He'll be back. You guys energize me.
Well, and like I've said before, you do it in a good format. Of course, today there was a little chaos. You stepped away for like 5 minutes, which turned into 30
Oh, I
minutes.
was
And
seasoning the food. That's what I was doing. I was
yeah,
putting the
well,
marinating the food.
whatever it is, you had Legion and Nix up in there, and he's trying to regulate and respect to him because it's not always an easy thing to do. But testament to you that when you're here, you regulate the
The
channel
panel,
and
yeah.
give everybody the voice, and it's a rarity. I mean, I shouldn't say it's a rarity, but
It is a
it's
rarity.
not it's
Everyone's
not it's
told me
not
that.
always done, and you've heard certain people call for the need for that, but you've always done that, and so respect to you for that.
I appreciate that, my good friend. I mean, it's like I said Tuesday, the end of my show. I told everyone but their family and guys were just giving me the thumbs up in the chat room saying, "We love you, Mace. You fucking work hard, you grind, you give us good entertainment." That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to beat my chest.
Yeah, everybody do that for you,
I mean,
and then they'll do it because you put out good stuff and you run a good panel and you have
and,
good guests.
and I
Tonight,
told
tonight, tonight accepted, but every other one you have good
it's
guests.
early, Lou. Trust me. And plus, people are traveling tonight, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
Trying to get to their families so they can eat their turkey. I'll be up in the Roger Report room tomorrow morning after I finish my show. Football tomorrow is terrible. This is.
Yeah, well, especially now that the Steelers moved.
Yeah,
What are you going to watch?
I was going to
Cowboys?
look forward to that game. Now it's Sunday. Yes, we'll deal with that on Sunday. You know me. I love our football. It's America's game. Getting back to this platform. I told you guys this. I meant it. I'm not kidding around. Kuda agreed. Kuda's gonna do a lot to help me. I will pay SKC the money to give you guys a preview of how my intro is gonna look like. You guys are gonna love it. You guys are gonna love it. He did it a month ago, but he has a newborn, so he's busy. Plus, other people in the manosphere he's doing their intros. It's a good guy too. SKC is a good guy.
Yeah, well, that's cool, and it'll be nice to have an intro. I mean, I've seen a couple other channels they have intros and plans and stuff, and obviously like there's a big spectrum of them, but some of his are pretty tight, so that'll be good to get it on the MTE,
Yeah,
24-hour news network.
yeah, and it's gonna surprise a lot of people once the soundproofing go up. It's gonna surprise a lot of people how more can I say the word? More intense I'm going to be. I think that's a good thing for all of us. It's going to help us propel where we want to go. I'm going to start doing videos, Lou. I'm going to start doing interviews around around this YouTube on sports and other things. So it's early. I can't believe it's been I cannot believe that this next Monday, not this one coming, next Monday will be 90 days since I started this on Labor Day, and I'll have about 130 shows in, Lou. Can you believe that?
Labor Day was the start, huh?
Yep, that Monday. I did that on purpose because I wanted to start right before the NFL season started.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, September 7th. I got a birthday in 2 weeks, Lou. But I have fun in here. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm glad you hit that 100 mark before that. That's you just think to that back to that, what was it? I think it was a Saturday when you had your show and then it didn't go and this and that, and you mentioned it a couple times and look how far it's come from there. So like fuck that whole thing. You're at 100 shows right now. That's insane.
Yeah.
And so that's where I'm always going to give you respect for that. You talk a lot in the chat, and you actually walk it when you get up on the mic and you made your channel and you said, I'm going to do this. And you did. And you did it with a degree of intensity that you don't see very often. So I'll always respect that.
Appreciate you, bro. I think the thing was that Saturday night, this was September the 5th. That was the night I was supposed to debut. And I flopped because I didn't know what the hell I was supposed to be doing. And I was so humiliated. And I felt I let a lot of people down, in the manosphere. Forward 2 weeks later, when I'm getting the hang of everything, we did the Wall Street show. To me, that's what turned it around. I did that 14 hours that day.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 shows. The first show was What Makes a Real Man. Second show was sports, and the third show was investments. And that's the one compliment I get from a lot of people, is that I can multitask and do a lot of things. And I try to tell these people that doing this is a joy for me. It's a dream. I always wanted to do this, bro. I just didn't know I had a platform where I can do it. And all I had to do is buy some equipment, and I can do it. What's up, Pete?
What's up, Mace? What's good, Commander?
Good, man. Good. Family.
Do you guys hear any choppiness in it right now? Does it sound bad or is it good?
Oh, you? You sound good.
Oh, okay. So what's going on, fellas? I came in here to chat about
I'm just talking to my man Lou about the platform, how it's going to get better when I put the soundproofing up and learn the OBS so I can start showing you guys live NBA and NHL games behind me. And I think you guys going to enjoy it.
That off?
Once I learn the OBS, yeah. I gotta learn the OBS first. It's like going back to taking a crash course in college. But once I get that done, hopefully it'll be just in time, right, Lou, for the NBA season?
It's all on time, and you already got a handle on everything, and you know how to run a panel and have guests up and everything. So, that's you're already a step ahead of a lot of channels, in my opinion.
I think the big thing for me is, honestly, I don't care about views. I don't care about subscribes. I care about giving you guys a good show and letting you guys come up and enjoy it by putting your 2 cents in.
You know what I think is, Mace? I think a lot of people respect you because they know just by hearing you how much knowledge you have of not only the present sports, but also the history. You bring up so much things in the past that I just listen, bro. I just sit back and there's nothing I can add to it. It's just legendary to listen to.
I appreciate that. I mean, I remember the first couple of nights I had this, Lou was with me. I tried to distance myself from being Mr. Know-It-All. And then when I realized guys up here like Lou, like other guys knew what the hell they were talking about, I said, hey, it makes my job easier. The only guy who was behind was Dusty. Remember what I told Dusty, Lou?
What's that?
I told Dusty, you stick with me for a week. I'll catch you up in everything you need to know.
Well, I drop off when Dusty's on because he has a lot of good information. I did get to chat with him once on your panel, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
first time I met up there was eye test, and he's into the sport.
He dropped in. He dropped in. I mean, you was talking, so that tells me he's gonna come back. He's just looking around, and again, well, I said Tuesday, I meant it. I love you guys so much, bro, because you guys. It's like I said. I want to bring you guys with me, and we all will enjoy this, bro.
I think we're all looking forward to it. While I got a minute, I want to say, what's up to Pete, because I haven't been able to speak to him directly, only in the chat. But I won't overtalk you. I'm going to let you have your space. I was there in the last one. That was intense.
Wait, him and I? No, it wasn't him and I test. It was him and
EM.
EM, yeah. I think, you know what I think, Pete? I'm being honest here. You know what I think? I think Dolphin fans are shocked that their so-called savior is nothing but a game manager.
It hit them hard. They are shocked.
I think it did.
Hit them hard. No, but at the same time, we got to be easy. So 4 games in, still could have a good. I still hold on hope. Regardless of what you see me type in and talk, there's still
I know you do.
hope in
That's
me,
why I don't
bro,
get on you,
because
even though you did say Super Bowl.
I still hope, man. Every Sunday I'm wrong if I predict my team to lose. I just hope I'm wrong. I sit there and just hope, but at the same time, it's just like hard to trust the GM and the player personnel decision that he makes when it comes to, especially his history on evaluating the correct talent for the team. I've always said, getting the nice guy isn't the best guy. It's getting the nastiest guy on the field that everybody fears. That's who you need to target.
And in the locker room.
Yeah, and the locker room too.
We need more Richie Incognitos.
Yeah, bro. You need these dominant men in there. This is not boys. This is a man's sport. Tua's a little boy.
Tell Ray Lewis something he doesn't want to hear and see what happens.
Say that again, Lou?
No, just like tell Ray Lewis something he doesn't want to hear and see what happens.
You're right. That whole Raven defense, T Sizzle,
but the thing is,
Pete's point is like he commands that respect and he provides that leadership.
You see, the thing is, you're not going to tell Ray Lewis what to do. Ray Lewis is going to be the one to tell you what to do.
You damn right.
You know what it comes down to, guys? Especially you, Pete. You know what it comes down to? Brian Flores sees his defense. Like I told you guys, it was going to grow. And next year, it will be a championship defense for a long time. Because he needs that middle linebacker. They'll get it. But what he sees is this. Remember, he's at practice. We're not. What the hell is going to happen 2 weeks from Sunday when the Chiefs come to town?
The thing is, Mace, that's already 2 weeks away. Do
that's
you
it.
know that I'm feeling? Do you know that I'm feeling an itch on my chest? Because it's not out of the question that the Jets could actually beat this team, bro. I know Joe Flacco got zipped out last time, 24 zip. And I know Fitzpatrick didn't even get a first down, a third down conversion all the way until the fourth quarter when Tua replaced him. Isn't that how ironic it is? Tua replaced Fitzpatrick, the Jets game, at the end. And now Fitzpatrick replaced him in this game, heading into the Jets game.
I think they know what he is. And I saw it. The game I noticed what he was. Who they play first? The Rams when he had his first full game?
Mm-hmm. Everything was 3-yard passes.
Arizona was the game I know. After that game, that's when I came in and said, he's a game manager. That was it. Arizona. You know why? even though he competed, and he did a great job against Kyler Murray, what I noticed was about Tagovailoa, no
You know
bombs.
why I disagree that he did a good job against Kyler Murray? Because if you look at that game, all the turnovers that we got, fumble return touchdown, red zone pick, all of that happened is what we scored. We never scored forcing them to punt to us. When they punted and we got the ball off of deep and inside, we when they scored and they kicked it off to us, we never fought back and went downfield and scored again.
That was it. That was the game
That's
against the
what I'm saying.
Cardinals.
We never did. It was when we got turnovers. That's what I'm saying. We got lucky, bro. They missed a field goal. They went for it on fourth down when it was tied. They could have took the lead with a field goal. That we would have got ball, went downfield, kicked the field goal, would have been tied again. But they said no, man. Let's put this team away, bro. And they gambled and they went for it on fourth against us, tied. They were about to take the lead.
Yeah,
Don't forget that.
I just feel that
And this is with what? How many turnovers and special team scores and everything that we did?
yeah, I just get the feeling, Pete, that they see what I see. Only took me a game and a half to see it. And the Arizona game, I watched most of that game live, and I was just looking at him. I said, you know what? You can win big with him, but he's not going to be a star. And I think that's going to break Dolphins fans' heart moving forward because um,
It's
I get
not
the
gonna break my heart. I'll be honest with you. I mean, the kid has opportunity. The only thing is, I just hope Chris Greer they make a decision there in the GM department.
I think the game's going to be these two games right here against subpar opponents. If he struggles against these two teams, we'll use one of our first round picks on a quarterback. Yeah, I see that. If he struggles these two games, and you know and I know they're not going to outscore Mahomes, bro. Let's be realistic. And the Colts will probably run the football down our throats.
See, the thing is, listen to what I'm telling you, so you already know. These next two games, no matter if Tua has those 400 yards games, maybe against the Jets, I'll respect it. But listen to the quarterbacks we're facing the next two games. We got Joe Flacco and Ryan Finley. It's not Joe Burrow anymore. I just want to know our young quarterback when he's playing against the game you keep mentioning, Patrick Mahomes, even a Derek Carr. I want to know what he's going to do against a Derek Carr.
Yeah, the league already going to make that game a Saturday
What
night
is he
game
going to
day
do
after
against the
Christmas.
Bills?
That's true. And it's going to be very cold in Orchard Park. I can tell you that right now.
What is he going
Lou.
to do against the Patriots?
Yeah, that's in 3
Those
weeks.
are the games I'm interested. Everybody's going to sit here and be like, oh, what I told you. Tua's a star. Blah, blah, blah. He
Now
could
if they
have
get an L Sunday
400.
and he
To
struggles,
me, this Jets and Bengals games don't even count. That's how bad these teams just got.
they're going to count when he struggles.
That's the thing. I'm not even. The thing is, even if he kind of struggles, he's not because he's just going to have to manage these games. Short completions. Think about it. He's just going to be efficient. Short completions here and there. Our defense alone is going to win these next two games, Mason.
You better hope so.
I'm telling you, bro. There's no way. Flacco's going to have to throw a pick six to Byron Jones. Forget about Xavier.
Like I said,
This might be
like
Byron
I
Jones'
said,
first
Pete,
pick six.
take it a game at a time, pal. I told you there was a good chance. I told all you they can lose in Denver. They did.
Go watch Larry's show when I told him that how they all reacted towards me.
Well, that's why Larry's Larry. Hey Lou,
Yo.
the rumblings is that if Pittsburgh goes undefeated, Tomlin will win both Coach of the Year and the MVP of the league. What do you think about that?
You know, I'm okay with it. I was kind of I came up under well, you know, I was a Steelers fan before that, but when Cowart came in, that's when I really became like more intense about it. And of course, Cordell Stewart, he was my guy. Holy Jesus!
I feel you, bro. You bringing back some memories.
so exciting to watch because, like I said, I'm a spectator. I'm not a fan.
Yeah,
And
of
I
course.
enjoyed watching Cordell do what he did, and it was like Steelers did shit that nobody else would do back then, you know. And so when Mike Tomlin came in, it was like, who is this guy? Like he's not Bill Cowher, you know, but let's see what he can do. And pretty quickly he brought it to a couple championships, and that was exciting. So like, hey, whatever. If they say he's, he gets to be the coach of the year and this and that, like, he's done a lot with the team, and Andy Rooney's always been a traditional guy.
Yeah.
He hasn't always gone for like the big names. You contrast that with say like the NBA or baseball, right? George Steinbrenner.
You guys wouldn't believe that the Rooneys, with all the money they got, they don't even live in a mansion. They live in a regular private house on the avenue.
I mean, they are the people's champ, and it's not recognized a lot.
And then it's not because it's not a glamour city. That's why.
Those Pittsburgh Steelers during the Bill Cowher era, they didn't want to get screamed at, bro, because they knew that they were gonna get spit on. So they did everything right.
Ryan Tannehill, by the way, has lost 3 of his last 4.
Ryan Tannehill should still be a Dolphin, in my opinion, bro. Again, people are gonna clown and disagree and everything they want to say, but with the defense we have and the efficiency of Tannehill and his accuracy, all he had to do was game manage it. He's more experienced than this rookie and way better than Fitzpatrick. I don't care what anybody tells me.
I think the
That
scary
he could
thing.
possibly have this team undefeated right now with the way it is built, even with a bad running game, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you.
I'm listening to you, Pete.
Ryan Tannehill, as a Dolphin right now, guarantee will probably have this team minimum 8-1, or maybe 2 losses max.
Interesting. I just think that.
And it's okay. You could have dumped fire everywhere else and just kept Tannehill and then drafted your quarterback and let him beat out Tannehill. They never gave Tannehill competition.
That's why he's gone. But I want to
That's
say
why he
something.
shouldn't have been gone. They still could draft. Look at this. Look at the Packers. The Packers have Aaron Rodgers. They draft Jordan Love.
Yeah. And I was going to say that I think these 2 games will tell you all you need to know. And I think Dolphin fans will realize what I see. You can win the games, but if
do you honestly do? And I'm gonna ask Lou. Do you think it's possible another Josh Rosen debacle could possibly happen?
Yes.
I can't answer that.
The only difference is, unlike Josh Rosen, this kid is accurate. He's everything you want if you want to win with defense and running game. Look at the Cleveland Browns. They took the ball completely out of.
For too much. Listen, what you guys don't seem to understand is when everyone sits here and says, we're gonna have to put receivers and running back and O lines around them. How much cap are we gonna cheat the cap?
No, you get in the draft.
We have the highest paid corner tandem in the entire NFL.
Draft. I mean, we got money. Cap space is not a problem for us.
So we're just gonna continue to gamble with young talent on offense, who you're just gonna gamble that they're gonna be good players. You're not gonna ever,
Yeah, I think what you're gonna see
if you continue to spend all your money on defense.
I think what you're gonna see next training camp is what I've been predicting was gonna happen. And you're gonna see 2 new running backs, rookies, and they're going to perform well, and Tua will be handing off, and I hope his play action is good. Because his days of doing what he does, if you guys think he's Alabama, it's not happening. It's going to be more of controlling the game, managing the game. He'll make
Two main priorities, if I was Flores this offseason, will be getting Leonard Williams and Justin Simmons. Both of them are projected free agents.
Isn't Simmons on the Bengals? He's on the Bengals, right?
Who's that?
Justin Simmons.
No, he plays for the Broncos. He was the one that ended the game that got the pick off of Fitzpatrick.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He's a true safety, bro. And he can cover. And way bigger than Bobby McCain. And he's playing in McCain's role.
He ain't having a big. I see the Dolphins putting at least 3 guys on the Pro Bowl this year on defense. None on offense, 3 on defense. Laro, get up here, nigga.
Both
Get my boy up
cornerbacks,
here.
Xavier Howard and Byron Jones.
No, I don't see Byron Jones. I see Xavier Howard. I see what's his face? Agba. They'll pick one more.
How many sacks does Abba have?
I think he has 8.5.
8.5. And how many of them have been off of beating somebody? Not a double team, because he has not gotten a sack off a double team all year. But how many of them have been beating his guy off the ball, doing a move, a bull rush, a swim move, some type of move, and then getting a sack? He's gotten 6, almost 5, 6 free release sacks off a heavy blitz. We're sending 7 guys most of the time, Mace.
I know, I saw that
Somebody's going
Sunday in
unblocked,
Denver.
and they're leaving the big slow guy unblocked as they think. And Agba is getting there.
Yo, Laro,
Because
come on
they
up,
prefer
bro.
to pick up Jerome Baker and Ginkle before they pick up an Agba that's all the way on the other side of the field. But he gets there. Free release, gets sacks. Maybe beats a running back. But there's nothing special that I've seen. But he's doing it, his role, really good.
I agree with that. Hey,
I gotta drop off, but it's
I
nice
love you,
chatting.
man. Thank you so much. Be up here tomorrow. I'll be up in the morning for a few hours before kickoff, before I eat my lunch.
Hey, hold up. Hey, wait a minute. Who's leaving?
Me,
Lou.
I am Comandante Lou. What up,
Oh,
Laro?
Lou. Oh, what's
Respect
up,
to
Lou?
H-Town.
What's going on, man? Just wanted to say what's
Super Bowl 2021, 2022. Straight on after that.
That's what's up, man. Hey, I like that logo though, fam.
Hey, that shit is hot.
Good
You
job.
get with Mace, and he'll get you a hot logo. His nephew can do this shit.
Yeah. I heard that.
Yeah. All right, Pete. Nice chatting with you as well. I'm gonna drop off. I'll listen to y'all on YouTube.
Enjoy it tomorrow, my
All
friend.
right,
I'll
Lou.
see you
Stay
tomorrow.
blessed,
I'll be
man.
up here early in the
Thanksgiving,
morning.
everybody out there, man. Enjoy and stay blessed
man.
forever, man.
Yeah. Peace to y'all. Happy Thanksgiving.
Love you,
All
bro.
right.
You too. That's Comandante Lula.
Yeah.
If you win tomorrow, it's off, bro. We'll be picking in between 10
Nah,
and 20.
man.
man,
Ever since I found out Laro's a Texans fan, them guys been winning, bro. Nah, man.
Hey, man, look, you guys are not getting that pick, but look, man. Hey, Mace, let me tell you something, man.
What's up,
What you want me to trash the Dolphins first, or you want me to tell you about this spread that's going on tomorrow? What's up?
Tell me this. Let me get the spread for you.
No. I'm talking about the spread that I'm doing tomorrow.
Good. Please tell me. Elaborate. Do the spread first.
You want to do the spread? Okay, what my part is, I got the fried turkey going, right?
Okay.
And maybe about 4 or 5 o'clock, I got an 8-pound prime rib going on, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
No, seriously, nice.
Yeah. I know, Mace. Now let me trash your goddamn Dolphins, man. Both of you guys were up here 2 weeks ago, and life's a gamble. That's Pete, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Pete was up here, and you guys were like giving some how can we say this? Dynasty rhetoric. Like,
still is. I told people watch out for Denver, but honestly.
Come on, bro.
I'm being real with this. We've arrived early, bro. And I know we'll lose to the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
But if we beat the Chiefs, God help us, because you will not stop hearing about this championship defense, bro, which is not a championship defense yet.
Well, look here, Mace. One thing that I think that you guys should probably do is like temper expectations. And I understand you guys went on a roll, and I understand fandom, But the thing is, you got to look at some quarterbacks. Everybody doesn't get it their first. Like I understand the injury history, right? I do understand it. Mm-hmm. But you got to look at a career like Drew Brees. Drew Brees sucked so fucking bad his first 2 years.
5 years, yeah.
No. He sucked his first 2 years, or he wasn't showing enough. He's a little guy like Tua, right?
Yeah.
To where they drafted Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is don't throw the guy away after 4 games. And as far as you go, don't say he's just a game manager after a handful of games. Because Drew Brees didn't catch on to it until he got with Sean Payton. Right? And that was like maybe 4 years in or whatever. So you can't just say, let's get Trevor Lawrence or let's get another guy. No, you already have a quarterback that management has said, okay, we're going to go in with this guy. Right? So don't just call a guy a game manager. That's all I'm saying, man. He's not just a game manager yet, because he could do something over the next 5-6 weeks, Mace, to where you'll say, oh, that guy's the next Joe Montana. So you just got to give him some time and be patient with him. That's all I'm saying, Mace.
What else is there about this spread, bro?
The thing is, Lauro, you're used to watching Deshaun Watson.
Facts.
Well, we had David Carr, Matt Schaub, what was it, tall, lanky guy that used to play basketball.
You already forgot about Brock Osweiler. We had him.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That guy could be a curse word on this channel, by the way.
Yeah. I've had my share of bad quarterback play. We didn't get lucky. We took a gamble and went from like 26 down to number 12. So we took a gamble. And that's because racism exists in the NFL. That's why Pat didn't go 3 and Deshaun didn't go 9. And we could have had Mitch Trubisky. So, you got to get lucky with those picks sometimes,
And I love that boy, by the way.
You got to get lucky with those picks.
I love Deshaun Watson. One of my favorite guys, bro.
Because for some reason, Deshaun could go out with an ACL in practice. We could lose the rest of our games. You got to get the first pick. You draft Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence is Ryan Leaf. So you can't play armchair GM on YouTube. What you got to say about that, Pete?
Yeah, but you got to understand this too, Laura. The game was out of sync. They were up 10 points. They benched him. Fitzpatrick, and it's hard, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you. Playing one-dimensional football with no balance, straight up passing from every down. About 7-6 minutes. How much minutes were left when Fitzpatrick took over down 10 points?
Late in the third.
Hey, add the caveat though, and I'm gonna let you keep on going.
He had 2 drives. He got 2 drives. In those 2 drives, he threw 18 times. The defense knew he was coming. The offense was efficient. It moved downfield, and it took us to the red zone and at least a field goal position and gave us a chance. The thing is, Tua was not hurt. He didn't get injured. There was no need to take him out, period. Whether he was playing good or bad, bro. You got to take those lumps and you got to take those hits when they're there. The game was in reach. He had the ball.
I just want to interject one thing. I'm going to let you finish. You got to think about this, though. Ownership and management start hearing all this chirping. That's why they pulled him, because they're thinking about playoffs instead of the future.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Pete.
And that's what I sit here and tell Mace. Mace doesn't believe it. But the window of winning the Super Bowl with this defense is really short. That's the thing. We got the highest paid corner tandem. They're not going to be the best corner tandem forever. Corners, whatever. So moving along with the Tua thing, you didn't give them a chance to come back. They wouldn't take out no other quarterback in that situation, especially a rookie. You want that guy in there to learn in that situation. Matter of fact, in practice,
you want to come up,
minute
bro.
drives.
The link is right on top of you.
What was that?
I told him if he wants to come up. I dropped the link for him.
In practice, 2-minute drives are emphasized, and red zone work is emphasized heavily. So that's where you want your rookie to do the work at, and you needed him to come in because at this point you already felt he was better than Fitzpatrick. Period. He was having a bad game. I guess it was his first outdoor bad weather cold game. I'll blame all the excuses, but it's not. You can't sit here and blame the other players on the roster when evidently when Fitzpatrick came in, it moved efficiently and well with no issues. The thing is, Tua was playing with a balanced offense and still couldn't move the ball. The defense didn't know whether the Dolphins were going to run the ball, pass the ball. They had to respect each side because it was a balanced game. When Fitzpatrick got in, it was pass and go.
Let me say this, and I know I'm looking ahead to the future. Next year, with a full training camp and what Flores and Chan Gilly wants him to do, he will fit fine if the new pieces will add to him. But if you expecting him to be like he is in Alabama, I know me and EM disagree with this. I'm sorry, not going to get it.
Mace, let me tell you this. Let me interject. And you guys, Pete, EM down in the chat. If you want to come up, man, come up because here's one thing I can say about this, Mace.
Yeah.
If for some reason you guys fell into the number 3 pick, right?
Yeah.
Don't anywhere from 3, which is not going to happen, up until let's say 11, right?
Yeah.
Would you think it would be better for you guys to get a stud receiver or a stud running back first?
Linebacker.
Oh, wait a minute. So you saying Tua needs help, right? Hold up. Your defense is fine right now, right? And
But we don't got that guy in the middle. We don't got Zach Thomas.
Mace.
You see, I don't understand.
Mace.
It's you see, Lauro. Well, I was just telling you, bro. I just listened to what I was telling you, bro. Our offense with Fitzpatrick clearly moved the ball good, bro. Mike
Very good.
Gesicki
Do you guys have?
Then you have people out here, that'll sit here and blame receivers, blame the offensive line.
Pete.
Wait,
I want to answer to the question first, and then you can go on.
No, let him rock for a second.
Let me ask you.
No, but hold on.
Let Laurel ask you a question.
How many years has Deshaun Watson had a good offensive line?
Zero.
How many years has Deshaun Watson been to the playoffs?
4. Three. Got hurt his first year.
Yeah, 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4. And this year will make 3 out of 5. So he gets to the playoffs, but those other teams have more talent. And it actually shows.
Am I back?
Yeah, you back.
Yeah. I'm sorry, because a phone call interrupted. How many seasons did Deshaun Watson have a top 15 defense out of those years?
A top 15?
Exactly.
Probably like the 3 years he made the playoffs. No, wait a minute. No. You know?
He had good defenses,
he got drafted,
bro.
2017?
Yeah, we had
2017.
When he that first year, he had a pretty good defense.
He did.
All I gotta say is their defense had they won a Division 3 in years. Three. I think 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
So obviously he had enough support around him offensively and defensively.
The difference is Deshaun Watson.
This notion, I don't know, Pete, you need to get you
with no offensive line.
I mean, you guys know. First of all, you guys know that Bill O'Brien completely fucked our team.
And Bill O'Brien as a horrible coach, which I've always said.
And a GM.
Whoa. EM, you can go. Go ahead, talk.
No, sir. Bill O'Brien is not a horrible coach. I mean, the dude won. He got what? 4 division titles?
Okay,
3 division titles?
He's a horrible GM. Then he's a horrible GM.
Well, I would agree. But listen. Well, you know something? I'm gonna retract that statement. I do not think he was a horrible GM. I think the talent that man, go back to when he was hired, the talent that man brought into that organization, y'all are killing him off the Laramie Tunsil trade. But listen, if you look at the body of work, that man did an outstanding job of hang on, acquiring talent, developing that talent. Early on, he just could not get the quarterback right, but he finally got him. But look, think about things from this perspective. They win a division every single year. We all know that the biggest issue that plagued the Texans, as long as he was the coach and GM, was their offensive line. They had a top 10 defense, talent across the board, talent at the skill positions on offense. The only thing they was lacking was protecting that asset, which is the most important asset, which is the quarterback. So what he did was, think about this for a minute. He said, look, we don't win a division 3 out of the last 4 years. They're just coming off. Think about this. They were 1/2 away from going to the Super Bowl or going to the AFC Championship game last year. But he knows, with all the talent he brought and amassed and accumulated and developed, his mindset was, well, our biggest issue is the offensive line. So he pushed all of his chips in the middle of the table because of all the talent that he had already brought in on that roster. And you can't blame him for doing that. He just missed. He just missed out.
Okay, but you can see by this year, right? The thing is that Laramie Tunsil trade, it ended his career here.
And that's a shame.
Because the thing about it was this, right? You had opportunities to draft quality offensive linemen when you had your picks. He did. It was 1 year in particular when we decided to go heavy on linebackers. That's why we have good linebackers right now, like Zach Cunningham. I mean, I didn't think the guy
Dark McKinney.
Dark
McKinney.
Yeah. But with one of those linebacker picks, I think they should have gone offensive line, because what we gave up for Tunsil was way too much. He got fleeced for him. I mean, especially when you had to sign him to be the highest paid left tackle in the game. That was a bad trade. That was horrendous. And then he backdoored. And then
Laramie Tunsil.
And then Mace, hold on. Then he backdoored after the Laramie Tunsil trade, and he did it again with the DeAndre Hopkins trade. I mean, Minnesota got 3 times as much, right? 3 times as much for Stephon Diggs, right?
I would agree, but you got to look at it from this perspective. DeAndre Hopkins had already declared that, look, I'm not playing unless you give me a new contract. So that killed. Hang on.
He already had an expensive contract.
Exactly.
But we turned around and gave the same money to Randall Cobb. We turned around and gave that.
No, bro. They tied him on the cheap, bro. They didn't give him no DeAndre Hopkins money.
No. But if they gave DeAndre more guaranteed money, DeAndre would have sat still and said, "Okay, cool, I'll play for this." Because guaranteed money more guaranteed money because he had like an average contract of like $14 million a year. So if you gave him a little bit more guaranteed and give him up to like $20 million a year, like Mike Thomas is getting, right, then DeAndre would have been cool. Like, why not give him that money guaranteed and not even sign Randall Cobb? That was stupid. And now we used to say DeAndre was a top 3-4 receiver, but with Odell down, Julio having a down ass year, I mean, he's probably the best receiver in the league right now. You don't give him up for a broken down running back and a bag of goods.
Look, I agree, but what happened was that when DeAndre Hopkins came out publicly and declared that he was not going to play on that deal unless you give me a new deal, that killed their leverage in terms of negotiating a trade. That killed. I mean, what you gonna do? So you gonna let the man just sit out and not get nothing for him?
Make him wait it out. He got too many kids and too many child support payments to sit out and not play. Make him come in.
Well, I mean, I don't know what that man. I mean, I hope he I mean, I'm not in that man's pockets, but he said that he is not going to play unless you give me a new deal.
Intimately down here. I mean, I know these stories don't travel, but there was a story that came out about
you in Houston. You in Houston, homie?
Yeah, I'm in Houston. Yeah, it was a story came out that Bill O'Brien said something about a comment about him having
baby mamas at the complex.
You heard it. Multiple baby mamas at the complex, and all of them are white. All of them are white. So you got to realize Bill O'Brien is an old school Belichick guy.
And from Boston, too, remember that.
Oh, wow. And from Boston.
What?
He did not.
You think he had a problem?
He had pretty-ass white women parading the baby mamas, white baby mamas parading around the practice facilities at practice. And
Here's the bottom line.
That was a public story, man.
Law, I'm going to get it right back
you know
to you.
something? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Here's the bottom line. The day Laremy Tunsil was caught on camera with the bong in his face, it's the day the Dolphins franchise fortunes changed. We got him at 13. We got rid of him for a boatload of picks.
Oh, I agree.
Laremy Tunsil, I love you. I will always love you.
But you know who sold him out, Mace, right?
Who?
Who sold Laremy Tunsil out, right?
Was it his stepfather?
A stepdaddy. Yeah, a stepdaddy.
Yeah, his mom.
Yeah, hey, so I think I can already. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Ian. You got it.
I think what happened was that Tunsil had put his hands on him like a couple months before that or something. They had some kind of issue going on, and I guess he felt some type of way, and he was like, "Well, I can't beat him up, so I guess I'm gonna have to get him another way." So,
okay, what about this? Let me give you this scenario. I know you're not really in like the sector that me and Maze be going to, like the manosphere, but I mean, can you imagine a stepfather who was there taking this ungrateful MF to practice every day? It's not your kid the whole time or whatever. You going to all the college games and this and that, and then next thing you know, the rug is about to get snatched up under you after you done paid bills and took care of this little motherfucker all these years, and now all of a sudden, hey, bro, it's a wrap. I mean, obviously he felt comfortable enough around him to like be taking bong hits out of a gas mask in front of him. But that guy must have been shrewd and know what was going on, because he did take a photo. And like Mace said, that turns you guys' fortune around. But Mace, let me tell you something. You have to make the correct picks.
I know that.
With that first round pick. So back to the question. Would you guys rather have a stud wide receiver or a stud running back at that pick?
Linebacker.
No, well, you talking about that Texans pick?
Yeah, I'd rather have a stud. Yeah, I think your phone went out and you went out when I asked that question. A stud running back or a stud receiver with that Texans pick from either 4 or 5 up until like 12.
Nah, me personally, man, that's a good question. Now, how the season is unfolding, but I'm not going to take a running back in the top 10. That's just me. And knowing where Brian Flores comes from, Bill Belichick, you've never known the Patriots to take a running back high. I think Stoney Michel was the highest they had taken. And I think he was at the bottom of the first round, I believe.
I'm taking that kid from Penn State myself.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue, the most glaring hole is at middle linebacker, I think.
Totally agree.
We need a dynamic Mike linebacker, at that. I think for this defense to go to another level. But as the season is going on, we need athleticism on the interior of our offensive line. We need. I don't think we necessarily need to make a huge investment in terms of like first or second. Well, maybe second round, but not first round on a running back.
Okay.
I think
we can get that in the 5th round.
Yeah, if we could just stabilize things up front, if they could actually open some holes consistently, I think you would see more production out of our from Salvin Ahmed. Miles Gaskins was very productive.
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm looking at prospects already, man.
I mean, again, I'm not declaring them franchise, quote unquote, franchise backs. But what I'm saying is they were giving you, Miles Gaskins was playing well enough. You know what I mean? He's just not a sexy pick. I mean, he's a 7th round pick. He's not, he's not the dynamic athlete that, Travis Etienne is or Najee Harris is or some of these other, guys that are coming out this year. Okay, I give you that. But again, the New England Patriots built a 20-year dynasty off 2nd tier to 3rd tier type of talent in the backfield.
They had Tom Brady.
Except for
Tom Brady.
No. We're talking about running back. They had Corey Dillon, bro.
But they had they had Corey Dillon.
They had Corey Dillon, bro.
Dillon for a while. Well, but Dillon played what, 2 years there? I mean,
and got 2 rings out of it.
Yeah, but it ain't like he was there for 10 years. I mean, they
none of them were
from Cincinnati.
They won. They won.
They won 2 Super Bowls back to back with Corey Dillon. Number 28 in that backfield, bro.
Okay. Well, he was a free agent addition. They didn't get him through the draft.
No, so what we're saying is that when New England got him, there was no more scrubs in the backfield like when they won their first Super Bowl. They had a superstar back there, and he did what he had to do. I mean, Corey Dillon was nice for New England, bro.
And I agree, but what I'm saying is, I'm open to, and I said this recently, the 2021 free agency class for running backs is deep.
Yeah, no, that's why I said we can get that kid from UAB in the 5th round.
Okay, so I mean, I don't want to invest a first round pick. I'm talking about from a draft capital perspective.
Have you looked at the kid from UAB yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, because my boy Tackman did, and he showed me the film. This kid is fucking electric. He reminds me a lot of the kid that used to play in Carolina.
Okay. Who from Carolina?
He used to play in Carolina like 10 years ago, bro.
Who, D'Angelo Williams?
Yeah, no, not D'Angelo Williams. The other guy that they had. He was from the West Coast. I think he played at
James Stewart. You talking about James Stewart?
Yeah, James man. Stewart. James Stewart was nice, bro. For those Panther teams, bro, with Jake Delhomme, that boy was nice back there, bro.
Well, Mason Ian, let me ask y'all this. I got about 5 more minutes, Mason. Hey, let me ask you this. I would look at Tua as like his ceiling would probably be a Drew Brees, right? And that's it. I'm talking about little guys. Ceiling, Drew Brees. Floor, I'm not going to put him like Fitzpatrick. Let's say floor, damn. I need a small guy. I mean, I don't know. But just say the ceiling is Drew Brees, right? And he doesn't have elite talent around him on the offensive end, which he was accustomed to in college, right?
Facts.
So if you're sitting looking at the best receiver prospect, the best linebacker prospect, you guys want, just to make it clear, you guys would take the best middle linebacker prospect over the best receiver prospect?
Yes. Yeah, because I'm not, a lot of people are killing, in the Dolphins community, are killing our receiving core and, crapping on.
They got Paul Warfield and Jerry Rice out there. They
saying they're not this, they're not that. Okay, I understand that, but they have been inconsistent. But the thing is, I'm telling you, I don't care what dynamic player you have at the skill positions. If they can't protect your asset, they can't give your quarterback consistent time to survey the football field and distribute the football accordingly to what the defense dictates. And if they cannot open holes consistently in the run game, every quarterback is going to struggle. I don't care who it is. So I think with what we have at receive now, I do think we need a player with a legitimate wide receiver with deep speed, because I think if you look at our top three guys, Preston Williams, Devontae Parker, and Mike Gesicki, their profiles are similar. They're mirror images of each other in their approach to the game. They're not necessarily dynamic speed guys. They're not natural separators. And, you need in the NFL at this level, I think you need in terms of your skill position players, you need players with different types of skill sets. If you look at the blueprint with New England, they didn't have big names. They had 3 or 4 guys that had different skill sets. You had your dynamic slot guys with with Julian Edelman and Wes Welker, for a period of time. Then you had your bigger body, your bigger body types, and your Chris Hogans and your what's the guy's name that keeps getting into not Corey Dillon. You know what I'm talking about? A guy that got from Cleveland who's always in getting suspended for drug issues. You know what I'm talking about.
But anyway, he's in Seattle now. I know you're talking about.
The bigger body types.
You talking about Gordon?
Yeah, Josh Gordon. Okay. So, and if you go back, they've always had, your Troy Browns, dynamic slot guy, Deion Branches. They always had guys that are different in their skill set. And if you look at ours, our top three guys are all the same. How they make plays. They're all, I call them power forward playing wide receiver.
I can't let you get away with that because you're missing the best receiver talent-wise they ever had.
Who was that?
The one that
Randy Moss. Yeah, Randy Moss, exactly. Randy Moss, exactly. Another big body type wide receiver. He had long speed. His skill set was a lot different than your Wes Welkers and your Julian Edelmans of the world. But I'm just saying, in terms of our wide receiving core, I do think an investment needs to be made. But I think the issue, the lack of consistency, what we're seeing, a lot of that, I would say about 75% of the issues we're seeing, why guys can't get open, is because nobody respects our running game. All they're doing is playing us for the pass as opposed to accounting for the run game. If you can consistently force teams to account for your running game, you're averaging 4 yards, 4.5 yards a carry, and they have to account and scheme for that run game. That's going to open those windows up, and those windows won't be so tight for whoever, Tua or Fitzpatrick, to deliver the football accordingly. So everybody's out there saying, we need this at the wide receiver position. We need that. We need this. We need that. I think the biggest issue is the fact that we cannot consistently run the football. If they address that, that's the number one issue. I think what we have on the back end and at the skill positions, I think that would open everything up. Now, I do believe we need a player with again, like I said, we need a player with long speed, a speed guy. But as a first round, I don't necessarily think a first round investment is needed. Now, I'm not going to cry if they select Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, or whoever they deem worthy, in the first round. Okay, I'm going to roll with it. But I just think the biggest issue is addressing this run game.
I gotcha. Hey, Mace, I got to get to taking care of this food now, man. Look, man, it was a pleasure talking to you guys. And
you too, bro.
And you know what? I probably wouldn't have had this much interest in the Dolphins if you guys wouldn't have had our pick this year. But nevertheless, you guys have it. So I want to leave saying one thing. Best running back all time, Larry Zonka. Best quarterback all time, Dan Marino. Best receiver all time, Mark Clayton. Best coach of all time, Mr. Shula. So best team of all time, the Dolphins undefeated. So, man, y'all got it, man.
Hey,
and now y'all got two.
You see the smile? You see the smile on my face, bro? That's what make me feel every time you come up, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you, La.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Respect to you.
Yeah, man. I had eye test after the show for about 45 minutes. We talked about a little of everything. I'm gonna ask you what I asked him. When I look, Tack, get up here, bro. When I look at our defense, I knew they was gonna be this good. I didn't think they'll be this good, if you know what I mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
No, really. I told guys back after the Buffalo game, I said the defense will get together. That man knows how to coach defense. I saw it in the Super Bowl against the Rams. And I saw it again against the Rams a couple of weeks ago. But the point I was making to everybody is that they'll be a year away. That's all right, man. Let's get up here. I said they'll be a year away from being a championship defense, and I think I'm going to be right with that. Your opinion about that?
No, I agree 100%. From day one, I felt when they started putting the pieces, when they, in the offseason through free agency.
Yeah.
And the pieces they were bringing in with this defense, I immediately knew from day one. I said, bro, I think this is really going to be a top 5, top 10 minimum type of defense. The only issue I had was that interior, our run defense on the interior. Mm-hmm. We didn't have, you know how I feel about our linebacking core as a whole. I thought that, and I still think certain players are playing out of position. Like,
I do too.
I truly believe if they would have, I think Emmanuel Ogbah, they're doing him a disservice. They're not maximizing his potential by playing him in that, out of our base in that 3 technique interior role that they're playing with him. I think they're not necessarily wasting, but they're not maximizing this kid's ability. And I said that from day one when they picked him up at free agency. I said he was my favorite pick because I felt like this kid has untapped potential. And he was in Cleveland. He had durability issues. He was, whatever was preventing him from maximizing his true potential. I felt like if we could kind of, address those issues, I think this kid could blossom into a, Pro Bowl caliber player. And we're seeing him blossom, right before he's been playing outstanding all year. So I just felt like, and I still to some degree feel like some guys are just playing out of position. I think if you bring him off of that line and you line him up on the outside as one, in a stand-up outside type of role, and you kick, if you bring Kyle Van Noy off the edge and play him more on the interior role, in obvious run type situations, I think you would see immediate improvement, in our run, in terms of our run defense. But that was the only thing that really pretty much concerned me. And obviously it's, we're seeing it. We saw it Sunday. We saw that our lack of run defense, plagued us on Sunday. But from the get-go, I thought if we could, somewhat be respectable against the run, I said, this is going to be a dynamic secondary. I mean, from a scheme standpoint, most teams, most teams don't even have one shutdown corner, but to have 2 of them, it just gives you so much flexibility from a scheme standpoint on how you can, prepare for in scheme teams on a snap-to-snap basis, let alone game-to-game basis. So, and you're seeing the production that you're getting. It's just that, the defense is just way ahead of where the offense is. And, our offense is not, I think our defense the last, 2-3 games, they've been out on the field too much. I don't care how much talent you have, on the defense. If your offense is not doing their part in sustaining drives and giving your defense an opportunity to rest and, to rest on the sideline, if your defense is constantly out there on 3, after 3 and out, I mean, fatigue is going to set in at some point. And
I totally agree.
And you've been seeing that the last 3 games. So that's why I said, man, if they get the run, if we can just get this running game addressed, it's going to benefit the team as a whole, not just offensively. Because all of a sudden, if you're running the football consistently, you're sustaining drives, which is keeping that championship level caliber defense on the sideline. You know what I mean? You're sustaining drives. You're getting, and again, that's, an efficient running game is your quarterback's best friend, especially a young quarterback. And I think for the most part, that is what, and we talked about this the other day. I just feel Tua's not mentally, in terms of his playbook retention, he's not where he needs to be. And I think combine that with a lack of a running game and the spotty, inconsistent protection or lack thereof that he's seeing, that is what's kind of stunting his development at this point. I do think Tua is going to be fine, but it's just we just got major issues. So, I think, once Tua mentally, once he's all the way where he needs to be, and hopefully, man, we could just get support around him. And I'm not just, I know a lot of people would say, oh, EM is just making excuses for Tua or whatever. No, I'm not. I'm just calling things objectively how I see them on tape. So But I think that's the biggest issue because it's going to look at the Tennessee Titans. Do they have a dynamic? Do they have any quote unquote household names, dynamic guys on the outside? Absolutely not.
No, but I know they
Absolutely
are, but they're not big names. Yes, true.
Right. You know, they don't have a DK Metcalf. They don't have a DeAndre Hopkins. They don't have a, one thing they do have is a dynamic running game, and it just teams have to account and devote so many resources to stopping and minimizing that running game. It just opens everything up on the back end. And then you got a competent quarterback, and you have, if you look at their wide receiving core, again, they got a speed element. They've got a more of a possession guy. Their skill positions, diverse skill sets. So that's what Miami needs for the most part. And, but first and foremost, we need to start with that, addressing that running game in the offseason I hope we have enough to where, I would love to get in the playoffs this year. And I think they will. I still think they still have a good chance. But man, if they can't run the football, I'm telling you, man, even if we get to the playoffs, it's gonna be a quick out.
I agree.
They can't get any balance on offense. It's gonna be tough, bro.
Yeah, I can see that, bro. I think again, having a winning record, 10-6, 11-5. That's great for the franchise. Shows that this man is doing his job and earning his money. That said, next year when the pressure begins, because this team is going to be good enough with all the picks and all the capital we have, we'll be good enough to make additions and then move forward. Because one thing we have seen from this man, he can coach.
Mm-hmm. And they're a year ahead. They're ahead of schedule. Clearly, they're ahead of schedule. And Flores has he's got my confidence and he's got my loyalty. They're building something truly special. In Miami, and I truly believe that. And but as a fan, man, you just get so sick of losing, and you see him going on that 5-game winning streak or 4-game winning streak, however how many games it was. And you just all of a sudden expectations start to sink in. You know what I mean? And you're like,
I think if they lose to the Chiefs, Mahomes has one of his games, I think fans will quiet the expectations until next year. If they ever beat the Chiefs, and God is to EM's mouth to your ears. If they win that game, set us up for the whole rest of the year.
I picked the Dolphins to beat the Chiefs on that game. This game hurt. This game hurt though. This Denver game, that really hurt. For many reasons. Number one, they exposed that deficiency that we have on the defense, and that's that run defense. And teams are going to, it's a copycat league, and teams are going to mimic that blueprint, and they're going to go back and look at this tape, and they're going to see just how the Denver Broncos, just exactly how they were able to be so successful in running the football on us consistently, throughout that game. And I just didn't see the adjustment in game from Josh Boyer Sunday. And that's the most concerning thing for me. I don't know if it's because of Christian Wilkins, not playing Sunday. Obviously Christian Wilkins is going to help when he comes back, but I just didn't see the adjustments in game from Josh Boyer. They were consistently play after play after play with the same play, it looked like. You know what I mean? And they would run the same play from the left or right side, and they still was getting that level of production. And I'm just like, damn, where's the adjustment at? You know what I mean? So that's the most concerning thing to me is like, I didn't see any adjustments in game. So hopefully, this week, Brian Flores will, they can come up with something. But Christian Wilkins definitely is going to help, obviously, that run defense. But, I just didn't see the adjustments from a scheme standpoint I mean, it was like they weren't even trying. I don't know, maybe it's because of the lack of depth they had with Christian Wilkins being out on Sunday. Maybe that is what kind of, handcuffed them, for the most part. But, they're going to have to get that addressed, man. Those power teams are coming. The Raiders are coming. The Chiefs are proving they can move the football consistently on the ground this year. They're coming. The Patriots, again, we have them again. We all know we remember what they did to us the first game of the season.
Yep.
So
I see that.
They better get it cleaned up. They better get
I
it
totally
cleaned
agree.
up. Sure.
Let me ask you this, okay? I know you support him big time. He's your boy, everything. And you know how I feel about him. I think you can win with him, big with him. Are you surprised of how much flack he's taken around the country after this game, last game?
Who we talking about, Laura?
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. I'm not surprised because of these quote unquote casual fans that I always like to reference. From a casual fan standpoint, you're looking at, Justin Herbert, what he was doing, what Joe Burrow was doing from a statistical standpoint. And you're looking at Tua and you're just like, okay, well, Tua was the most hyped out of all of them. And why is he not, putting up the same, statistics that these other two guys are? And, obviously, like I said, the casual fans' response is, well, they're going to say we made the wrong pick, et cetera, et cetera. But what, I've listened to people that I trust in terms of player evaluation, and a few of them, and I'm not going to give these Tua haters any more ammunition, and so I'm not going to call their names out. But what's concerning to me, not concerning, but surprising, is that some of them, pre-draft that, they consider Tua to be the elite, the best out of all of the prospects, they're all of a sudden, kind of retracting what they said pre-draft about Tua. They're basically saying the Dolphins, made a mistake in not drafting Justin Herbert. You know what I mean? And that's a little surprising for me, to hear some of them say so quick now. It's not like they've given them, 2 years or not even a year, but a lot of them are saying what they're seeing on tape, they didn't see that from Justin Herbert. You know what I mean? Just, obviously he had the physical tools and the physical attributes, elite physical attributes, physical traits. But from a mental standpoint is where he's, from what they're saying, is where he's most surprising. And to go from what they saw on tape at Oregon to see this version of him at this level and be so dominant so fast, it's totally blowing them away. And that to me is what's the most surprising. And when you talk now, what they're saying when they evaluate, they put, obviously Tua as a, somewhat of a smaller sample size, but what they're seeing from Tua, it's not like they're these two individuals are calling him a bust or anything like that. They're not, they think he's going to be a productive player, but they're saying, what they're seeing from Herbert, is just like totally surprising. And, to hear them say that, and I've been, I trust them, these two individuals,
Yeah, I know you liked Herbert. I remember you was talking about him.
Yeah, I liked Herbert a lot.
Yeah, I know you did.
I felt, obviously I love Tua, and I still love Tua. Tua, I think Tua is gonna be fine. I just felt that Herbert, you remember when all the rumors were coming out about how divided supposedly, allegedly, the front office was divided in terms of where they felt you had half the front office wanting Herbert, half wanting Tua or whatever.
Yeah, Marino wanted Herbert.
Yeah, allegedly. And we're looking at Herbert now. There might have been some truth to that. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I will say this, I just felt Herbert, I looked at all four of them, Burrow, Herbert, Tua, and Jordan Love. I just felt that, neither one, I think all of them, were uniquely talented. And I felt that they were too talented to be like, a complete bust. You know what I mean? Like a Jamarcus Russell or a Josh Rosen, if I will, type bust. You know what I mean? But I just felt that Herbert's imposing physical talent, that was, from his arm to his ability to move. I just felt like that was a good, strong. If the Dolphins opted to select him over Tua, obviously I wanted to, and I'm glad we have Tua, but I just felt like his imposing physical traits were, that was a good foundation that you could build upon. All the other issues that you saw on tape, you know what I mean? His lack of seeing, being able to diagnose what defenses were giving him at times. You know what I mean? His, lack of quote unquote pocket presence, all of the issues, all the negative things that I felt those things could be coached out of him. But with that strong foundation, that those elite fundamental athletic traits, I thought that was a good foundation that a good coach, sound coach, could build upon. And I thought with Flores coming from New England, considering their track record with developing quarterbacks, you know what I mean, with a lot less talent, I might add, that Herbert had or has, I felt like that would be a good, if they opted to go with Herbert, I felt like, well, we all know how I feel about Tua Tagovailoa, but Herbert has immense ability. And I just felt like that would be a good, strong foundation the Dolphins could start to develop him on. But he's impressive, but we can't discount the fact that he's got a lot of he's got weaponry. He's got, very good skill position players to work with in San Diego. The cupboard is not bare by any means, by any stretch.
I agree with that, by the way.
In San Diego. So, we can't, lose sight of that, but you can't knock him. The dude is, he's putting up, he's giving you look at him on tape, he seems so much cleaner and so much more sound fundamentally, mechanics, him seeing the field, getting the ball out on time. He just seems like a totally different player. Not in my eyes, because I saw him at Oregon. Again, there were flaws, but every quarterback coming from that level, especially you got to take into account the offense, the lack of coaching, and the lack of skill position players that he had to work with. Compared to Burrow and Tua, you got to consider that into your evaluation. But I saw Herbert make dynamic throws with touch, anticipation, maybe not as consistent as Tua or Joe Burrow, but I just felt like he had a lot, a lot to work with, and you're seeing it, come to fruition now that he's at this level. But I am surprised though, he's carving up the league the way he has been since he became a starter. So, but I'm still glad in hindsight now, a lot of people are saying, well, if you could go back and redo the draft, it's ridiculous. They're at this point, 4, 5, 6 games in, and already they're ready to, well, if you can go back and to pose this question, well, if you can go back and, have the draft again, would you take Tua or whatever? I still would take Tua Tagovailoa. I believe in this kid's talent that much.
Come on back, Pete. So you and Ian can argue again. What's up, Dad?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Hey, how's everybody doing? And this is your show 102, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before
102 shows in 55 days, brother.
Okay, before we proceed, I would like to say congratulations.
Appreciate you. You're a big part of it, both of you. And Pete, too, who'll be coming up in a minute to argue with Ian. Tell him about that running back. Tell him about the 2 running backs the Dolphins could get in the 5th round. Kid from UAB.
You can get Spencer Brown from UAB. That guy is probably one of my sleeper pick. But he could go a 6th round. If BJ Smith from Troy University, he finally came back from torn ACL from last year, which one of the reasons the team went 5-11, because he was the main offense for the Troy offense, because that philosophy is based on run first. So he looks a lot healthy, looks stronger. It looks like he gained 10 pounds of muscle. My other sleeper is I don't think he will be late round, but I would say between third round it will be Kyleen Hill from Mississippi State, which he already opted out. He's getting ready for NFL. So I would say you guys can there's at least 10 good running back you can draft in this upcoming draft.
And the way this man did the draft last Wednesday night for the NBA, it was phenomenal. Oh my God!
I appreciate it. I even it's funny because I even showed it to my friend because he told me he told me, hey, how was the podcast? I said, hey man, check it out. So I sent the link to the site. Hey, he enjoyed it, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, you did a great job, bro.
How do you feel about the San Antonio Spurs draft picks?
Oh, I love it. That was a steal of the draft.
I agree 100%. I agree 100%.
Devin Vassell, his personality, his playing style, his defensive upside, is fits perfect with Popovich. He's well coachable, well determined. He has the dog mentality, and he's a very unselfish player. If you watch him in the FSU, he's a team oriented player. But when things matter, he will take over the game, which that's not his natural. That's not naturally what he does, but that's what he's capable. When the game's on the line, that's what I love about that draft. I think that draft was overlooked by the older team being drafted. Also, I'm impressed with Detroit with Sadiq Bey, Killing Hayes. That was a home run hitter. As for Phoenix Suns, I have no comment. That draft was unnecessary. I don't even know why they draft Jalen Smith in the first place. Still questionable pick.
Yeah, I felt like San Antonio got the steal of the draft. I mean, obviously he's the best perimeter defender in the entire draft. And, obviously, if you look at the kid's profile, his athletic profile, 6'8", long arms, rangy type of player. Obviously, the Kawhi Leonard comparisons started popping up. But if you look at him, where he is at this stage of his development compared to when Kawhi Leonard came out the year he came out out of San Diego State, I think this kid is so far ahead of where Leonard was. Not to say that he's going to be, hopefully he turns out to be that caliber player. But if you look at in terms of his stage of his development now, I mean, he's more of a natural shooter. He has more natural shooting mechanics than what Kawhi Leonard had when he came out, because the Spurs, they had to completely break his game down and rebuild it. From when they drafted him. They're not going to have to do that with this kid. And I think that with him, I question his not necessarily a question, but I don't know where he is in terms of like how aggressive he is mentally in terms of on the scoring end, in terms of scoring the basketball. But he is absolutely relentless on the defensive side of football. Basketball, he's relentless, and I think with his ability to shoot at this stage, and also, every player in this, if you're gonna want playing time in San Antonio, you're gonna have to play defense, and that will not be an issue with this kid. So with those two, with his ability to shoot and his ability to play defense, he'll be able to play immediately, I think. So I think you throw him in there with Keldon Johnson, with DeJounte Murray, with Lonnie Walker, I think the huge addition. I think a lot of people are underestimating just how good this kid can be. So I can't wait to see this kid when he gets on the floor.
Same here, because I couldn't agree any more. I mean, you exactly say what you want to, pretty much what I want to say. The way San Antonio runs the coaching system and their philosophy is, the first thing is, it's a defense, your defensive assignment. Can you play this defense? Can you play the individual defense? Can you play team defense? But not to mention the Popovich is always know how to utilize each character. So that means he's discarding each player's egos. So if you have any ego, he does what Billy Pilic does. He will send you packing and trade you to somewhere else. I definitely love Devin Vassell. Despite he's 6'6", but he has a 6'8" height. The flame he's very explosive. He definitely had to get the weight up because right now he's 195 pounds to be exact, which is fine because he's still growing. He's only 20 years old. So I would give him about 3 years. He will be a 205. He will develop as an NBA small forward body. His ball handling gonna be better because is one of the fraud. His ball handling is very suspicious. However, his weakness is something you can fix. It's not a It's not about. It's not about. He's coming out of college shooting 40% from free throw. That's something hard to work on. Depends on the player's development. His weakness is very coachable. Is that he doesn't have that many the big fraud where it's like he's stopping his peak because his upside is very high.
I agree.
And if he often gambles for steal. If he stopped because he's a very smart defender and sometimes he bites. He get too feisty with the zone defense. So if he stop often and gamble, play smart defense and steal when it have to, he can be a top 10 player. So overall, San Antonio did a fantastic job in this draft. By next year, I said because before the draft, I said San Antonio is the only team that need to draft all 5 players, which is impossible. So that team is a project. But I would now, because of this draft, now they should keep DeRozan because you can build something with DeRozan and
I agree.
DeRozan is all the NBA, the hardcore fans and analysts know that he's the king of the mid-range shot. He's already peaked as a 3-point shooter, which that's his weakness, which is fine. Because he can do everything well. He can pass. You see all the load he was taking. He was passing. He was grabbing the board. He was scoring. He's automatic on free throw. I mean, his major weakness is as far as defense, and his defense won't get any better at this point of his career, which is fine because Coach Popovich want him to do what he's supposed to do, which is take over the game. So now there's no point for trading him. Let's see what these two can do in the upcoming season. And
I would, if you're gonna trade either one of them, I would look to move LaMarcus Aldridge if I was San Antonio. Because see, if you look at San Antonio, the issue wasn't offense. They were one of the top. They were top 10 offensive team. Last year it was that man, and it's uncharacteristic of a San Antonio team. They were just horrible defensively. You know what I mean? So, and you can attribute a lot of that to DeMarcus, obviously LaMarcus Aldridge and as well as DeMar DeRozan. But that's why you draft a kid like this to go along with Murray, Derek White. Lonnie Walker is not the defender that Murray and Derek White are at this point, who I think Lonnie Walker has the most upside. I think truly this kid has untapped, all-star caliber potential. If Popovich just turns him loose like he did with Kawhi Leonard, just give this kid just go all in on him, push all your chips in the middle of the table, and give this kid an opportunity. I don't know what's going on there internally, why Lonnie Walker he hadn't been given a bigger role in terms of offensively. I have no idea, but this kid, his ability, his natural ability, he's got the most upside out of all of them, in my opinion. But anyway, like I said, they're one of the better offensive teams in the league. That's why they were just horrible defensively. But that's why you draft a kid like him, and he'll definitely go. And Keldon Johnson is another player that's on the rise. I keep telling people, Keldon Johnson is coming. You know what I mean? I know I like Lonnie Walker's natural ability. I feel like naturally he has the most physical upside than any of them. But Keldon Johnson is no slouch himself as a two-way player. And we saw, it was a small sample size, but we saw him towards the end of the season last year. I mean, he was stacking up 20-point, 20-point games, for about a 10-game span, off and on. And, the kid, he's just clearly improved. He's improved on his shot. He's improved. Obviously, he came into the league as a very good defender, but I'm looking for big things from him as well. But yeah, I love that pick as well. And I think San Antonio, they'll be back where they need to be. They just I would look to move Aldridge. Like I said, I think they need a more defensive-minded 4 or 5. Well, they re-signed Jakob Poeltl, so they definitely don't need. They need a Bam Adebayo type is what they need. A player that can move. You know what I mean? Can block shots, can alter shots, and also can move around and play. Can defend players from that 3 to 5. Small forward, power forward, obviously center position. So they need. I know that's easier said than done to find a player like that, but that's what I think is what's needed in San Antonio.
General.
What's
let me
up?
begin.
Sorry, I'm late to the party, man. But
General, don't worry about it. It's gonna be your time now. You in big time.
Big time. What's going on, homie?
What's up, Ian? How are you, sir?
I'm good, homie.
The cocksucking boys from Inglewood, California, did it again this week. They had a hell of a. The Lakers. Let me say this about the Lakers, and I really mean this sincerely. In general, this is for you, and I'm gonna just sit back and relax for a little while, let you guys rock. I haven't seen the Lakers spend their money like they have this past week ever. Usually the Lakers are all-star studded, but this year, their bench, their role players have come through for them. They added more depth, stealing Marcus Sol the other day. Go ahead, General's all yours. You in big time can talk. Ian, go ahead. Laker
man,
time. Purple and gold.
I do not understand why you keep saying they stole somebody, man. They didn't steal nobody. The Lakers are smart enough to look out there and go after the top free agent. That's all that is. That's it. A lot of these pieces, if you think about it, most of these pieces won't even be there midway through the season because they'll trade some of those pieces coming up to the trade deadline. I think it's going to be in February. They'll trade some of those pieces. So a lot of them are not going to be there with the squad. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the ultimate setup. Now, Marc Gasol that's a good pickup. It spreads the floor even more because he can move out of the block, not being a traditional player. Like Dwight Howard gave us a lot. He came back reinvigorated, and he did a lot for the squad this year. But Marc Gasol, if you think about it, is a more polished player in the post, and he can pass out the post. You see what I'm saying? As far as the young kid they got over there, I believe what's the boy name that came from Oklahoma City, the little dude with the spot in his head. I believe
Schrader.
Schrader. It depends on how well he fits with the squad. In my opinion, that's a setup for an ultimate trade. I don't know. I hadn't looked at the contract that they signed him to. I'm telling you, the ultimate goal is to get Chris Paul over there. Why? Him and LeBron are boys. Obviously, number 2. His career has been a stellar one, but they want to make sure he gets a ring. That's what that's all about. Putting people in position to get the hardware. That's what it's all about. Marc Gasol will be there, I believe, because they want to get him a ring because his brother got a ring. I mean, it just makes sense. You see what I'm saying? And we don't know the backdoor deals that are happening, and that's what makes it so exciting for me. You pick up the best available free agents that are out there. You spend the money to get the job done. Where else is Marc Gasol going to go to fit in at this stage in his career?
Well, his brother played for the Lakers.
Exactly. Where else is he going to go?
Yeah, he's not going to go anywhere. It's a perfect place for him, General, just because, just like you said, he's a good perimeter shooter. He gives you that 3-point range that we actually need heavily. We were spending too much cash on Green. He didn't show up. And we were spending $14.5 million on that. So we spread the floor with Schroeder, and he's a good scorer. He was much better in Atlanta. I think Oklahoma, he showed he was a little bit more consistent. And with LeBron James, he needs developed players. He cannot have players that are undeveloped. He's not good at developing those type of players. He needs players that are already developed, know their game, and come into the game knowing what to expect from them. And that's good what they've done so far. But I tell you what, General, what's better than 17? 18. I'm just saying 18's on the board for us. It's coming soon.
Right.
And this is another power play. You got to understand, LeBron is in the position to not necessarily call the shots, but he can heavily influence the organization based upon what he's already accomplished.
I will say this: y'all dodged a big bullet this year, because I promise you, y'all didn't want to see that Clipper team. I promise you
Man,
that.
if you don't, okay,
y'all did not want to see that Clippers team, and I tell you, that's got to be one of the biggest. I mean, for me in my lifetime, that's got to be one of the biggest meltdowns I've ever seen. Up 3-1. I don't know what happened that contributed to them letting Denver come back from down 3-1.
I can tell you,
and ultimately taking that serious. I have no idea, but y'all dodged a bullet. Kudos to you. Kudos to y'all. I got to give y'all credit. I can't knock LeBron. I can't knock the Lakers as an organization.
No,
y'all went out there. Y'all won. But
what we need to do is on Mace's channel. Thank you, Mace, for having this conversation. What we really need to do is we need to take a hardcore look at it, because I'm sick and tired of people saying, "Well, y'all dodge a bullet." Listen, man. At the end of the day, you did. Okay. Well, you can say that. The point of it is, the Clippers were not who you thought they were. They put that team together to bring them a championship. They got Kawhi Leonard to come over there. They got Paul George. They got the little guard, Patrick Beverly to go over there. They brought in, they already had the boy out of Louisville, who's a great player. I like that kid. He plays with a lot of intensity. What's the boy named the big kid? 6'9" out of Louisville.
You talking about Harrell?
Yeah, I like Harrell. He plays.
Y'all just signed him. Y'all just signed him, right?
I know.
Okay.
He plays with the right amount of intensity. He he does his job. Now, with all of that the Clippers had over there, they had Lou Williams, one of the 6 Man of the Year award, right? They had Patrick Beverly, defensive specialist. They had everything Kawhi Leonard. They had everything Paul George. What was the problem?
You know what the problem? Me and my brother.
Go to excuses. 5.
No. I'm just telling you. No. I'm just saying. This is what I said. This is what I said initially when they were assembling that team. This is, before the season started. I said, when you look at that roster, when they got Kawhi Leonard, the player they should have got to come along with him was Kyle Lowry, because they lacked a player, what I call a glue guy, a guy from a point guard position that can facilitate, that can shoot open threes, because obviously Kawhi and Paul George would have, on any given night, is going to draw double teams consistently throughout the game. So they need a player that can shoot open threes, that can catch and shoot, distribute, facilitate, and play sound defense. Kyle Lowry would have been the perfect player. That's what they lacked. When things got rattled and Denver, kind of, uglied the game up with the Clippers, they got physical with them. Patrick Beverly, in particular at the point guard position, Patrick Beverly is not that kind of player. He's a good defender. He can shoot threes, when he's open, but he's not a guy that could, when things go wrong, he can't consistently get your offense and get players lined up where they need to be.
Patrick Beverly is not a starter. Patrick Beverly should come off the bench. He's a defensive specialist. He's a thug basketball player in today's league. He has a throwback game. Patrick Beverly's game is more suited for the 90s with the Bad Boys and the Pistons and all of them dudes. That's where Patrick Beverly's game belongs. It doesn't belong in today's game. He does too much bullshit on the court instead of just playing the game. He's out to try and make a name for himself. Patrick Beverly, the toughest guy out on the court right now. Yeah, no, it's bullshit. Point blank. He is not a starting point guard. He is not a starting point guard nowhere in the fucking NBA. There are about 12 individuals that play that position who come off the bench that I would rather have playing at my point guard.
They should have told Kawhi, bring Kyle Lowry with you. That's what they should have did. Because
Kyle Lowry was not going to go in that deal because the goddamn the fucking Toronto Raptors couldn't afford to lose Kyle Lowry.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying.
The NBA. I know what you want. I know that that's what people would have wanted to see, right? Like you can't just grab every star off of every team because that makes for
no. I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying what that team lacked. A player like Kyle Lowry. That's what they lacked. Whether that be Kyle Lowry, whether that be a Chris Paul type, or a player that again, I think even Rajon Rondo would have helped tremendously.
Yeah, I agree.
He would have been perfect. So
they need somebody to push the floor and be a little bit of more of that general type thing. I think the general made a valid point though with Beverly, and I think it's in the series. If you go back and watch that series, and don't get me wrong, to both of you, I like Doc Rivers. He's an amazing guy. He's an amazing coach, but I think he dropped the ball and many a times in that series, especially when I've seen Beverly on the court too many more times than what he should have been on there, and I think that drastically hurt their chances within certain parts of that game, many of those games, to actually close out the series. I don't know what the coaching staff was thinking, but I think the coaching staff dropped the ball more so than the players themselves.
I would agree with that.
That's an argument. On that roster, they had Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Marcus Morris, Zubac, which they got from the Lakers, who played good basketball. Then on their bench, they got Lou Williams, Montrezl Harrell, they got Isaiah Thomas, the guy that came over from from Cleveland. They got Rodney Magruder, they got Patrick Patterson, and Terrence Mann. So they had enough on that roster to do better than what the fuck they did. And stop blaming Doc Rivers. Blame the fucking players. No.
I'm not saying, General. I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying that. I didn't say that you did, but just hear me out. I didn't say that you did. What I'm telling you is Doc Rivers won the championship over there at Boston, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he left Boston. He went over there. He's been with the Clippers now for a decade or so, right?
Right.
Okay, now, here's the problem. They put a team together to compete in the West. The problem was Paul George is flop George because he failed. He wanted Kawhi Leonard to take the fucking lead because Kawhi was supposed to be the greatest thing in the NBA. He's a great player, but he can't get the job done because he's not a leader. All right, baby.
Well,
he's not a.
I wouldn't. Well, you know something. I'll give you. You know what? I can't. I will say this. And see, this is where I agree with big time in terms of you can assign blame, the majority of blame, to Doc Rivers, and not necessarily on the court so much. It's off the court. That culture of letting these dudes take so many, because you hear the reports that have surfaced now about the infighting that was consistently going on, in particular with Paul George and other players that have been on that team for some years. And the favoritism that they showed Kawhi as well as Paul George, but nobody else got that same treatment. That created, I think, internally, strife internally, and I think it spilled over on the floor. You would see them even in the playoffs, even in stretches when they were winning. You would see them arguing and players getting into it.
I agree.
On the court. So
I agree, but let me ask you a question. Can you treat B.J. Armstrong the same way Michael Jordan was treated underneath Phil Jackson?
Well, I agree. No, you can't do that. I agree.
Can you treat Scottie Pippen the same way? Do you treat fucking Horace Grant the same way Scottie Pippen was treated?
I would agree. You can't. I agree.
So I agree with what you're saying. Let me give it to you. I agree with what you're saying. It should be nothing in life is one size fits all. You're going to work a job, and you and your coworker might hold the same position, might get paid the same amount of money down to the penny, right? Same amount of money down to the penny. It comes with when you look at somebody else over here who may have 2 or 3 other certifications, who gets paid maybe $10 to $15 more per hour than you do, does that, and you work in the same department. Does that boss treat him the same way that he treats you? No, you don't. It's based on your specialty. That's how the game is set up. You can't go in there and say, okay, I'm going to treat Paul George the same way. In theory, it sounds good. I'm going to treat Kawhi Leonard the same way as I treat fucking Lou Williams. He's the 6th man of the year. No. Just doesn't make sense.
But as a coach, though, you got to find that. You have to find that balance. Okay, I'm not. Obviously, you treat the quote Jimmy Johnson. Okay, I treat everybody fairly, but I don't treat them all the same.
Exactly.
So, but you have to find that balance. And obviously, Doc Rivers. Obviously, Doc Rivers was not doing something right, something to where it irritated those players to that degree. Obviously, something was a breakdown.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're here to do a job, and this is the problem in this society when everybody.
I mean, in a perfect world, yeah.
When everybody has. When everybody.
In a perfect world.
When everybody.
In a perfect world, yeah.
When everybody has. Come on, bro.
Go ahead.
You're gonna let me go.
Go ahead.
When everybody has this expectation of entitlement. Motherfucker, you get paid $3.5 million. Kawhi Leonard is getting paid $20 million. He's a better player than you. Which one do I want on my team? If you can't get along with the star of the goddamn team, you're out of here. Kawhi Leonard is more important to this team than you are, Patrick Beverley. And
I would agree.
Then Patrick Beverley goes away.
I agree 100%. But again, it's up to the coach to find that balance. You know what I mean? You can't just hang on. I'll let you talk. Hang on. You can't just pick 2 or 3 players out that you like or that you favor and just disregard the rest of the team. There has to be a balance there. Now, again, I agree. You don't treat Kawhi Leonard like you do Zubac. But
that's on the players. That's on the players.
Hang on. Let me finish. I'll let you talk. Can I finish? Let me finish. You can't. Obviously, there was a breakdown somewhere. Obviously, to where it spilled over to have these guys going at each other's neck publicly, especially publicly. It's one thing to do it privately, but publicly.
Because you got entitled.
You
have entitled athletes, man. I'm sick and tired.
Everybody's entitled. Everybody's entitled.
I'm so tired of motherfuckers. The bottom line is the Clippers couldn't get it done, whether they had infighting or not. They couldn't get the job done. That's the bottom line. That's obvious. If they were such a great team, don't make excuses. They fucking failed. They couldn't get the job done. They had a team down 3-1 and allowed that team to come back and beat them 4-3. Period. Who was a less talented team in my opinion. So what the fuck you think they were gonna do with the Lakers? Zero and shit. No, I disagree because again, what I tell people all the time, when you talk about professional sports, NBA in particular, NFL in particular, it's all about matchups. It's all about how teams are constructed. And if you look at the matchup, from a matchup standpoint, the Clippers were built perfectly to give the Lakers every problem that they possibly could have had. Hang on. No, man, I can't let that go because it's an excuse.
You're not gonna let me finish my point. I'll let you talk. You're gonna be disrespectful. You're not gonna let me finish what I'm saying.
Come on.
Bro, I'll let you talk. Come on, man.
Don't bother the conversation. Go ahead. I'm just passionate about this conversation because I'm sick and tired of people running their mouth about the fucking Clippers who couldn't get the job done. Period.
If you look at what fuels that Laker engine, it's LeBron James. Am I correct? We can all agree on that.
Yeah.
The Lakers are a LeBron-centric driven team. Okay. If you look at how the Clippers are constructed, look at the elite defenders that they had brought on that, in particular on the perimeter. Kawhi Leonard alone, historically, has given LeBron James even to his days in San Antonio, they're well documented. So I just think at LeBron with his advanced age, okay, LeBron wouldn't have been able to, and especially because I get the problem that Anthony Davis, brings to the table, but that team is still driven by LeBron James. And I think because of everything is funneled through LeBron with that team, with the 2020 version of the Los Angeles Lakers, I think with Kawhi Leonard's presence, I think with Paul George's presence, I think with all the other perimeter guys on the defensive end, with LeBron at his advanced age, he wouldn't have been as imposing as we've seen him, like he was with the Heat and all these other teams, because they just didn't have the personnel to match up with him physically. He wouldn't have been able to do that, and that would have stunted everything y'all want to do offensively. And then we don't even want to talk about defensively. LeBron James, he can stick his chest out now, and all you Laker fans can stick your bird chest out now and be happy. Y'all won, I get it. But LeBron James did not want to see Kawhi Leonard, trust me. So with that being said, yeah, I can say with a straight face, y'all dodged the bullet.
Okay, so now you're done. So now you're done. I'm gonna go ahead on and tell you where you're wrong at. Why in the fuck come they let Murray torch their ass?
Who was that?
Murray from Denver. They let
he torches everybody.
No. I listen to you. Now I'll ask that you do the same. Why in the fuck did they let Murray from the Denver Nuggets torch their ass? Where was Kawhi Leonard and Paul George stopping that from happening? That's who brought them back from that 3-1 deficit. It was Kawhi, it was Murray and the big boy that they got over there in Denver. Where was all this defensive prowess that these guys supposed to have then? Where was Patrick Beverly's Patrick Beverly was supposed to lock in on Murray and keep Murray under 20 a game. What happened? It didn't happen. Kawhi Leonard should have stepped up to the fucking plate and said, no, Mr. Murray, you won't torch us again. You got away the second game, but you won't get away the third or the fourth or the fifth game. That's not going to happen. Where was Paul George? Why didn't he step up? and this defensive team, these defensive positions that you talk about, the matchup. Where was the matchup for the big boy who fucking torched their ass? What's the big boy name they got over there in Denver?
You don't let me answer these rhetorical questions.
No. I just want you to listen like I did for you, and then you can respond.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So you talk about matchups and how important it is and the way they constructed that team. That was their problem. They were focused on one specific team, and they let goddamn Murray and the big boy over there at Denver torch their ass, along with Evans, who came out and I don't know what happened to him. That motherfucker lost his mind coming off the bench and proved himself that he was NBA worthy. So when you talk about all of these defensive, they were designed to stop LeBron James. They wasn't gonna stop shit. The same outcome was gonna come for them that came for the other team. When Houston won their first game, playoff game, went up 1-0. Everybody was like, "Oh shit, they're in trouble." Houston. I was like, "Yeah, it's only a matter of time. They'll make adjustments. It's expected." They came out and they came out with a lot of energy. By that second half of the second game, where was all the energy at then? By game 3, Houston was already a defeated team. By game 4, they all but gave up. Game 5, it was a formality, right? I'm telling you, but this is what I'm telling you. Game 5, it was a formality. Now let's look at the Denver Nuggets and that other team from LA. I want the Clippers. The Slippers is what they were. That's what they should have been called, the damn Slippers. So they could not meet the fucking challenge in the West on the Western Conference. Period. Point blank. There's no.
You gonna let me respond?
I'm gonna give you back.
You gonna let me respond?
Now I waited on you, so I'm gonna ask that you wait. Don't be disrespectful. Now here we go. The Clippers did not want to see the Lakers. That's what happened. Because if they wanted to see the Lakers, there is no way you go up in the semifinals of the fucking playoffs. You're one step away from reaching the fucking Western Conference Finals, and you are this dynamic team that's supposed to be the favorites to win the fucking NBA championship. How do you allow a team who what was their playoff spot? What was Denver's playoff spot? 7th, 6th or 7th in the West?
No, Denver was 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
3 in the West. Denver's 3 in the West, and you let Denver you fuck around and you could not get the job done. You went up 3-1. Explain to me the 3-1 fucking. This is what I want you to do. I'm gonna get the mic. Explain to me how in the fuck the Clippers, this great mighty team that the Lakers supposedly dodged the bullet from, how in the fuck does the fucking Clippers allow a team like Denver to come back down 3-1? Explain that.
Well, it's like I pointed out, like, you know, about what I said about the league being a matchup-based league. Okay, just like the Clippers were constructed to give the Lakers many problems, the Denver Nuggets are the exact same kryptonite for the Clippers because they had a player in Murray. You're talking about Murray. Murray gives everybody issues. Everyone, no matter who you are in the league. He's an athletic guy, guard that has a killer three-point shot. He's got a killer mid-range game, and he's one of the quicker perimeter players that you'll find in the NBA. And also, they got a player in Nikola Jokic, okay, that's 7 foot, 280 some odd pounds. That's multi-dimensional. His skill level is unrivaled. I mean, I haven't seen a big man with those type of skills in terms of all the way around, all around skill level. And also, the strength of his game is that he's a player. He's a post player that plays with his back to the basket. And so what you don't understand is the Clippers are a up tempo, up and down perimeter based team. If you have a player with his skill set that allows Denver to control pace, that's the strength of his game. He's their facilitator. He's everything offensively. And also with his ability to play to the back of the basket, it allows Denver to slow the pace of the game down, which the Clippers don't want. They don't have a player that can counter him. And you saw the issues that he was giving them the entire game. Now, as far as
you know what that's called? That's called imposing that's called imposing your will. And if the Clippers were constructed to play the Lakers and they want a fast-paced, up and down, up-tempo game, they should have imposed their will on them and closed them out. Again, my God, the fucking Clippers were up 3-1. Are you really serious?
I didn't finish, bro.
I didn't finish.
I know you done yet.
I know you didn't. I'm gonna give it back to you. I simply want you to explain to me why they were unable to close out the Denver Nuggets when you're up 3-1.
I told you. When this is what I'm trying.
But you got a 3-1 lead.
First off, if you would let me explain, if you would close your mouth and listen, maybe you'll learn something. Okay, I'm trying to explain to you.
You can't.
Now I do agree. You got a team down 3 up. You up 3-1 on the team. There is no excuses why you let that team come back. But again, like I said, they just matched. I think what happened was that they caught lightning in the bottle and they started playing to their strengths. And again, it goes back to what I said about them, the lack of a point guard, a facilitator that the Clippers didn't have, because when you slow the game down and you're not getting you're not scoring consistently in transition, you have to have a guy to get people lined up, okay, to facilitate your offense. That's why a player like a Chris Paul or a Kyle Lowry is paramount when you slow the pace of the game down. And the Clippers did not have that. And again, I think it was just a perfect storm for them. The constant infighting, all of that spilled onto the court. I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you how, objectively, the Clippers aren't my team. We all know where my loyalty lies. I'm San Antonio through and through, Spurs through and through. But I'm just telling you how I see the game objectively. And that's exactly what transpired.
Go ahead,
so can I get in on this real quick? So, General, I know you love the Lakers as much as I do. You're a passionate man about the Lakers. So I get that, man. I'm with you on this. But I think like one point with EM that he said that the matchup, I don't think you're giving credit to Denver as good as they match up. With the injuries that they had and Jokic coming back, he's going to be 10 times better this year. The kid is that good. I really truly think Denver matched up very well against them. And this is where I state that the coaching staff failed on the players. The only reason why I say this, General, is because of the fact that when they're up 3-1 and Denver's trying to get back into the series, I didn't see players quitting in that series for the Clippers. I've seen many rotation problems, which means rotation problems come from the coaching staff. And there's many other issues behind the screens, like EM was saying. I think that's the reason why that 3-1 deficit came to 3-3 and Denver winning. That's just my opinion, though. That's just my opinion.
I didn't disagree. Not one time did you hear me say I disagree with anything of what he said. I agree the infighting took place that shouldn't have been. At the end of the day, Doc Rivers should have taken control of that team and should have squelched the infighting. But that has little to nothing to do with them being able, with the talent that they had, that had little to nothing to do with them going up 3-1. And when you go up 3-1 in an NBA playoff game, you go with what got you to the 3-1. You go with what got you there.
Right, General. But that's what I'm talking about. I agree with you, but that's what I'm talking about. You're making my point. Because of the fact that the coaching staff did not stick to what was going right for them, they went away from what was making them win. And the rotation that they had in the last 3 games that brought them back into it was horrible. It wasn't working for them.
I can agree with that. I don't disagree. But also, in that final game, it was a flop. Paul George fucking flopped. Kawhi Leonard fucking flopped.
But you got to look at.
You can say it was due to them being tired. You can say whatever you want to say. Paul George could not stand up to the line.
I would agree.
Let me add
but you got to look at.
Let me add something to what the general was saying. He's correct. I was just doing this show back then, and I was watching it. General, they had a fucking 15-point lead in Game 5 at halftime, and they never recovered.
How do you fucking blow that?
Gutless. That's what they are. They're gutless. They are the Clippers.
And there wasn't a whole bunch of mix up in the rotation at that particular point in time. You gotta. Okay, so listen. I know a little bit about the game. I've been playing it, and I've been watching it since motherfucking 1977, 78. So I've been around the game. I've been playing it. I don't play. Let me give you a little history real quick, and not to be
before you do it, General, let me say this. Fucking Montez Harrell, who's a young and up-and-coming stud. This motherfucker just went right upstairs to the Lakers offices and signed the deal, telling the Clippers, F you. That tells you how fucking gutless the Clippers are.
No,
and
it's not gutless, man.
And the Clippers really believe, let me finish this. If the Clippers really believe they're going to win with fucking Ty Lue, who was a LeBron flunky, if you think fucking Kawhi and Paul George going to listen to that midget, they're going to do just like Iverson did Game 1 of the finals in 2001. Step right over him.
Habitual line stepper. Come on,
all right,
man.
So just to give you a little background, I done played basketball on every level except the NBA. I played 6'4" and under. I played fucking all Army. I played fucking college basketball, high school, junior high. Every level except I played in the Bundesliga 3 league, which have a lot of pros that come from over there. Matter of fact, the Bundesliga, well, he came from Bundesliga 2 in Germany, Dennis Schroeder. So I played in that league. So I know what I'm talking about. I know basketball. I'm just not up here running my mouth as a fucking Lakers fan. All right? I know how teams operate.
Really, you sure about that?
No, because I speak on all teams. Now, I would have loved to have seen the Clippers-Lakers match off in the finals. That's what I was hoping for. Lakers fans were praying because we were so sick and tired of hearing people talk about the Clippers. That what happened was the Clippers got clipped. They were not ready. They were not prepared. They were not focused. You go up 3-1. This is the first chance that you have in 50 years to get to the Western Conference Finals, and you blow a 3-1 lead, let alone that in Game 5 when you could have closed them out, you blow the motherfucking 15-point lead in the fourth quarter.
But I mean, okay, well, they blew the lead. They blew a 3-1 lead, but damn, I mean, meltdowns happen. You saw LeBron James when his first year with the Miami Heat. Everybody was calling them one of the greatest teams of all time. What happened? You know why? Because the matchup problems that the Dallas Mavericks that year gave the Miami Heat. It was a perfect storm. And I'm telling you, anybody, if you know details in the NBA, in any game, everything is matchup based. Everything. That's why teams are constructed and built differently than other teams.
But
every team is not built the same.
But you're not talking about one and done. If the matchup problems were there from the beginning, it wouldn't have been a 3-1 explosion. It would have been
necessarily.
It would have been 1-1, 2-2.
Not necessarily.
2-3.
Not necessarily.
I didn't say that. We can only speculate at this particular point in time. If the matchup, I've seen great series. I'm telling you, I've seen great series where the matchup problems exist.
Coaches make adjustments. Coaches make adjustments per
and all of that stuff
per possession on a possession basis.
Yes. So what I'm telling you is, if that is the fact, you're up 3-1. In my mind, Doc Rivers is thinking, okay, we can close this series out. There's no need to change anything. There's no need to change anything.
That's why he's in Philly now.
We're up.
No, you crazy. You out of your mind.
We're up. Listen, we're up 3-1. Why do I need to change the rotation? This is game 5 is the closeout game for us.
No.
Why do I need to change anything?
No, you have to have coaches. You're paid to have an alternative to what the opposition is showing.
Right. So the only way
you're paid the big dollars.
So the only way you change something is when game 4, when they lost. The only way you change something, you say, okay, wait a minute, guys, we should have closed out. Now we're up. We're still up 3-1. We're still up 3-2. Okay, guys. Let's close this out now before we get to 3-3 and it goes 7. Let's go ahead on. Now you make your adjustments. But in the beginning, if it's just like boxing. If I'm a boxer and I'm winning on points, and I go 5 out of 10 rounds, I'm winning on points. There's an adjustment. I lose 2-3 rounds. I lose the goddamn 6th, 7th, and 8th round, and I know we're only going 12. And now the fight's getting close. Now my corner got to say, "Hey, guy, listen, you gotta go back to what was working. You change something, or you gotta fix it." So in that case, I don't disagree with you. Doc Rivers probably failed to make adjustments in the lineup. There probably was some infighting. There was some infighting, just like with all teams. There's infighting. The Lakers been over the past 10 years. It was the Showtime circus. The Lakers got a circus. Oh, nobody wants to be caught up in that circus. Everybody was talking shit about my Lakers. At the end of the day, goddamn, they couldn't get it done. There's no excuses. Kawhi Leonard, why didn't you take over the way you did when you was over there? When you was up there in Toronto? Why you didn't take over Kawhi Leonard? Why did you not take over? You're the guy.
No, he didn't quit. He just got that.
Kawhi Leonard.
I forget the guy's name. I forget the guy's name. That defender that Denver has. See, what people are not realizing how deep and how talented a team that Denver squad is, bro.
I know.
They just from 1 through 12, you can put that roster with anybody up against anybody's team. But
I don't think so. I see them a lot, bro. Cause I'm a Blazers fan. They don't match up with the Blazers and Lakers, bro.
Man, please. Well, I disagree. No. They just don't have nobody to match up with LeBron James. That's the problem. But again, 31 other teams, well, with the exception of the Clippers, every other team in the league has that issue. That's just not relative to the Denver Nuggets. Everybody came back with the exception of Kawhi Leonard. Nobody else can match up with LeBron James.
I agree with that.
So at the end of the day, this is what I think would happen. I think Doc Rivers just got out-coached. I think Denver, because if you look at Denver, they have a lot of athletic perimeter players. I think initially when the series started, they tried to match tempo with the Clippers. And I think ultimately that's what got them away from what they like to do. And I think they had an epiphany. They were like, well, obviously we're down 3-1. We have to change we have to alter our approach. What they did was they started to slow the game down. And the Clippers had no answer for Nikola. They allowed him to take the pace of the game away from him. And because they didn't have a player, again, like I said, a natural facilitator, when the game slows down, it just gave him so many problems. And then Paul George
Again,
just,
I do not
he
disagree
disappeared.
with you. Again, I am not disagreeing with you. Again, I'm not disagreeing with you. Again, for the final time, I do not disagree with you. The point of the matter is, in Toronto, what happened? Kawhi Leonard took over.
But it's not like he didn't. But look, see what people.
That's what
see,
great. No.
Hang on.
No. I listen to you give these excuses. That's what great players do. Kawhi Leonard should have said, "Hey, listen, game fucking 5. We got a chance to close out and go to the Western Conference Finals. Give me the goddamn ball and everybody get out of the way."
But that only gets you so far,
Kawhi Leonard.
You can't just take that approach every possession.
Yes, you can.
You can't.
Kawhi Leonard should have said, "Okay, Murray, you came out here in game 5 and you torched us. You won't do that again in game 6. I don't get somebody else."
They had a 15-point lead in game 6.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Somebody else other than
that's
Murray,
the bottom line.
Somebody else other than Murray is going to come
I am
and
telling
beat
you.
us.
See, this is what kills me when they talk about the Toronto team and they give Kawhi Leonard the lion's share of the credit. I think the MVP, the true MVP of that series was Kyle Lowry, because of all the little things that he does that necessarily don't show up in the box score.
Get your ass over there.
His ability to, again, his all-around game, his ability to shoot open threes, his ability to defend, his ability, obviously, to facilitate. That I'm telling you, I think with the year when they beat Golden State, Kyle Lowry was a true MVP of that series. And people are discounting and overlooking that man's contribution. And I'm telling you, that was the missing piece of what a player like him, maybe they didn't necessarily need a player of his caliber. Again, Rajon Rondo would have been perfect. Rajon Rondo, especially him proving that he can hit open shots, that he showed in the finals. Rajon Rondo would have been perfect. That's the player or a player like that with that skill set would have completed that Clippers team, would have completed them.
Anybody want to take bets on the Lakers and looks like it's going to be. I'm looking in the West right now. Denver's good. Blazers are good. Anybody want to take a bet? Lakers or the field?
Don't forget about San Antonio. Don't forget about San Antonio, baby. The Spurs are coming. They're coming.
Lakers are going to run it. They're going to run it again this year.
I know Big Tom's going to say that.
Well, I mean, look at what they've added.
No, I can't argue it.
I mean, really, what have they added that should frighten teams? What have they added?
Big Tom, go ahead. Let them have it.
No, I mean, Matthews is good. I mean, you can't sit there and say Matthews is not a decent player, and what they need to actually bring some type of guard up the floor to generalize and visualize what you need throughout the game. I mean, I know that LeBron James, everything runs through LeBron James, but Matthews is that guy that can actually help you get more points. I mean, then you have Gasol. He's good from the 3-point range as well as inside. Now, I'm not saying he's as good as Howard, as dominant, but he does give you that flexibility more than Howard. And then that comes through Montrezl Harrell that takes over for Howard, which he's more dominant, I think, than Howard is, and he can score more. And then you have Schroeder that if he can score, he definitely can score over 20 per game consistently and get you those points more so than a few of the players that we have on right now. We have 2 rookies that are coming in from Oklahoma State, and then that kid from Michigan. He's Simpson, I think it is. What is his name? Xavier Simpson.
His name is Xavier Simpson from Michigan.
Yeah, that kid. Listen, we are built right now compared to what we were last year and going into this year. We are definitely better from the perimeter and inside. It's gonna take a dominant team to dominate us. We're going to be running the show for 3 to 4 years. He is looking to close this out and be the best Laker, of all time. That's not going to happen. Believe me, it's not. But he's looking for that right now. It's going to happen.
I would say Montrezl Harrell is a solid pickup. But all the rest of them, you look at Schroeder, inconsistent shooter.
I agree.
Okay. Matthews, inconsistent shooter. Okay. Kyle
But he runs the floor good. He runs the floor good. Yeah.
Kyle Kuzma, inconsistent shooter. If you look at LeBron James teams, when LeBron James is best version of himself, he has guys that are spot up shooters. And when I'm looking at the Lakers roster, I'm like, okay, well, where's that consistent perimeter shooting is going to come from? So again, you still have LeBron James as top 3 player in the league. You still have Anthony Davis, as a top 5 player in the league, maybe even top 3. But again, where's the perimeter shooting going to come from? Everything is matchup based.
You're right.
Okay. So with the way that the Lakers are constructed, we have just enough perimeter shooting simply because we do have LeBron and we do have Anthony Davis. KCP will give us enough. Along with Shooter is the decent enough shooter to keep the floor open. Now you brought Marc Gasol out there, who can obviously stretch the floor as a big man and the ability to pass. So we don't necessarily have to have a post up back to the basket player. That's never been Paul Gasol's real strength anyway.
No.
What's up, fella? Hey, Kobe, that nigga. I like the show. Peace out.
Yo. Yeah, okay. I love you.
And we kept Kuzma. So hopefully Kuzma's fucking will improve before the start of the season. I would say over the summer, but hopefully he'll get better. He's in the gym working on his goddamn shot. He's a decent enough player, and they just got to get him a little more burn. So now we brought Montrezl Harrell over there, which gives us what? Defensive toughness up front and rebounding. So the Lakers are going with a bigger version to where other teams simply cannot compete.
I hear you.
Yeah, I got a question.
Look over there in the West, who can compete with the front line that the Lakers have that they've constructed right now?
Well, as we're talking right now, okay, the Clippers are going to make a move at some point. You know it's coming. It's just a matter of when. I will say, this version, what we saw from LeBron James in the finals, LeBron James is just a glitch in the he's just a glitch. I mean, he's been his entire career. Very few teams that he's went up, very few teams have had an answer for him. But, I just look at the Clippers, even with the loss of Montrezl Harrell, I think if they, depending on what moves they make, they just need to get the right pieces that fit with them. Because I think Paul George, again, he came up short, obviously, in the playoffs. But I still think, just like you said, these guys are going to get in the gym. Kyle Kuzma's going to get better. You have to sit here and think that Paul George he's going to sit there and have that same type of motivation going into
the Clippers are done. So I think that they got a clown for a coach who, I'm going to say it again, come July, Kawhi is going to check out like he did against Denver. Paul
Why
George.
Why do you think Tyler was a joke as a coach?
Why? Because when Cleveland, let's just say, lucked out of that championship against Golden State, okay, and he was lucky, and let me just put it this way. Let me put it this way about Lou. What happened to the Cavaliers the following year?
What do you mean?
Wasn't it J.R. Smith who did one of the biggest blunders in sports history in Game 1 of the NBA Finals?
Mm-hmm.
That's on coaching. And what did Ty Lue do after? If he's supposed to be such a great coach, what did he do once LeBron went to LA?
How was that? Hang on. How was that on coaching?
Because the coach should have told these guys, like
you
General was
really,
saying.
You really think in a situation like that, they call a timeout. You really think Ty Lue did not inform his team of exactly what they needed to do?
No,
really
LeBron,
believe that?
LeBron coaches that team. No.
So no, that's not on coach. That's J.R. Smith. He just
Being a
melted down.
knucklehead, which he is.
That's J.R. Smith, and he's got a track record of those type of bonehead plays since he's been in the league. So no, I don't put that on coaching. I think he was well informed.
You gave Paul George $35,450,412. Then you turned around and you're paying him more than you paid Kawhi Leonard, who's getting $34,379.
I see Kawhi
$1,100. You gave Patrick Beverly $13 million.
Patrick Beverly, yeah.
Patrick Beverly is a good player, bro. What do you mean?
Patrick Beverly doesn't bring anything to the game, but
what do you?
Oh, okay. Listen, back in the day, we had what was called specialty players, right? Specialty players.
Specialists. Yeah.
Patrick Beverly is nothing more than a specialist.
Okay, but he's very good. He's very good in his role.
Okay, so obviously not, because goddamn Murray torched their ass in that 3-1 comeback.
Murray does that to everyone,
Where was
bro?
Patrick Beverly
Everybody.
then? Where was
Patrick
Beverly at then?
Listen, he got caught on that rotisserie grill, like a lot of people do when they matched up with Jamal.
You're damn right.
Jamal Murray, bro, is one of the.
If you're a specialist, you got to understand. You got to go out there, and he got to contend with the guards in the West. You got to go out there. You got to fuck with Curry. He gets roasted. He's not that great against Curry. Statistics say it. You got to go out there. You got to go out there, and you got to fuck with Dame. You get roasted.
Who stops them? Name me one defender?
No, it's not about that. So that shows you that that all that hype that used to be there with the 3-and-D guy is not there anymore.
No, I disagree.
He's an offensive liability. He did improve his game, and with the 3-point shots, and he did improve. But he's a liability on the floor when you talk about matchups.
I don't think he should be. I think he's a limited player in terms of his size. I don't think he should be your starting point guard. No, absolutely not. But he is very good in his role. He's a very good player.
I don't disagree.
Generally, for the most part, you know what I mean? He's one of the better perimeter defenders in the NBA.
I don't disagree with anything you just said. But he's a fucking piss poor point guard to run your offense. You can't keep him on the floor. You can only keep him on the floor for a limited amount of time.
I would agree. Like I said.
So that makes his specialty kind of useless, in my opinion.
No, not necessarily.
I didn't against second tier guards. Yeah. Against bench players. Yeah. And all that, who can stop who? It doesn't matter. I didn't say stop, but your job is to be a disruptor. Your job is to keep Steph Curry is going to get 30. Your job is to keep Steph Curry at 20.
But who does? But who does that though? Who does that? Name me.
Nobody.
Name me another player.
You're not listening to the point that I'm trying to make. Hell, nobody can stop Jordan. Nobody can stop Kobe.
Exactly.
Nobody can stop Kareem.
You're talking about him matching up with the elite at that position. Who stops them? Nobody does.
You're not listening to the point. So it kind of makes him irrelevant as a starting point guard in the NBA in the Western Conference. Because you're gonna put him on the bench, and he's only gonna pick up minutes when those elite point guards sub out the game. That's when he becomes that defensive prowess that he has. That's when that becomes a disruption for the other team. He's a spark plug. He's a Benny Johnson he's like Benny Johnson for the Detroit Pistons.
Let me say something. I gotta plug this and then give it right to Ian. Friday night, the greatest rapper, and your favorite rapper of all time, plus some more categories. That's 8:30 Friday night. Saturday night, who's the best? MJ, Kobe, LeBron. That's Saturday night, 10:30 Eastern. Continue, Ian.
Tony Massenberg was the greatest player of all time.
Shut up, Dak.
I would agree in terms of him being, if you want him to be a starter on a championship caliber team, absolutely. But players like him, they have a role in the league, bro. I mean, don't say he's irrelevant. You can't sit up here and say he's irrelevant, or a player like him is irrelevant. Are you kidding me?
He's irrelevant
That's
when
ridiculous.
he's irrelevant when it comes to fucking with the top tier players on the top point
But
guard.
damn, but I'm trying to wait.
He's irrelevant when you put him out there as your starting point guard, and he has to fuck with Dame Dash. He has to fuck with Curry. He has to fuck with LeBron, who plays a lot of point guard. He's irrelevant. He's irrelevant when you put him out there and he got to fuck with James Harden, who's now gone.
But damn, who stops these guys? Who stops them?
It's not about that. You're focused on the wrong shit.
I know what Jerry was trying to say.
You're all over the place.
No. What Jerry was trying to say, EM, is that when you look at Patrick Beverly in a big spot, the media, TNT, they can talk about him all they want.
He's a second-tier point guard at best.
There you go. I was about to say that.
Agree. No, what did I not say?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that you didn't. But
what
I'm trying to show you, but your point to argue, my point was, well, who stops those guys? Nobody.
No.
That makes Patrick Beverly specialty
irrelevant. Yeah,
irrelevant.
No. Don't say irrelevant, bro. That's what I'm addressing. The fact that you said that a player like him with his skill set, what he brings, is irrelevant. That's ridiculous to say that. You need defenders. Defenders in the league, bro.
Let me rephrase the statement. It's irrelevant against the top tier point guards in the West. Now, the bench, the rotating players, like for example, when what's the white boy name we got over there at the Lakers? I like him. With the Devils going ball. What's his name?
Caruso.
There you go. Patrick Beverly. Great matchup for Caruso. Great matchup.
Stop it.
Great matchup.
Pat Beverly has been an all NBA defender, an all NBA defender for a long time, bro.
That's when Patrick Beverly can be at his best. When the Lakers sub out and Caruso takes the floor, Patrick Beverly, you get your ass out there.
You need to stop with this foolishness, bro. That's ridiculous, man. Come on, stop it.
Patrick Beverly couldn't even. If Lou Williams was a starting point guard, I'm gonna give you the truth. Patrick Beverly couldn't even fuck with Lou Williams, who comes off the bench.
No, he couldn't fuck with Lou. No.
I'm waiting.
What?
Patrick
You waiting
Beverly,
on what?
Patrick
What you waiting
Beverly,
on?
Patrick Beverly couldn't even fuck with what's the boy in that Kyle Lowry? Can't touch him. Patrick
who
Beverly,
can stop
so what
Williams?
you're not listening. You're focused on the wrong shit. I'm telling you, he's a second tier.
Yeah, Jerry's right, bro.
He's a great defender, but only against second tier players. You're missing my point.
I'm sorry. I heard your point, and I emphatically disagree with that. I disagree.
Well, he got replaced by the Clippers.
Keep him on the floor. You keep Patrick Beverly on the floor because of his defensive prowess on the floor. You keep him out there just starting point guard, and your chances of fucking going deep in the playoffs.
Point guard draft in the trade.
Your chances of going deep in the playoffs are limited. Keep Patrick. There you go. Keep Patrick Beverly out there. Yep, that's what you do. That's what you do.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'll say it again. I think the Clippers are in big trouble. Because the West has gotten better.
Y'all, I realize y'all wearing your Homer hats. You know,
I'm not a Laker fan.
Everybody Laker fans.
I'm not a Laker fan.
Everybody got their Homer hats on. I understand that.
Oh, no, I don't have my Homer hat on, my brother. It's just that I understand what the journal was saying about Beverly. That's where the Clippers brought in somebody else. But I'm going to go back to what you just said about the Homers. Well, again, as long as I've known the general, I've never, ever seen this man stand up and beat his chest about his Los Angeles Lakers.
He hadn't had a reason to. He hadn't had a reason to until this year.
No, I've always had a reason.
They've been an absolute embarrassment for the last 10 years. What you mean?
And the Clippers haven't?
Nobody's disputing that.
The Spurs
don't say the Spurs.
Spurs haven't?
They won. Their last championship was in 2014, bro. I said 10 years.
Okay,
and also the last
our last championship,
playoffs every year. They done made the playoffs every year, with the exception of last year. This year.
Okay.
So no, they haven't been. No, they haven't.
Okay. All right.
The Lakers are back on top now.
Yep. So now they got 4 more years, and they'll be fucking championshipless.
I have to hear this bullshit from these guys for another 2 or 3 years.
They'll be because the Clippers. I mean, the Spurs ain't doing shit to move towards a championship.
Okay. I hear you. Well, unlike
didn't they
Los Angeles?
Didn't they just move DeMar DeRozan?
He's still there. He's still there.
I thought I just saw something where he was going to Orlando.
I thought
unlike the Los Angeles Lakers, our approach is to draft, develop, and build a team organically, as opposed to going out and just buying a championship.
Okay, you can say what you want to say.
That's our approach.
But that's today's market. Today's market is you go out and you buy your players. You go out and you pay your players.
No, it's not.
That's what's happening.
The Lakers only do that. The Lakers only do that. The Lakers don't. The only reason why the Lakers.
You just made a mistake.
You gonna let me finish?
Fucked up, right?
You gonna let me finish?
Right?
The only reason why the Lakers are able to do that is because of their location. Everybody wants to be out in California. For obvious reason. I'm not knocking them. I'm not knocking them.
Y'all always jump to the bullshit. Y'all always jump.
They can't develop. They can't. They can't draft. They can't draft. They can't develop players the right way. That's why they have to go out and throw all this and be the big spenders of free agency every single year.
It works.
Name me one player last 20 years they developed. They drafted and developed, and they turned out to be something.
It works.
Always.
It works.
Always.
Always. I can't. Magic.
I said 20. I said 20 years.
So you have Ingram. He did well on the team, and
is he on that team now?
I know. Hold on. I agree with you.
This is what they like to. I don't disagree with you, but what I'm telling you is the way the league operates now is you buy your players. You go out and you spend the money to get players. A la Kawhi Leonard when he went to fucking left San Antonio and went to goddamn me up there across the border to play in Canada.
And I think we can all agree if Kawhi Leonard had left San Antonio, San Antonio would be right there where
LeBron James left Cleveland. See, you just want to filibuster now.
That's true.
LeBron James left Cleveland and went to Miami. So did Chris Bosh. He left from up there in Toronto and went to Miami to win a championship. This is the way the league is going since that started.
No, it's not.
It's changed, General.
Only the Lakers do that. Only the Lakers do that.
Where has it changed, Mace?
When the Warriors won with homegrown players. That's when it changed.
With the last 2 dynasties were built organically. The Spurs and the
Warriors. See, let's stop with this dynasty shit right there. Let me stop.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what do you know how you become a dynasty?
You win multiple. You win 5 championships. That's how you become a dynasty.
Antonio looked damn good.
You win 5
championships within a decade. Within a decade.
We did it in 3.
Within a decade. You win 5 championships within a decade. That means 10 years, over a 10-year span.
No, I disagree.
I think the way the Spurs
you only disagree because you want to put the Spurs in there as a dynasty.
This is the definition of a dynasty, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. This is the if you get your Webster's dictionary out and you look up the definition of dynasty, the Spurs name would be sitting right next to it. Why? Because they got 5 championships in 3 different decades and missed the play. They went to the playoffs 19 years.
It's not a
19. That's the definition of a freaking dynasty.
It's not a dynasty.
Calm down, bro. I'm on your side with this one. EM, calm down, brother.
It's not a dynasty.
EM, calm down. I got your back on this
Stop
one.
it with this foolishness.
Calm down.
You need to
I
stop.
got you, big man. Calm down and raise your blood pressure, bro. Relax, EM. I got your back with.
That's not a dynasty, bro.
I'm sorry.
not considered
The
a
San Antonio
dynasty in the
Spurs
NBA.
winning 5 titles in 15 years, bro. That's a fucking dynasty.
That's
man.
not a dynasty. Would y'all stop that shit?
That's
The general, I hate to break it to you, bro.
Oh my fucking God. Let me go ahead on and prove my fucking point.
And they
Y'all
won
killing
3
me,
titles in 7 years.
Y'all killing me. That's not a dynasty, man.
Oh, okay. I know Kobe and Shaq.
Wait.
I know Kobe and Shaq.
Hang on. In a 20-year span, a team had a winning percentage of 72% that won 5 championships in 3 different decades, and you tell me that's not the definition of a dynasty?
Oh, yes, it is. And they had the best player in the sport. And they had the best player in the sport. They had the best player in the sport. And I'll go further with San Antonio.
Man, y'all fucking.
You could, hey, hold up. General, don't get mad, because your Shaq and Kobe teams were a dynasty too. You won 3 in a row. But San Antonio.
That's not what it means, man.
I'm waiting on your rebuttal.
EM, calm down, big boy. Calm down. I'm on your side. That's all that matters. I got your back, bro. Relax. I got you.
I get a little animated. We all know.
I know. Hey, look. Here's the bottom line. General, give me a second. Here's the bottom line. San Antonio, because I said this the other night, because they're boring to people, which is bullshit. They just play great team basketball, well coached. Duncan was the star with Ginobili and Parker, but they didn't excite the masses in America. Well, you know what?
I agree.
Duncan's already in the Hall of Fame. Parker and Ginobili will be there too in a matter of time. Okay? Other than Shaq and Kobe, you think Rick Fox is getting to the Hall of Fame with those Laker teams? General?
What?
You think Rick Fox is getting to the Hall of Fame from those Laker teams with Shaq and Kobe?
Oh, he should.
Yes.
Oh, come on, please.
My God.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. No. I will say this. I think the one player that is so underrated by the national media, but this guy was so clutch for the Rockets, the Lakers, and the Spurs. Part of their dynasties, especially the Lakers and the Spurs, I might add. Robert Horry should have been in the Hall of Fame, bro. 7 fucking rings.
Well, that in spirit, I agree with you, but he just don't have the individual numbers to justify putting him in.
I just remember Game 5 in Detroit. Rasheed Wallace 5 years earlier on Memorial Day left Sean Elliott open after they inbounds the basketball. Remember, I'm a Blazers fan. Remember this shit like it happened 5 minutes ago. Changed the fortunes of 2 franchises. The Spurs wanted to be dynastic. The Blazers went to the toilet. How the fuck do Rasheed Wallace again leave Robert Horry after the inbounds pass open to take the game-winning 3? Point is Robert Horry is so fucking clutch.
Mace, I just don't understand how somebody can sit up here with a straight face and say that a team, a 20-year span, that's like saying to be honest with you, that's the equivalent of saying the Patriots are not a dynasty.
Get some people up here now.
A 20-year span, 20 years now, you are winning 72% of your games.
Yes.
You have 5 championships, and you made the playoffs 19 out of those 20 years.
And I hold.
How in the world can you sit up here with a straight face and claim you know the game, the level that you claim you do? Sit up here and say that's not the definition of a dynasty.
I hold Popovich responsible.
A dynasty, to be considered a dynasty, means that you have to win 5 championships within a 10-year span.
That's your definition.
No,
this is true. General, that's
3 within 4 or 3 within.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Somebody just put a definition in the private chat.
Right.
It says this: in order to be considered a dynasty, a team is usually required to win at least 2 titles over a short period of time. In this day and age, dynasties are becoming increasingly rare. The Dolphins are not a dynasty. The Dolphins They
excuse me.
Hold on for a second. Hold on, Mace. I got it. Hold on.
I got this. Excuse me. 3 Super Bowls in a row,
are not
undefeated after losing Super Bowl 6, Super Bowl 8 dominated the so-called purple people eaters, and it wasn't for some bullshit rules when they had the second best record in the league in 1974, and they had to go to fucking Oakland. Oakland only won because they got lucky on a fucking sea of hands catch. Are you kidding me?
That was a great. So all right. So let me stand corrected. The Dolphins were a dynasty 50 years ago, but so were the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, but here's the
50 years ago.
Hold on.
Ago.
Yeah, the Super Bowl era. That's what people count. Lombardi had it first. Shula had it second. Chuck Noll third. Okay, and then the Niners.
Yeah, so the Dolphins aren't a dynasty.
Good night, Beasley. Beasley, good night, bro.
What 50 years ago? We're talking about now. Hold on. You guys were talking this Dolphins being a dynasty.
You want to say
Who said the Dolphins? Nobody mentioned the Dolphins. We were talking about the San Antonio Spurs.
Last week, you guys.
That was last week, Beasley.
But let me finish my sentence. You guys were talking about the Dolphins being a dynasty. I'm sitting here listening to this. I was like, okay, they're Dolphin fans. I said, first you got to win a title. You don't even win the game the upcoming Sunday.
We will win 3 of the next 4 Super Bowls beginning in 2022.
Well, we'll see.
And if Dwayne was up here, he said he believes that when the dynasty begins next year.
Football fans are eternally optimistic. You have to be. You know, if you're any type of fan, you're always optimistic.
Beasley, I know you fucking with me. That's why
I'm not fucking with you. They're not a dynasty. They were a great.
They haven't started yet, Beasley. Give them time. 2020.
When they had Bob Greasy.
That was then. We're talking now. Give them time.
Right now, they are not a dynasty.
They haven't started yet. Bees,
they're
relax.
Barely a 500 team.
Bees, relax. They haven't started yet.
Yeah, I mean, what? You can't just throw the turnaround dynasty.
Come to me next summer when I'm gonna be preaching dynasty in here every day.
I don't know where this Dolphins dynasty talk come from. We were talking about the Spurs.
It's coming from me. It's coming from. They tired of me talking about it every day.
No, I heard them talk about a dynasty.
Me and Dwayne. That's what it is. Me and Dwayne.
Yeah,
Dwayne. EM. You have to hear Elaine. I mean,
hey, BC,
Dwayne lately, bro.
You gotta let a team that's only they've won 5 championships. Okay. They're a dynasty. I got it. 5 over 20 years. That's a dynasty. All right.
No, that's a
dynasty. 5 over 15, General. 5 over 15.
That's a
the Dolphins have
3 and 7, General. 3 and 7.
The Dolphins have 5 Super Bowl championships.
No.
We're talking about the Spurs.
We're talking about the Spurs.
We're not talking about the Dolphins.
Man, why you guys in the conversation in the wrong?
Because you came in about the Dolphins. Everybody else is talking about Spurs.
Maybe because I'm looking at that Dolphin.
We're talking Spurs. We're talking Spurs Lakers of the 2000s. That's what we're talking about, Beasley.
Now you tell me.
Yeah, we're not talking football.
Oh, shit.
I love you, man. Just stay your ass up here.
My bad.
Just stay your ass up here, man.
My bad. You
Just
always
stay
talk
and listen
about
to the general. Stay and listen to your man, the general, man. Hey, General, keep preaching about your Lakers, bro.
Yeah,
General, keep talking about your Lakers.
Hold on. You can't take anything away from San Antonio. It seemed like every year the Lakers didn't win it. They did. But when it comes to head-to-head, the Lakers take it to San Antonio. They take it to San Antonio on the regular.
I disagree with that.
I don't think San Antonio's ever beat.
1999, the Spurs swept the Lakers and closed out the Forum.
2003 as well. 2003 they swept them. They swept them in 2003 as well.
2002.
All right, I don't think they've done it within the past 15 years.
But damn, what has the Lakers done in the last 15 years?
Calm down, big horse. Calm down. Calm down, big horse. Calm down, baby. Don't get your blood pressure up.
Right.
Relax.
Last time I checked, the Lakers are the National Basketball Association champions.
Enjoy it.
Last year, this year, but I'm talking about before that. It was a 10-year drought. A 10-year drought where they were a dumpster fire. They were an embarrassment.
The dynasty.
No, you know what?
The new dynasty begins now.
Okay,
Now.
you got that. You got that.
Now.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely
Bringing
right.
home the chip.
Legion.
I hear you.
Yo, what's up, man?
It's NBA, bro. This is your world.
Right.
Go ahead, bro.
The Spurs.
The Lakers aren't win next year. Let's
The
stop.
Spurs dynasty has happened. Their dynasty is over. This is a new dynasty era.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
period.
I listen. Don't count the chickens for the hatch, bro.
No,
the season hasn't started yet.
The Spurs made the playoffs this past season, didn't they?
No, this year was the only year in the last 20 years.
Okay.
You know, there's no answer for Anthony Davis.
And I will say this: if Kawhi Leonard, I believe this 100%. If Kawhi Leonard had, wanted to leave San Antonio probably would have 2 other championships to throw on top of that 5.
Very true.
I agree with that.
We have more room over here.
But
we have more room over here. Lakers squad, we have more room over here. You can come over to our side, to the dark side.
All right, go ahead, Legion.
I detest the Lakers, bro. I look at the Lakers. When I do too.
I can't stand them myself, bro.
When I see the Lakers, I see the Patriots. When I see the Lakers, I see the Cowboys. Those are the 3 teams that I absolutely detest as far as professional franchises.
Right.
Go ahead, bro. It's all yours.
That's why.
I was just gonna say I agree with Beasley, the crazy guy, about AD. If you saw him in the playoffs, he was uber dominant. People want to give the MVP to LeBron, but I watched every game. I covered every game. AD was the uber dominant player in that game, in that series, or in that whole playoffs. But I will say, it's not just LeBron and AD. They play a ridiculously good zone defense, man. I mean, I know that sounds boring as hell. But if you watch that team, I would love to see them go against the Warriors because I don't think the Warriors got an answer for them. But
you
lost Clay. I like Kelly Oubre, and Kelly Oubre ain't no Klay Thompson. And the Warriors.
I agree.
The Warriors seem as. Let's be honest, guys. I like the Splash. I'm a Knicks fan, but I respect the Splash Brothers. Have we seen a zone defense where you basically? I mean, they lost Dwight Howard, which might hurt them, but they have Harrell now, right? A zone defense that basically stifled every team's perimeter players. Like they were uber dominant. Like they shut down almost every team's consistently. Not every game, right? But
there's no team in the NBA that can consistently shoot threes like the Warriors can.
I was gonna say if Klay Thompson hadn't gotten hurt. You say you want to see them play zone defense against the Warriors the way they move the basketball? Are you serious? You don't. No. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that.
A lot of the Warriors.
You don't want to see that.
What man defense, right? That's why they ran the elevated plays. That's why they're so successful because you have to account for both play because a lot of teams played straight up man against them. Again, you're talking about a zone defense. Now, again, they lost Rondo, which I think hurt them because they underestimate.
The Lakers lost Rondo too?
Yeah.
He's with the Hawks.
It's like they changed in their whole team except for AD and LeBron.
Yeah.
Teams don't normally do that after winning a championship.
Did KCP leave now, right?
He's a free agent. He's still out.
No, he stayed. He's staying.
So he signed a 3-year contract with Lakers, like $42 million.
Yeah.
Actually, they actually might suffer because you think about it. Like Rondo was a huge plus to that team.
He's a great player.
Great player.
They don't have Avery Bradley. Well, they lost him too.
I mean, he played I think he averaged about 20 minutes a night, but they might actually fall. Actually, I take that back. The Warriors might have a chance against them this year.
What?
No. I think if Klay Thompson hadn't got that's a huge blow to
it's a devastating blow. The franchise changer.
No, if Klay Thompson hadn't gotten hurt, I was terrified of this Warriors team resurfacing.
Yeah. Yep.
I was terrified. I think that pick, that center they got, I think he's ideal for what. Oh yeah, I think the player they got in the draft, I think he's ideal. I can't recall his name right now.
If he can play and make himself a presence down low, he's gonna open up the shooting lane. He's gonna open up the shooting.
If you are not,
they never really had center, like they always have rim protectors, right? They had Bogut, they had David Lee, they had those type of this one. They have to build from the. I guess they're gonna build from the inside out. So he has to be an excellent passer from the post. That remains to be seen because Oubre and Steph Curry don't got the chemistry that Steph Curry had with Klay Thompson. Not yet. But Oubre's a good player. Wiggins can't shoot still, but he's a good slasher. So they're gonna. I mean, they're gonna have to widen. He's gonna have to take a big chunk of that offense.
But see, if you look at the players they brought in, Oubre, this kid, I don't know why I can't remember his name. The kid they drafted at number 2 overall, and Wiggins. Now again, if Klay Thompson hadn't gotten hurt, if you look at the way this team is constructed, this is exactly the team athletically that they were the first time they beat Cleveland. You remember Harrison Barnes, long, athletic, rangy guy, good defender.
Fair enough. They had
Barbosa coming off the bench. They had what's that? What Childress was his last name? I don't know why.
No. You talking about Sean Livingston.
Livingston, yeah. Why do I want to always call him Childress? Livingston as well. 3 athletic perimeter guys, in addition to Klay Thompson. Okay, people always get caught up in their ability to shoot, but I'm talking about them the very first time they won. They were a very good defensive team, and the players that they brought in with Wiggins, with Oubre, and Klay Thompson got hurt, but I was going to say in addition to Klay Thompson, because we know how good of a perimeter defender he is. This team is constructed just like that team when they beat when they beat Cleveland the first time. But with the player they got in the draft, I'm not looking for him to come in and be a 20-point per game guy. I don't think they're gonna rely on him in that way. He's athletic. He can guard positions 1 through 5. Crazy athleticism. Protect the rim. You know what I mean?
Which what they lack.
Yeah, the center they drafted.
Where do they pick him out of? He got a Europe. Where's he out of again?
No, he's out of Memphis.
He's only for like 3
games. One and done.
Yeah.
Well, he got suspended, right?
Well, we'll see what he's made of.
Well, I'm just saying.
You gotta have some heart to bang bodies with them dudes.
That's right.
That's true.
And you gotta have some leverage, and they'll intimidate you. You know, they'll intimidate you and push you around. We'll see if he'll be able to hold his ground.
Well, I think this kid's upside. I think he can move. I mean, he's a 7-foot guy. 7 foot with a 7'6" wingspan. Crazy hops, crazy vertical leap. Can move, and he can actually guard positions 1 through 5. Can move laterally like that. That's what they need. Well, I would say let's say 3 through 5 then. He is a player long like that, rangy like that. All he has to do is protect the rim. And again, how they move the basketball. You know how well they move the basketball. Again, this is before Klay Thompson got hurt, but it's devastating.
Patrick has a question on the West, though. Do y'all think the Nuggets got a chance to take the West?
No. They don't have an answer for LeBron James. No.
Yeah,
only way I see
they're gonna suffer because Caruso ain't gonna carry the load that KCP had. And Rondo, I know people underestimate him, but Rondo was I'm not even just talking about the 3s he made. I don't know where he found a 3-point shot. But in defense and the facilitating, like bro, he uber levels of
basketball knowledge, and one thing that he doesn't do, you don't see him making too many mistakes, too many turnovers. He's a solid player.
More than solid.
He's a solid player.
He's the next best point guard.
And you know who's another solid player that you were just talking about, who's all fundamentals? And Klay Thompson.
Oh, what?
Whenever they're in trouble and throwing the ball away, or shoot a couple of jump shots that are just like way off, they give the ball to Klay. And he slows it down and makes a good decision, a good pass, or he makes the shot himself. So yeah, they're and Achilles is major. It's gonna affect his career.
Actually, Draymond Green is their facilitator. That's the guy that he's the one.
He's very, very important. I forgot all about him. He's very important.
He's the glue. He's the glue of that team.
If he can motivate the rookie because I mean Draymond Green's an emotional dude. He gets down on players. He ran Durant's liver lily ass off. I guess I don't know how you let that happen to you. But no, if he can motivate that young dude, they're gonna be something to deal with. As long as you got a Steph Curry in the team with some support, they're gonna be trouble. And I think anybody can play guard with them. They're not going to be as good as Clay.
Well, Steph Curry got to stay healthy too, man. He's been injury prone. He's been injury prone to start his career, and now I guess near the end of his career, he's been very injury prone, man.
Plays a lot of games, puts in a lot of minutes.
Beasley, you just made an excellent analogy. Anyone could play shooting guard for the Warriors when healthy. The problem is that player is not going to be Klay Thompson. You make an excellent.
No, he's they were going to trade him when Jerry West was there, and Jerry West said, "If you trade him, I'm quitting."
Oh yeah, we're going to keep Monte. The sign between him and Monte Ellis. Yeah.
Yeah, he said, "If you trade him, he said this is the future."
Yeah,
it's just this the future. He's that good.
I want to Steph Curry since Davis, man. I ain't gonna lie, we were one pick away from him, man. Fucking
Steph Curry played way better than what he's expected.
Fact. And early in his young career, he was always hurt. Always hurt.
Always hurt. Yes, he was.
Because he was 14. He just looked like he was 14. Hi, I'm Steph. I'm 12. How old are you? 12. What are you doing in the NBA?
You cold, man. You fucked up, man.
I guess. How old are you? I'm 11. I'm 12. Give me the ball. I can shoot.
Oh, man.
So who's taking out the East?
Who? Say that?
Who's taking it out the East?
Not the Knicks.
All right. BZ, come on, bro. I thought we were cool. Like, chill, bro.
Come on. You can't be like that.
You gotta chill, man.
That's a personal attack. Come on. It's a
I'll fuck with you, man.
Personal. It's not.
My Knicks ain't winning for years, bro.
I'm not attacking your politics. They were a dynasty before, back when the Dolphins were a dynasty. Right around the
Hold on.
Yes, they were.
When?
70 to 75, baby.
Only won 2 championships. It's not a dynasty, sir.
Yes, it is.
That's not a dynasty.
According to
the
definition of dynasties, two championships.
Isn't it 3 or 5 years?
How many teams won 3 Super Bowls in a row? How many teams have won 3 Super Bowls in a row, Legion?
No. I didn't say in a row. I said 3 and I think it's 3 and 5 or 3 and 7. I can't remember what.
They call it. They got a definition up there. Somebody put a definition in a private chat and said 2.
I did that, Beasley. Yeah. But that's
a loose step. But at least it gives you a guideline of what a dynasty is.
Right. Exactly. Right, Beasley. All it is a guideline. Anybody, right. I could put a guideline up and sit there and say you should win 3 championships within 10 years. And as long as you're consistent and you're dominant within those 10 years and win 3 titles, that's a dynasty.
10 years, 3 and 5 is dynasty.
3 and well, okay, put 3 and 5 plus being dominant within the league for 10 years, then that's a dynasty.
To me, a dynasty has to at least repeat. You got to be like that team.
Beasley, you do know that they were voted the greatest team of all time. You do know it, right?
They were 17-0. I remember that team.
Beasley, you do know that off that team, they had the second greatest receiver of all time. They had the greatest fullback of all time,
Larry Shankar.
They had 2 of the greatest offensive guards of all time.
Larry Little and I don't know who the other one was. Jim
Langer.
In the 70s,
they were good. They were a good team. They beat.
I
was a kid then. I was a Redskins fan. I remember that.
In the 70s, boys, you're not going to see 3 teams that you'll ever see have 3 different dynasties as the Steelers, the Cowboys, and the Dolphins. That 70s team all the way for that 10-year period. You're not going to see that ever again. It's not going to happen.
No. If you want me to get started with Miami, I can do it.
Yeah, let's get started. I don't know what this dynasty.
No, they were talking dynasty last.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you guys. I'll do that.
They were serious. They were serious. Dolphin fans.
I'm not gonna bore you.
Dolphin fans. See, one of them ran. He's like, "Oh no, they're on to me."
Shut up.
They're on to me.
Shut up. I'll get this guy. Let me see who dropped.
You cooked the Dolphin fan. The Dolphin fan.
Oh, EM. Okay.
No, those Dolphins were good. They were damn good. They were 17-0. I remember them. They were good with Dan Marino too. They were exciting with Dan Marino.
They were very good with Dan Marino. They
Yeah,
just drafted Dan Marino. Dumbass.
with them little receivers, Duper and the other dude. What's the other dude's name?
Clayton.
Mark Clayton.
Yeah, man. That's
Reds should have drafted him, man. Drafted Ken O'Brien, who was not bad, but not Dan Marino.
he lost the Super Bowl though.
Yeah, they lost 2 Super Bowls. The first one was to the Redskins when Riggins ran. And the second one was the Niners. They're so good. EM, thank you for coming, buddy. Enjoy your Thanksgiving tomorrow, bro. Thank you for being up here, man.
Poor Riggins. He's probably somewhere with CTE drooling and shit right now.
No, he's not. No, he's doing. They banned him from Redskins because he bashed Daniel Snyder, the owner, every time he gets a chance.
Yeah, that means he didn't get a job. He didn't get a job with the. That mean seriously. That usually the dudes that bang on the organization after they're gone are the ones that didn't get a nice little cushy job somewhere.
Well, it's kind of true. That's
Yeah, but shit, you need to bang on him. Shit, he's had all the money in the world, hasn't been afraid to spend money, and hasn't got a championship. He's had a team for 20 years. Hasn't even gotten close.
Well, I'm going to say this right now for the record. And Big Time will support me with this statement. There's going to be a new dynasty in Miami in 2 years. And
my God.
And enjoy it with me and Big Time and Dwayne and EM and Insanity. And
y'all can join at any point in time if you want to ride the bandwagon, because that's all y'all are bandwagoners. You keep on coming to the show, baby.
This guy now you talking dynasty. You just talking about
Miami's a democratically run city with a lot of crime.
Yo, Beasley, fuck you, man.
Every city is run by the Democrats.
This dude does not forget shit. Yo, Beasley, you ain't about shit, man. Yo, this guy, man.
He cleaned it up. That's light fucking with people. It's a sports.
Yo, this guy Beasley does not forget, man. Holy shit.
You cleaned it up though.
I'm a Jets fan, man. I hate the Dolphins, man. I never like the Dolphins, man. I actually hate the Patriots, man. The Dolphins are really.
I don't like the Patriots.
I fucking hate the Patriots. Fuck the Patriots.
They jinxed the Raiders for like 15, 16, 17 years. That was some bullshit that called in the snow.
Oh, Beezy, I know you're asking questions, right? Do you think they cheated against the Rams?
With inflating the ball?
No.
The spot with the cameras. Yes, I do. They definitely no. Patriots cheated last year. They was caught red-handed against the 2-14 Bengals.
Come on, you really believe that though? That was
some bullshit. Yeah, that's. I mean, I guess what were they doing? Something with the cameras or something?
Yes, they were filming them. Yeah.
Man, they wasn't cheating, man. They were testing that new Zoom 7, man.
The Germans take care, bro.
DJ Kuda told them about it. They got the new microphone.
Patriots about microphone, man.
I think that's minor cheating, but they do seem to deflating the ball. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that was against the Colts.
That's a big deal. That other shit they did before, I can't remember it.
Well, the Rams, right? They got caught with. Well, they got accused by like the Rams because they said, guys like Marshall Faulk were like, "Yo, we ran plays that we only they knew plays that we only ran like during that like certain practices, And it's like there's no way they could have known that because we didn't run it all season. And it's like they only how the hell they knew they basically shut them down. They shut down the Rams. And remember, the Rams had a better offense that season than the year they won the Super Bowl. That offense did better in their second season or the second.
Yeah, but the running back was hurt and he wasn't playing well. He's part of the.
Oh, Marshall Faulk?
No. The running back for the Rams this time around, the one they traded. I can't think of his name for some reason.
Who? Bus?
The great player, the good player.
Ron Bettis.
No. Current. But he's not on the team anymore.
Todd Gurley.
Yeah, Gurley.
Oh no, I'm talking about I'm talking about the first.
You're talking about 1999, 2000. That was an exciting team. That was an exciting team. That was the most potent offense I've seen in the NFL.
The second year they were more potent, and freaking Marshall Faulk was like, there's no way they could have known the plays that we were running because we only ran it during that Super Bowl run through. So he was just like, it just didn't make sense how they were so good defensively against us. Come on. I don't know.
They were so the fuck you should say, but they were so good. They were so good, and Kurt Warner was so on target, and the receivers were so fast that even if you knew what they were running, you couldn't stop it.
Wait till I say this. Can that Ram team score on this Dolphin defense?
Yes.
No, they can't. They'll be shut down just like the team went 3 weeks ago.
Oh, come on.
They'll be lucky to get in the end zone. They'll be lucky to get in the end zone.
Got you lucky to make the playoffs.
The defense Miami has right now is going to be upper echelon with the great defenses of all time.
Oh my gosh, man. This guy Mace.
Big Tom, you with me, buddy?
This guy, you switched up so quickly. This dude was bashing Tua a few weeks ago, like, yo.
I leave Tua alone because I know he's a game man.
Okay. Now he's gay.
No, he said game manager.
Gamer.
I want my time.
Sure, I swear he said you leave him alone because he's a gay man and he doesn't want the LGBT channel.
Let me get back to the 99, 2002 Rams against this Dolphin defense. They'll be lucky to score a touchdown on our defense.
Well, we'll see.
If Mahomes is going to find this out in 2 weeks, right? Good time.
Mason's talking shit now against the Chiefs?
Talking big shit.
Oh, shit.
Big time, you with me with this one, though?
This guy Mace really got balls, man. This dude,
he needs to score for this one.
I don't know if we're going to beat the Chiefs. Now y'all going to beat the Chiefs?
I didn't say that.
Mace, you feeling yourself, man. I'm telling you, bro. You got to chill out, man. Y'all about to get mollywopped by those Chiefs, man.
I know we are, bro. I'm just having some fun.
I know, I'm joking. But I know you feel yourself, man. I'm just saying, man, yo.
No.
You're going to wake up. You're going to wake up against you.
No. Lisa, Nick, you know what? I'm going to be real with you because basketball is your forte. I said this to a gorgeous woman at my clinic on Monday. On Sunday, she was taken aback by it. I'm going to say it to all you guys. And I'm dead serious about this. If the Blazers do not win it this year, I'll be very, very disappointed.
They won't, so you're going to be disappointed. You're going to be very disappointed.
This is their best team in 20 years.
You're going to be very disappointed. I'm just trying to help you out. You're going to be very disappointed. Sorry to let you down, man. You're going to be very disappointed.
I'll be taking bets next month.
I'm just trying to help you out. The Blazers, they're going to break up that team soon, man. McCollum and Dame, as fun as they are to watch, that's not a winning formula, man. That's just not a winning formula, bro. Like, and I love Dame's game. It's fun to watch, but I think he's trying to chase the ghost of Steph Curry way too much. Way too much. Now he's doing Dame time way too much. In the Lakers game 1, they only won that game. But, he was trying to pull Dame time like every time down the court, and they almost lost because he's doing that in the second or third quarter. It's like, dog, that's not basketball, man. It's cute to see. It's cool when you need to do it, but, Dame to me, man, I don't know. And McCollum, I think he's a solid player, but I don't think
that's a damn good player. The only problem is the West is stacked at his position for All-Star.
That's just way too stacked, bro. Way too stacked.
He averages 24 a game, bro.
If you guys ever see the Lakers, you guys aren't winning. Like, you better hope you never see the Lakers in the playoffs if someone takes them out. Maybe you might have a chance against Utah or I don't know about the Nuggets, but you have a better chance against the Nuggets than you do the Lakers. Because, you guys with size, playing against size, man, you guys struggle, bro. You guys struggle. I know you guys drafted who'd you guys just not Sadiq Bey.
We didn't have a draft, bro. We took a kid in the second round. Pac-Man knows who he is.
Oh, hold on. The Blazers signed somebody.
They signed a couple of guys, bro. They had a good
wing player. You guys signed a wing. Why can't I remember? It wasn't Carmelo said I think he's open to coming back.
Carmelo went back.
But you guys brought somebody else. I think a wing player, a wing shooter. I can't
we got Covington from the Rockets.
Covington, thank you. Robert Covington. Who's like one of the better.
What do y'all think about Hayward going to Charlotte? Is it Charlotte, right?
He's a loser. Let him go there.
Oh shit! Well, Michael Jordan's a terrible GM.
Yeah, he's not very good.
The only thing I'll say about this though, because Gordon Hayward wants to play, he still thinks he's like he still thinks he's the Gordon Hayward that left when he first left the Utah Jazz, who was like one of the better shooting guards in the game. And those two brutal injuries are kind of slowing him down. But he still thinks he's number one. Now, I will say this: if LaMelo Ball is as good as advertised if he's as good as advertised facilitating, that could be a solid team because you have a space shooter in Gordon Hayward, you got PJ Washington, you got Graham, the kid, the sophomore last year who came alive, was a sniper.
All three of you come up. Let's go, boys.
I don't know how Terry Rozier went for that team though. That's weird. I don't know how he really fits.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hayward. I mean, not to sit there and say you're not right, Legion. That those injuries didn't affect him, but I think Hayward had the same issue as Love did when he went to Cleveland. When you look at what they both could accomplish on those separate teams and then goes to another team, I don't know if they really utilized them to their capability at all. Well, of course, he was playing with LeBron compared to Hayward, but there was a lot going on with that Celtics team where I don't know where Hayward could fit in. I don't know if he knew where he could fit in.
You know who messed him up, bro? I think it was the emergence of Jaylen Brown as a viable second option.
Yeah, he was good, wasn't he? Yeah.
He messed up because remember when they drafted him from Cal, he wasn't supposed to be a good shooter. He's supposed to be more like a project, and they basically had the curse of like the embarrassment of riches, right? All those draft picks drafted all these really good young players, or those two young players, in Tatum and Brown, and then you sign Gordon Hayward, where it's like, all right, what the hell do you do now? Gordon Hayward was literally one of the best shooting guards when he came out of Utah, right? Yeah. Sniper, could slash to the basket now, mid range, everything, and then you bring him in with Jason Tatum, who is turned into a young Kobe, and then Jaylen Brown, who's supposed to be the slash athletic guy that no one really knows what to do with, and now this guy, what is he averaged? He averaged 20 points last year, I think 48% from the field and 38% from three. Like, dogs, that's stupid. That is stupid efficient. That's great. So and remember last year they tried to force him in the playoffs. Remember he came from the injury. They're trying to force him. He just didn't fit. And then he had Kyrie. You didn't have a lead on that team, and everybody's just out for theirs. So he's going to I don't know. He's going to the Hornets. They're going to feature him, but he ain't going to be the same. But if LaMelo is as good as advertised facilitating, he's going to get a lot of open looks shooting, man.
NBA fan, why don't you come on up, bro? NBA fan, come up. Jefferson, get your ass up here. Church, get your ass up here.
Tack, how do you feel about Melo in Charlotte?
Yo, salute, Tack. What up?
Melo, he's in Portland, bro.
Well, I mean, that's what I meant.
Oh, that Melo. Okay, when I think Melo, I think Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, the young Melo Ball. Tack.
Yeah, we gotta put some respect on Carmelo's name, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I know, I'm joking.
Yeah. NBA fan, why don't you come up and tell us why Gordon Hayward would be an all-star in Charlotte? I want to hear this. Come on up, kid.
I'm not going to probably disagree with him on that as long as he can get back to his old self. I mean, I think that he was.
The team is abysmal. They're going to be 20-62.
I'm not sitting there saying that they're going to be a great team. I'm just saying that if he can get back to his old self, he'll do something there. It's just a question of if he can get over that hump. It's going to be tough for him, but I mean, we'll see. He definitely has a talent. There's no doubt about it.
I'm telling you, if LaMelo is as good as advertised facilitating, drive to the basket, kick out, dribble drive, kick out to the perimeter. Right, Gordon Hayward may not look like he did, like slashing wise, and you know what I mean. But he's a good player passing. He can also do that. No one talks about it, and he can shoot. As long as he shoots well, he can average 20 points a game, shooting like 5 threes a game, bro. Like,
I like Gordon Hayward, but he's damaged goods, bro. And how the hell do you leave a great situation in Utah, go to a great situation in Boston, and then go to a fucking abysmal situation?
I don't call a great situation in Boston, because when he went there, they already had a decent team. I don't think he really fit in very well there. And just like Legion and Nick said, Legion just said, Jaylen Brown took over that situation. So when NBA fans says he was the third option, Brown took over that third option after that. By the way,
Don't Smoke Rocks, what's up, buddy? I didn't forget you. I see you up in the chat room. I'm waiting for NBA fan to come up here and explain Gordon Hayward to us. Gordon Hayward. I'm dying for him to come up here and explain that. Tack man, bro.
Yeah.
Big Time wants to know what you think of Ball in Charlotte. How good he'll be.
Ball
with Hayward.
With Hayward, I think that will absolutely take so much pressure off LaMelo. Well, let's put it this way: LaMelo, he's an aqua jump shot, so we all know he can hit with a lick. His defense is a suspect. So, but he's a pure point guard. So his job is to spread the ball, make the other players better, and not to mention Gordon Hayward is not the most athletic player, but what he's known for throughout his career.
Shooting.
His shot selection, he's a slasher, he's a great shooter. He can put up 50% field goal in the mid-range, 40+% beyond the arc, 90% free throw. They're not expecting him to be averaging 30 points like Allen Iverson. They just expect him to be a good teammate, because since he's the underrated passer at that position, so they're just asking him to be put up 20+ points like what Kemba Walker did back in his day in Charlotte. So this was I know it's overpriced, but at the same time, this was the right signing if you really think about it So I think Charlotte's heading in the right direction, and it's going to take a lot of pressure off Ramelo overall.
Now, what did they do with Graham, though? Because Graham emerged last year, but he's not he's more of like a scoring guard, but he's like 6'1", right? And then you also got Terry Rozier. What the hell are they going to do with Rozier?
Rozier needs to be traded. Graham can come up. He can be a 6-man, what's his name? William from the Clippers type of player. Yep. Graham is not a complete player. He can be effective off the bench. So, but Terry Rozier, everybody knows he's a horrible fucking shooter. He hit a good, even wide open three. What he does, he missed, shooting 31% from beyond the arc, 39% from the mid range. If this was an NBA 2K12, his rating would be 85. But this is 2020, so his rating should be 68.5.
Yo, Tack, remember the playoffs against the Cavaliers where his pass shooting in Game 7 basically lost him the series?
Yeah.
I was like, this dude is not a point guard. This dude is better off coming off the bench, giving you bunch points. I think he's better as like a volume shooter, a guy who get white hot. But you kind of could like a controlled substance, like remember, like the Ben Gordons of yesteryear and all that stuff. But he could come in and give you 24 in the second half. Ben Gordon actually gave you 24 in one quarter once, baby. That was crazy. But I put you to that deal. I knew this was gonna happen. I'm like, why would you sign? He is not that type of player, man.
NBA fan, why don't you come up? NBA fan, why don't you come up and say hello to your Uncle Mace?
Well, it's everybody know. Nobody know what Michael Jordan's thinking. Who knows what's on his mind. So, but overall, Terry Rozier. See, Celtics chose Marcus Smart over Terry Rozier because firstly, Marcus Smart is the bigger and the stronger version of Tony Allen, a healthy version of Tony Allen, and his shots are finally getting better. It took about 7 years, but now
it's all right. His efficiency still ain't that good, bro.
Still yeah, absolutely, it's not great. But he really compared to his first 6 years, he's a lot better now. Like he's not jacking up the shot as much as he used to. Like he needs to. Only time he needs to shoot when it's for zone, he's not forcing it. So I think he actually recognized he's not that kind of player. Now he just needs to shoot. He found his sweet spot. So
I think he's good. Like, and you saw him, obviously saw him in the playoffs. I thought he was great as like a do-it-all guard where he was facilitating from the top of the key. He was slash at times. He was hitting some big threes, played really good defense. So he's like one of those. He just fits perfectly for that Celtics team, man. Perfectly. Rozier, I don't know what the hell.
Yeah,
and he liked a tweet from someone saying that suggesting he should play for the Clippers. He actually might fit in the Clippers as a volume guy, even though they probably better off with like a Westbrook or something because they play so much ice on that Clips team. But the Clips might be done because I think they got. I mean, Harrell didn't resign. Who are they going to depend on down low? Zubac or whatever that guy's name is? Zubac.
Oh, Zubac, yeah.
Right, and Kawhi Leonard has a player option for next year. So that whole potential for this great dynasty or whatever, it could be done because if they don't win, remember they don't got draft picks. They're effed for years if Kawhi Leonard leaves. So
that's why I think
they got Ibaka though. They got did they get Ibaka?
Ibaka with the Lakers, right? Or no?
No, Ibaka with the Clippers.
Clippers. That's a great signing. Underrated. There's a reason. There is a reason. The Clippers for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard both has an option year in the same year because when shit doesn't pan out, they both can bounce out and one can stay. And I think one person I would think will stay is Paul George. And Kawhi Leonard, I think he's gonna go back to the East. He say he couldn't do this in the West like he did in the San Antonio Spurs because he doesn't have the team-oriented assets. Because the NBA is becoming more selfish. Type of play, I think back in when Spurs was winning against Miami, they were very team oriented. No one cared who scored 20 points.
Yep.
I'm laughing because NBA fan is giving it to the Kawhi Leonard fans because he's a LeBron fan.
No,
You're a LeBron fan, Tech?
What's up?
No, NBA fan is. He's in the chat room. This living up. Why don't you come up, NBA fan? And boast about your boy, and won't you come up and say hello to your Uncle Mace and stop hating me, bro?
Hey, I got a question.
Sorry, but I'm not a fan of your boy, man. I don't hate him. I told you, 30,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, 10,000 assists. Your haters for your man will stay quiet.
Look, we need
NBA fan. I'm gonna let you rock in a second. Whoever's talking, I'm gonna give it to you 1 second. Tack. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna give it to you in a second. Saturday night, bro. General, I love you, man. Saturday night, NBA fan, 10:30. Who's the best? Kobe, LeBron, Jordan. Be there Saturday night, bro. Be up here Saturday night, 10:30 Eastern time. Go ahead, Tack.
I said we should have a prop picks between LeBron James and Caruso. Who shaved their head first? Why not? Hey, somebody got one of them. Got to let it go, man. Shit.
LeBron ain't gonna let that go, man. LeBron, he's
Hey, look at Ben Carter. When he jumped over that one dude in Olympic, he lost his hair the next day. He learned his lesson.
He learned. LeBron James ain't never gonna grow. He's the king with no clothes, right? Everybody sits there and you're great, you're so great, and they put all these things around and make him great. Because I think LeBron James is. Great as he is, he's a top-notch he's a first ballot Hall of Fame. We'll never take that away from him. Let's be honest about him. A lot of his aura is media created, right? He tries to fashion himself like a Jordan Ali. He's not any of those guys, right? But the media keeps hyping up like he is. So you go around acting like he's not bald, even though he basically is bald, and is the most embarrassing shit I've seen. Where this dude puts on sprays on his head and headbands. It's like, dogs. We all know you're bald. Just go effing bald. But the media hypes him up. The media freaking sucks him off like he's a god. So, you know what I mean? He's the emperor with no clothes, man.
You coming up now, kid, to defend your boy after that little barrage? You coming up now, NBA fan, to defend your man?
Come on, NBA.
Look,
You know some truth, NBA.
Look, you can say what you want. Right now, LeBron James is the draw. Who else out there is the draw? It was Curry. They tried to give it to Curry. They tried to give it to Durant. They tried to give it to fucking the homeboy from the Spurs. He choked.
Tim Duncan?
No, Kawhi Leonard. They tried to give it to Kawhi. He choked. So let's just get over it all already.
No, it's not hate, bro. It's not hate, but if LeBron James is a draw, why did the ratings drop 70% this season?
LeBron and the Lakers are the draw.
I don't know about that.
He's better than Jordan, you hating ass nigga. Kid, get up here. Come on up. I'm waiting for you to pop up. Come on up. I gotta hear this. Hating ass nigga. Boy, this is going to be a war room Saturday night.
Let's get it. Let's
the
get
Kobe
it.
fans, the LeBron fans, and the Jordan fans.
And I'm not I hated Jordan, but Jordan was better than LeBron. Like, I'm not even
hating ass nigga.
Let's go.
Get up here, kid. Come say hello to your Uncle Mace. You can't hate me forever. Come on up. I'm not gonna get involved. Back. Come on up.
You know who Mace loves. Mace's guy is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, so.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, you took a shot at me the night after LeBron won the championship. Come on up, kid. We're waiting for you. Oh man, this kid. This kid. I don't know what it is about you youngins out here, but boy, when you guys love somebody, you love somebody. How was that? I know that's not my house.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah. Go ahead, Big Time, you got something to say?
Not about LeBron.
Okay. Bit about Kobe.
I like Kobe, man.
I know you do. That's what he's gonna be the middle of this barrage on Saturday night, because you know the Kobe fans are coming.
But Kobe is just the mirror image of Jordan, but Jordan was the original, so it's hard to grasp. Jordan's not better than Kobe.
Yeah, but Kobe was a 5-time champion.
Yeah, well, look at Jordan. He was 6, right?
Yeah, but Kobe.
You keep on going back and forth. I'm saying Kobe was my man, but Kobe was just the mirror image of Jordan, but Jordan was the man. He was the first. So
what about James?
I think James is an amazing talent, and he could be. I think earlier in his career, there was many times that he could have, been that stopper, that showstopper. I don't think he was. I think he's much better in his as he's gotten older and smarter, as you can tell. But everything runs around LeBron. So of course those numbers are going to come around him. I can't think of any other player that actually everything evolves around just that player. And this guy is getting 10 to 12 assists a game. This guy shouldn't be getting those numbers. But hey, numbers, it is what it is with numbers. Those numbers will be broken at some point in time. It's all about the championships.
Oh man, I'm still laughing, man. That line he said about the hating ass nigga. He said he's better than Jordan.
Yeah, I agree, man. Jordan is just the prototype. Like he's the like LeBron James. Even the championships he's won, they will never be as dominant as Jordan's.
But I think comparing all three of them. I'm sorry, Legion, real quick. If I'm looking at all three of them, it's, to me, comparing these three is ridiculous. I mean, if I'm going to compare a LeBron, I'm going to compare LeBron and Magic Johnson. I compare Jordan and Kobe, those two. So that would be more of a comparison. I'd still take Magic over LeBron, though. That's just me.
I had a guy who gave me a nice cash app who said, "Can you please talk about this? You giving me $50? I'll talk about And that's what he's going to get Saturday night. And that room is going to be lit.
Hey, I'm sorry. What's Saturday night?
Say again?
What's happening Saturday night?
10:30.
But what's happening Saturday night?
Who's the best, Kobe, LeBron, or Jordan?
Oh Lord, that's gonna be a fucking blunder. Oh shit, my bad.
Gotta go with Jordan.
Yeah, it's Jordan, man. I hated Jordan growing up.
Either Jordan or Tony Massenberg.
I'm gonna leave that alone. Thank God I do not have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, but you did that purposely so you don't have to sit there and get crushed when you say Kareem is the GOAT.
Yo, what's up, We Kill Dragons? Get up here, bro. Come say your piece. What's up, my brother?
Even though you can technically say that Kareem is the greatest player of all time. You can say that.
All right, yeah, you can say that. Yes, and I'll say it. That's for me. That's my generation. That's my guy. Yep. And I think the players. Well, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into the players from yesteryear to today. I'm not going to get into that, boys. So relax. I'm not going to do it. Yo, come on up, We Kill Dragons. NBA fan, come on up, bro. Don't hate me forever. Very. I know it's not my place.
That's me. Sorry. Let me mute myself.
Jeremy, you want to talk about your Lakers?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just
Yeah,
tired.
talk about the Lakers. Go ahead.
I'm just tired of all these damn Clippers fans talking about we ducked them. How did we duck them when they couldn't get the job done? Man, this shit is ludicrous.
No, they ducked you. That's what I said.
Thank you. That's what happened. They were like, "Oh, we don't want that monster because it's too much pressure."
Gutless.
We don't want that monster. It's too much pressure. We don't want that. We might as well blow the 3-1 lead and go down in history as being one of the goofiest teams ever.
General, hold that point. Get your ass up here now, NBA boy. You're going to get it from three sides. Get up here right now, boy. Get up here. Listen to what he said. Listen to what he just said, General. If you choose Magic over LeBron, you're just an idiot. LeBron is a better scorer, defender, and they're close in playmaking. Get up here right now, bro.
They're not even close. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
get your ass up here right now. Bro.
He can stop that shit. I don't even want to hear that. He's a young boy. He's a troll. He's trolling.
He's scared. That's why he's scared. He just wants to troll. Yeah.
Here's what happened when you talk sports with a certain demographics, especially younger guys. And that's no shout out to anyone and not a shot at anyone. I'm just telling you, they so consumed with Michael, and now they've moved on and they're consumed with Kobe, and now they consumed with LeBron. They don't know the history.
It's sad that people compare him to, like, they forget how impactful Magic Johnson was. Like it's almost a travesty. Right.
But this guy was probably born in 1997, 98. So he never got a chance to see any of the greats do it.
I'd say he was born in 1982, something like that.
1982?
Yeah.
There's no way he's born in 1982 saying what he's saying.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
he was a little boy. He was a little boy. He didn't see Magic
went to the league 79, 80. He didn't know shit about following basketball.
He didn't see it. The first guy he saw was probably Jordan. He didn't care for him. But when LeBron came, that was his man. He loves James.
I don't know. I was born in 87. I didn't feel that way about LeBron. I'm sorry. I don't get that whole 82, 87. I was born in 87, and I've never felt. I've watched LeBron James. I could see, I can see for what he is. Right, great player, needs stars to play with to be.
The kid hates me. That's what it is. He has a beef against me. because he felt I didn't defend James. I don't defend James because I'm tired of James, to be honest with you. But I give James his due. Now leave me alone about James. Here he is again. Funny, y'all aren't even close to my age. So how old are you, champion?
15.
That room. How old are you, champion? Because you get why don't you be a real man and get up here? Come on right now and talk your shit. Come up here. Because if I don't get you, the general definitely will about Magic Johnson. Right, General? Right, General?
Yep.
Come on up. Come on up, NBA fan. I'm going to show you the link.
NBA fan, you scared? NBA fan? Come on, bro.
You know, Starscreen had no problem coming up here talking about LeBron.
God, he put on the show that night.
Hey, you got to give it to the kid. He came up here. He did his due. He tried to do the best by himself compared to like 5-on-1. He did his due. Nobody else was able to help him out. He did it. He did his job.
Oh, was he trolling that night about LeBron James, man? I don't even care, Mace. It's not conspiracy. And he's not scared.
Come up here. Come up here, NBA fan. Come on, let's talk, man. It's Thanksgiving's Eve or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, come on up, bro. No one's going to fight you, man.
Yeah, come on, bro. We're just going to school you, man. It's okay. Everybody, I get schooled, man. One time in their life, bro.
Yo, I love you, man. Thank you so much. Enjoy your meal tomorrow, EM. You've been great with me, man. I love you, man. And when it's after the season, we'll talk draft. Me, you, and Tac, man, bro. I love you. Good night, buddy.
Later, EM.
EM was tremendous tonight. Part of the new dynasty in Miami. Him, Big Time Pete. That's the new dynasty in Miami.
Fins up, man. All y'all need just to change to the team.
They're the new dynasty in Miami.
What? Big Time Pete? Who's that? On the dog? Who's he talking about?
We already have a championship defense, and Mahomes is going to find that out 2 weeks.
So I can't wait. Mace, can you please cover the game, man? Please. Or do you
I'll be glad to. I'll be glad to.
Please cover the game. I need comedy, man. Please.
I'll be glad to.
This is going to be hilarious when you guys get modeled.
Big time. Big time. Here you go. Mahomes dropping back. Oh, Wilkins with the hit, they fumble.
My gosh, man. My gosh, man. I can't wait.
Oh, what's the sack?
I'm rooting for you guys to beat the Jets, though. I need y'all to beat my Jets, but.
Of course, he wants that quarterback.
Yeah. I tell you what, Legion. I tell you what, I've been in a couple of rooms. I tell you what, man, these Dolphin fans are all over the place. And they're just, they're so sad and upset, and they can't believe this happened. Yet they still can't remember what we did last year. And this year is still rebuilding. And all they can continuously sit there and say is, well, we got to get rid of Tua. We got to keep on, everything. We just got to just revamp and go for Trevor Lawrence. I'm just going, what the hell are y'all talking about, man? And I tell you what, they'll be hell to pay. You're going to hear a lot of shit from Dolphins fans if we lose to the Jets. I mean, that was just going to be
Don't worry. Joe Flacco has done such a this is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Every time we sniff a lead, this dude makes a boneheaded decision and mess. I love it. I love Joe Flacco. Salute to Joe Flacco. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks, man. He's helping this tank job. When we play the
he said tank job.
We were beating the
Patriots. Hold up. Here you go. I'll come up and talk some football, but I don't care to talk about LeBron with your niggas about him. Okay.
That's why. Why you scared, bro?
Oh wow, yo, this kid is really putting me in class. He hates me, man. This kid hates me.
Come. All right, come talk football then. I want to see.
Come on.
And you guys the other day were talking bullshit. You guys were saying that Tua was better than Trevor Lawrence, man. Stop it, man.
Oh, that was Mace. Mace is a habitual line stepper. Yeah, Mace is a habitual line stepper. He's like Oz. He pulls the strings and everybody goes at it.
That has never came up.
Oh, man. Okay.
No, I never said that. I said for the last 3 weeks, Tagovailoa is a game manager.
Yep, I have a question for you on that one, Mace, because I feel there's 2 different type of game managers. What is your type of game manager? Who do you think he will look like? Who do you think he looks like?
Alex Smith.
Alex Smith back in the day with San Francisco?
No, Alex Smith with Kansas City.
Bullshit. Alex Smith was much better in Kansas City, and he was. And like I said, there's two different game managers. One, you have a Trent Dilfer that just be able to manage the game because he has a great defense and a great running game. So all he has to do is not manage to turn the ball over and just manage game. Then you have a guy that manages game like, let's say, Peyton Manning. He's not, the guy manages the game. The guy manages to just trench the defense and manages just to pick apart the defense. And he managed to do that. There's two different managers there, Mace.
You think Peyton Manning was a game manager?
No. I'm saying that if you look at it in two different ways of game managing,
an illusion legion of Knicks bet. Tua Tagovailoa it's going to be some guy throwing for 300.
No, I never said that, Mace. You know that I said in order to be a prime quarterback in the league, and I do believe that he can be this at one point in time, you just need to throw for about 220 to 250, 2 to 3 touchdowns. And I think he can run for 30 to 50 yards and a touchdown, rushing touchdown every maybe 3 games. I think he can do that. Right now, no. He's 3 games in? I mean, come on, that's unrealistic. I already know that, but a lot of these fans don't agree with that.
We kill dragons. Really? LeBron would beat Magic up and sit him in a corner like he does everyone else? You really believe that? Won't you? The link is in it. Why don't you pop up and explain yourself? Okay.
As far as this guy just talking trash, come in here already, man.
Yeah, man. And as far as NBA fan, but I'm bitter old man. I'm not bitter. I my guy do my thing. I saw my player might go through his thing.
John Kitna. Come on, Tag. John Kitna.
Yo, y'all Dolphins fans, man, y'all ain't about shit. Y'all was sitting here trying to say how Tua was better, and only one person, I don't know who it was. He was like, "Dogs, Tua had weapons at Alabama. Like he is not better than a guy in freaking Trevor Lawrence, who did have T. Higgins, and this year he has Justin Ross, but still does not compare to freaking having freaking
Burrow,
Judy, and Waddle. What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Alabama is one of the best wide receivers coming up this year, though.
I'll put in the chat room one time and getting out of here.
Yeah, they got what they got? They got Waddle. They got
Devonta Smith.
Devonta Smith.
Yeah.
And don't they have one more?
Jerry Waddle. Devonta Smith, and there's another freshman. There's also another guy. They call him Baby Julio Jones, but he won't get much of a snap until next year. It looks like he built like Julio Jones too. He's only like 17 years old.
Jeez. I think we'll get Waddle or Smith in the draft somewhere. I think we'll get one of them.
Now, Waddle gonna get snatched up before Smith because
you think so?
Yeah. Let's go to the draft. Where did if the Dolphins choose later on, I think the Dolphins might have a shot. Guys like Rashad Bateman.
Bateman's good, but remember we have that Houston pick, so we're probably going to pick around 5 or 6. So even 7, if that point is, we'll probably get Parsons or we'll get Waddle, one of the two.
But
Michael Parsons, linebacker from
Penn State.
Yeah,
I definitely see that.
Y'all want him? I know Penn State linebackers.
But I'd be honest with you. That's what some of them. I'd rather have that kid from Miami, the edge rusher.
I'm going to say this right now.
Yeah.
If you want a lock in the playoff system, I love Ohio State over Notre Dame in the playoff. I just do. I think Ohio State. It's like nothing against Notre Dame, but they will get drubbed by Ohio State.
I watched that game, the Ohio State versus Indiana, man.
Yeah.
Think about bro, that was not a pretty game by your boy JT Fields, man. You know who he's gonna have a problem with in the NFL? They set edges way better in the NFL defensively than they do in college. He's not gonna be able to run as freely on the edges as it's the same problem that who's a USC running back?
Husky was a problem too.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the Indiana game. I was like, nah. I mean, he made runs and that helped save him, but he had a Sam Darnold like interception where he was basically falling on his ass, about to get sacked, and he literally just tossed the ball up. And it's like, dogs, what the? He was trying way too hard. And I mean, the rest of his team I think they had a decent run game. Like all the other aspects, right? He just had to make little check downs and stuff. But to me, I'm taking Trevor Lawrence over JT Fields, man. I haven't watched Notre Dame enough for the playoff, but Ohio State, I'm not a believer in JT Fields like that.
I mean, Justin Fields, I think if you look at his profile, if they ask him who's his favorite player, Colin Kaepernick, if my guess is right. I've been saying this. You can't trust any quarterback from Big Ohio State. See Huskin, let's see JT Barrett, Baxter Miller, trash after another trash. Troy Smith, trash. Huskin, trash.
Okay, Dragons.
Dumpster. And I can say the same for USC. Let's see, John David Booty, trash. Mark Sanchez,
NBA fan. NBA fan stuck it to NBA fan. NBA fan said Justin Fields, dummy.
Justin Fields is back. And I've been saying, if people doesn't realize the way Ohio State run the offense, it's never been the pro style offense. Ohio State offense runs based on elite running back, elite wide receiver, elite tight end, and top 5 offense line in the nation. That's why everything looks easy. Remember when Huskin was a quarterback for Ohio State, and how many times he overthrew the pass, and who caught those passes? Terry McLaurin, aka Scary Terry.
I'm just having fun with NBA fan, man. He is killing it tonight in the chat room.
No, he's scared. He's a
Miller didn't even come into the league as a QB. Idiot. He injured his arm junior year.
You know what? Maybe he's right. I think he did.
Wide receiver, right?
Wide receiver.
Yeah.
He likes the Buckeyes, man.
That's okay. I think I mixed up with JT.
Him and Platinum Elite.
That's fine. Don't listen. I mean, NBA fans too scared to come in here. He can sit here and fact check useless stats, but he can't come in and defend his LeBron James point at any point. Period. You know, he's staying up there talking to himself. Go ahead, NBA fan. What you got to say? LeBron James is great.
Legion pulling those strings. Here we go.
I'm
playing with you, man.
I know.
I just know the young man, and I give him credit. He hates me, and I don't mind that. The young man called me old ass nigga just a few minutes ago. The young man hates me because I guess I wouldn't say pompousness, but I don't know. I'm laughing. I'm just cracking up. Or he has made the night for me, bro. I'm waiting for him to say something else in there before he pops up. Oh man, we've had a hell of a show tonight, boy. Yeah. If you guys can do another hour, I'll let it rock another hour. You guys want to do another hour?
Yeah, let's keep going. So about your bum ass Dolphins, man.
Hey, as long as we don't talk about the punk ass Ohio State.
Mace, you do pull strings because you know NBA fan is a huge Ohio State fan. You knew saying that is going to start shit up.
What, them going to beat Notre Dame in the playoff game?
You brought it up.
I did because I believe that. I think Notre Dame is getting too much goddamn hype.
I think Notre Dame going to have a hard time this Friday versus UNC because Notre Dame is not known for superior quarterback. They're known for the superior scouting defense. Let's see. Sam Howell, he won the ACC Freshman of the Year last year, 39 touchdown. I think he only had 5 or 8 interception, and he started off really slow, but now he's finally coming along. Now he's back to the gunslinger that he was from last year. There's no secondary is in a react quick enough to catch those big body receiver and then those speedy wide receiver and those two strong power backs. This is a bigger test than the way they beat Clemson because there was no Trevor Lawrence. This UNC is not a scrub team. Despite the record, they can. You see the game against Wake Forest, they put up 105 points. So let's see, Notre Dame is a real deal if they can stop Sam Howell and the rapid fire offense. So I'm excited to see that. I think they're going to struggle, and I think they're going to cover the plus 4.5 against Notre Dame.
Wow. Okay. Somebody's watching something because there's no sound in my house, bro.
Well, I'll be right back, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's taking care of his. General, go ahead, buddy.
Now you can talk about his Lakers.
Yeah, General, go ahead, man.
No, it's all good.
I'm just waiting.
No, it's your turn now. We don't got to rate no more.
No, I'm just waiting on y'all to keep talking. I'm just waiting on y'all to keep talking shit.
General, I got a question.
Laker Nation.
I got a question for you, General. So the team that we had this past year winning the chip, and then the team that we've assembled this year, give your honest rating from the team that we won with the chip, and then the team that we have assembled now going to win the chip again.
I think we got better. I think we got better. What do you want, 1 to 10?
No, A, B, C, or D.
I say A. I would have to go with A. And the reason being is because Montrezl Harrell is a monster. He's a legit.
I agree.
He's legit.
Center.
And
you're eating. You can eat and just come right back. Just stay up there. Yeah, take your time. Go ahead, Tack.
What's going on, guys?
So Tack, how have you been doing in the stock market, man? I've been doing pretty good.
It's wonderful, man. I dumped my Cleveland Clips. It's a little early, but it's okay. I bought it at $4.85 and I sold it at $10. My MBR is looking finally great. It's almost $60, and compared to where I got it, $18. It went $85 once, so I can't wait when they get to that $85, $90 range, so I can sell it, get some money back, and buy more stocks. There's a couple of stocks I'm keeping an eye on, like a Zoomatica, but I've been hearing about this SBE stocks. That stock been blowing up, and I did more research. I think I'm gonna buy it once it dips. Right now it's 37, so hopefully it'll dip to 27, 25 range, because it's probably one of the hottest things stock right now. But more I see it, that stock is only gonna go up, and it has a lot of room to grow. So hopefully it'll drop to $25 around that range, and I can at least buy 10 of those, or hopefully 15 in max, and triple it up and sell it and do the same thing, buy another stock but undervalue, and try to continue the routine. And so far it's been working well for me.
You talking about Charge Point?
Yeah.
You know what, man? I want to buy some shares as well. I haven't been able to do it because I have my money pulled in different other places. So it's like I'm just waiting, and I'm afraid that by the time it gets too late, it's going to be too late. So I'm hoping there is a little bit of a pullback, with fourth quarter earnings coming up, and then next year starting off. Hopefully they'll give me an opportunity. But Tesla, man, it's just blowing up. They're saying that there's a dude that predicted that Tesla will be up $1,000 by with next year. Now, I don't know if he said like at the end of the year, but I think they'll be at $1,000 by mid-year next year. So
I actually believe that, because if you watch the way the Blink charges skyrocketed. We all know Blink is the battery brand to which Tesla used for the vehicle.
Right.
And I feel sick. About 2 months ago, they had a huge dip. It went down to $9 to all the way to $80.50. I feel sick to my stomach, and I should have. At that time, I had a chance to at least buy 30, 40 shares. I should have bought it. I regret it. Then after the million miles battery announcement, and we have all other few announcements upcoming announcement. So that brand's gonna go even higher.
Here's a scary thing about Blink, though, man, is that Charge Point has 80% or above 80% of the market. So, and then you just brought up a valid point, though, for Blink. when I was looking into it is that Tesla and Blink with the battery part of it. And that's the only thing that really, in a sense, gives Blink maybe an advantage, as they grow. I'm just afraid with the market being the way it is, where ChargePoint has 80% of the market. Where is Blink going to go? I mean, because not all of the EVs out there are going to be, substantial, especially like, let's say, NIO, Tesla, and a few others. Most of the other ones are going to try to do something, but they're not going to succeed. Unfortunately, they'll be smaller companies or whatever. So that's what I'm afraid of, like which one to choose or not to choose. 80%, man, above 80% is pretty tough not to go with. Then with Blink, I just don't know, man. I don't. And another thing is, I don't know if ChargePoint is an American based or if Blink is American based either. So I'm not sure about that either.
Yeah, that part. I wouldn't know either. But only reason I should have bought it at that time because I wasn't planning to keep it. Because if I had it at $9 and when it reached the $37 market, I would have just flip it.
Yeah.
And then I just buy any other undervalued. We're looking for another undervalued stocks because you look at the yielding. Because some people look at the yielding, think it has a value, but sometimes the yielding indicates that the stock is overvalued.
Yeah.
So it's always look the good. Always have to search for the stock has a lot of room to grow and it has that potential. What's the company's purpose?
Yeah.
That's one of the really key thing, and that's why I bought the Flying Eagles because Flying Eagle has a lot of potential, especially associated with online gaming, the Blink check, and
that's the Flying Eagle. Isn't that a part of like they create drones, right, for the United States military? Is that right or wrong?
I don't remember. I just know there's online gaming with some Blink check. There was something else, but you could be right. I didn't really like looking deep into that, but all I know, the company got established in the beginning of this year, and I bought it I bought it around $11.
So where are they at right now?
It's $13.10.
See, yeah, I think that is the company, man. That's another one that I was looking into. But again, man, unless I maneuver and take a few companies out that I've strongly been like working on, it's like then what my goal is, because I had to rebalance everything and it's working for me right now. So I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Not sure. I don't know.
You know what stock that really blew up is the Ideanomics stock. Have you seen those?
No.
Yeah, it was like $100, and my friend of mine bought it for $1.25, and yesterday it went up to $3.15.
Wow, I'll have to check that out, man.
Yeah,
if you're in tomorrow go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but check out. It's cool. Once again, Ideanomics. My buddy, he did the research. He said they have a lot of the companies actually shifting and trying to do something really dramatic. I think they're heading for something big. And like I say, I can't find an article right now. So he showed it to me yesterday, but it looks very promising. But if it's gonna right now, as I said, $3.15, and if its potential can go up to like $8 to $9, which is even if it's $3, you buy $200 share. You're still making the profits. But fortunately for him, he bought a 10,000 share. So
if you don't mind, put that company in the chat. But you know what you just brought something up, man. Here's the thing. Here's the problem when I watch a lot of these YouTubers is that it's either 200 or above to get all these shares to make something work. Well, motherfucker, I don't have that. I'm working with the best that I have, and I'm usually only getting in between 10 to 15 shares of possibly a few companies, and then maybe 5 or 6 of others. I don't have the money to do that. So it's like I feel like when they're buying these stocks, it's like I don't have that. I don't have that capability. I'm at a disadvantage already. So it kind of makes me feel like somewhat that I don't want to make moves, because that's the one reason why I told you I lost like $450 on chasing a share, on chasing a company And now they're finally getting back up to the point I've actually earned most of my money back finally. It's called, they're a solar company. It's called Sunworks. And I just totally took a hit on that, but they're starting to build back up because, of course, Biden's, in office or whatever, and he's big in the EV. So, I'm getting my money back in that. But no, I don't know if anybody, first of all, I just want to see a YouTuber that's going to be, hey, I only have a certain amount of money that I could do and build upon and get a certain amount of shares, and we're going to build it up, and I'm going to show you how to build it up. Not say that you have $5,000 and say you're going to start from the lower ground and then start using it to maneuver. I don't think that it helps a guy like myself in general that is doing fairly well, and I'll tell you the percentage of where I'm at, but I don't have the money to do that. I think it's unrealistic.
Yeah, before I answer your question, I know LaShawn's start looking at small biotech. I would recommend you start off with Harbor Bio. Also look out to. There's another one. It's gonna eventually grow. There's so much thing going on. I got a list right now, but definitely Harbor Bios and emphasis are growing. But I would say if you're looking for something very affordable, I would say Harbor Bio. Definitely. I have another one. I know Genius Brand's finally coming up, but if you're looking for something very affordable, or if you're not sure what sort of a biotech LaShawn's looking for, I would go with the ETF XB. It's called XBI. That's probably one of the most consistent ETF with all the big the biotech company and it's not just not just unknown company. It's a well-known company with a high revenue and a great resumes. Has a great reputation. So if you can buy one or two of those, and if we just let it sit there instead of putting it in the bank, I mean it's up to him though. But
what you got? Well, why don't you speak about some of these prospects for next year football?
The prospect. Oh, there's a lot of prospects. Remember, Mace, I already showed you who Miami need to draft, the Reggie Robinson from SMU.
Yes, beautiful.
Yeah, and I sent a lot of the potential tight end for Houston. I already sent him a few links, so hopefully he saw it.
Laro.
Yeah, last time we talked, I sent him a couple links. I hope he saw it. I sent him a few sleeper pick with one of those 3rd, 4th round sleeper at the tight end position. Yeah, because for the next draft, I think there's more sleeper tight end and running back in the later round than last year's. Because wide receivers are very strong this year. It's like I'm talking about Jamar Chase. There's a guy
who went to the Niners. A kid who went to San Francisco.
Oh yeah, Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, he's a great wide receiver.
Oh, I love that kid.
Yeah, I like him, but he's not Justin Jefferson from Minnesota though. That kid his routes is amazing, man. I think Minnesota. I see why they draft Stephen Diggs because that kid just want to play. He's an eagle free. You could tell he's having fun. He loves what he does. Mike Zimmer don't tolerate all that egos and nonsense. He will trade. It doesn't matter. He could be the best player on your team. He wouldn't care. He would trade. He will ship you out, man. But as for Miami, it's for Miami fan. Who would you like to draft at the 1st round pick?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Big time.
Yeah, if you were GM with the Miami Dolphins, who would you draft at the 1st round pick?
I mean, it just depends on where we fall because of Houston, but I'm assuming that we're probably gonna, as a GM, I'm thinking, well, we'll probably drop back to 5, 6, 7, somewhere around there. 5, 6, 7. I'm probably looking at somebody like, Parsons. I'm not saying that he's going to help us, but Parsons will be there. You're looking at Gregory Ruzio from the outside edge rusher, and he's raw. So I feel that at times I think players that are more raw with talent like that, especially as raw, I think that you can train them a little bit easier than players that have already been built into a system. That's just me. So I think ball game brings it up, and I agree with him in the sense that, everything is built in the trenches first. So either offensive or defensive line, I think that we still need some more speed on the defensive line. And I think that more speed causes more chaos for the quarterback, which in turn causes turnovers. So I know that there's other positions that we need. I think as Mace was saying a few months back, and I really disagreed with him. I'll say it. I'll take that hit that, that he was talking about the wideouts that most likely probably won't be here next year, and it'll be a totally different squad. I think it's looking to possibly turn into that, just because Parker. I think they'll probably get rid of Parker. One of the two, Parker or Williams. I think it'll be Parker, just for some draft picks and open up some cap room, and then we'll probably pick like Waddle. I would say we're going to probably get Waddle. It's going to be hard not to take Waddle in that situation when we really need some offensive power. I'm not saying that we don't have anything, as in like Merritt, but I haven't seen him out there yet. But I think he's probably going to be a talented player. Malcolm Perry is very talented. They're just not using him to his capability. Grant's not bad, but you can tell the speed. But we need to cause that separation. We're not doing that, and we need that speed, and I think that'll definitely help too in that sense. I also asked somebody else about Patrick Surtain Jr. just because he's Miami royalty. Maybe we take him just because of that purpose and that reason, and he's not terribly bad. So that could possibly be built into that. Leatherwood, we're looking at maybe there. We definitely need a running back, and we either go with what's his name from Alabama, or we go with Chuba Hubbard, which I think he'll be a decent pickup because he's a bigger back. That's where I know that we're if you can tell from the last game, we're definitely still hurting in the front line of our offense. So we need a good offensive lineman. Was it like right guard or center or something like that? So it's something around there, man. What do you think?
Sorry, yeah, that would be yeah, I can definitely see that. So let's say even if you miss players like Waddle's, Chuba Hubbard from Oklahoma State. Fortunately, this draft is a highly stocked with the skill running back and speedy wide receiver with who can move it around. Not just being one dimensional on the rate around, and also there's a lot of good pass rushers at the rate round potential. Depends on the combine performance. As I showed, I dropped the link in the chat. I think I showed this to Mace already. His name is Patrick Johnson from Tulane. He's currently leading the NCAA with the sack right now. He is the current sack leader for the nation.
Okay.
Yeah, so he has a high motor. He's very competitive, and he just had to polish his skills and fundamental that he can make a huge impact as a edge rusher. And if you feel like you missed out a player that you really want, then there's always a rate around. You can find a diamond in the rough, and every team always have at least one or two diamond in the rough. Doesn't matter how bad the draft that each team did. So I dropped the link so you can check it out if you're interested.
Yeah, I will, man. I will. Depending on where we fall, we could get very fortunate. Some people might not believe that if we do get a higher pick, that we might not be able. We shouldn't draft. We should use that pick to possibly get more draft picks and move back into the draft a little bit, which I don't feel is going to hurt us because I think there's some tremendous talent. To give up that offensive lineman, is it what's his name? What is that offensive lineman? I think he's going number 2. Starts with a P.
Pouncey.
Pounce? No.
That's the center. So.
What team?
I'm looking right now. I can't remember his name.
This is good, man. No doubt.
Yeah. But like I say, looking for speedy receiver, the late rounds, man, you'll get a few home run hitter. As I said before, I do have a high expectation for Reggie Robinson from SMU. Also, I have an expectation for Gray with his partner in crime. Can do a lot of damage in the middle. He has blazing speed. Mace can tell you because he saw the clip.
Oh yeah, I saw the film. Yeah, he's good.
Oh yeah, definitely in Miami. John Getty gonna love Spencer Brown from UAB because he's a hard runner too, and he's a very shifty.
So his name is Sewell from Oregon, the offensive tackle.
Yeah, we're not getting him. We're not getting him.
I'm saying that if there was an opportunity that we could get him, I wouldn't be surprised if we could. But if in fact we can't get him, and we could use our draft to maneuver to get more draft picks for the future, because to me that's what it's all about. I think there's enough talent in this draft to where we can still pick the right players. We might not get the players that are in the top 10, or we will get a player in the top 10 depending on who we can maneuver to pick up a quarterback. Let's say like Atlanta or somebody. But if we're able to do that, I would definitely trade backwards if we are holding a team to get a quarterback, to get, a number 1 and number 2, or number 1, number 3, and the number 1 and number 3 for next year for sure. Like I said, I think there's enough talent in this draft that I think it won't hurt us that bad, and then we still pick up some draft picks for the future. I don't think that's bad. I think honestly, if you look at what the Patriots have done or the Steelers, I think that's exactly what they have done and continuously done. Or you look at a team like Seattle, they've done a fairly decent job in the past 10 years too, like that, doing that. So there is a formula there, and I think teams need to start using it. And you look at what Kansas City's doing there. They're doing exactly the same thing. The only problem that they might have going forward is that they have so much talent on their team, they're going to have to pay them. Who's going to take that shot and who's not going to get paid? Because Brady was the one who wasn't really getting paid at that specific time, nor just the regular players that were, built in, because they were built into the system to win championships. And they knew that they would take that sacrifice. As soon as they win those championships and they were ready to go, they would move on from them and then bring in new players that are willing to, that were willing to buy into the formula and buy into that type of to that team and say, okay, we're here to win championships as a team, not as an individual. So I think that's what I think. I just don't understand that, and also I think, people think it's so easy to win championships, and they say, well, you haven't been there for 10 years. Well, I mean, gosh, damn it. How tough. It's tough. It's tough to win a championship. Damn it. I mean, gosh, damn it.
Right. But overall, the Miami Dolphins definitely heading the right direction. Start off with pass protection. They're still in the top 10 in the pass protection, so that's still a great sign. And Brian Flores should not change from Tua to Fitzpatrick. I think they should stick to the kid because it's just too early to give up on him. And he has a lot of potential. And mistakes happen. He's only a rookie. Once he gets to the field, to the game, trust me, he's going to start making damage against the opposing defense.
You talking about Tua?
Yeah.
You know what, man? Like I said, man, it's a blessing in disguise of where we're at, because we could be in the same position as Cincinnati. And I've said this before, but now look at where Cincinnati is. Burrow's down, horrible offensive line. They could not hold or help him at all, and he was always getting back up, always keeping him in contention. Yes, he's had some bad games. Steelers was one of them, but you could tell how much better the Steelers were over Cincinnati in that sense. But Burrow was always there fighting, and then that happens. We could be in the same situation with our offensive line, and that's why I said when there was the switch with Fitzpatrick, And then you've seen a couple of the games after that. It's a question of, is our offensive line that good, getting that good or that better? Or is it just a mirage in a sense to where you see potential, but then you see some, just horrible breakdowns, and you've seen it against Denver. And everybody says, well, I said I called a trap game, or maybe, I didn't think many people laughed at it. I'm going, first of all, when you see Drew Lock, he's not somebody that you laugh about. This kid has some talent, no matter how bad he's throwing interceptions. He's brought his team back from nothing to something in many games, and they've been in contention to win, and they had won a couple of them. So he's not a joke. He's not a fluke. Even though he puts the ball up in the air, well, that's what a gunslinger does. Look at Brett Favre. He turned the ball over too. Gunslinger. So there you go. I'm just saying, like, the running backs, with Gordon and Lindsey, those two Gordon's not a joke, and Lindsey's not either. He's very shifty. So to sit there and say that this was going to be an easy game for him, this was a perfect game for him to see where they were at, and they got murdered. And that offensive line looked like shit, and it honestly shows where this offensive line is. They are not good. 6 sacks on Tua, even though I think Tua held the ball too long, too many times, or he had opportunities to push out of that pocket and run, and I don't understand why they're not letting him do that. I feel, in a sense that I've said it before, that Flores is the type of coach that is slowly progressing along with the whole team. So everybody's coming along as come along, a go along type of coach. And he's done a phenomenal job, but there's a point in time, even though with its 3 or 4 games that he's played already, you can tell that there's something there that needs to be done, and you need to let this kid go and let him play a little bit, because if not, and you're truly wanting, and just throwing this out from what May says, if you truly want him to manage the game, what type of manager do you want him to be? Do you want him to be a Trent Dilford, or do you want him to be possibly a Montana or a Manning, to where they are not managing the game, they're managing to wreck your defense. They're managing to break your defense down. They're managing the game to where they can actually break you down, not the other way around with Trent Dilford, where he manages the game and what the defense gives you. I hope that makes perfect sense for people that are listening and people in here, because it makes perfect sense to me. There are 2 different type of managers of the game. All right. So either way, you disagree or you don't disagree with me. If in fact Flores wants him to be a manager of the game, I get it, because he's not turning the ball over. That's great. But if you keep him in the pocket the way he is, and you don't use his physical capability of getting out of the pocket and how dynamic he could be getting out of the pocket and running, and use that to where you can use that to another dynamic and another part to separate him through the defenders, then I don't get what you're trying to do. Then you're basically hurting this quarterback. You're molding him to be a 160 to 170 quarterback that throws 170 yards, and he's not that. And it'd be a shame to have a quarterback like that has potential to throw 220, 250, 260 at least every game, I feel, and still be in contention. Would I be mad if he gets a Super Bowl, if he's young and only throwing 170? I wouldn't be mad, but I would be highly disappointed, because I think he can do a whole lot better than that.
Right. Hey, yo, Mace. Mace, knocked out? Well, unless he didn't fall asleep, did he?
He probably did. Mace is a sleeper.
No.
Yeah, he's a sleeper, man.
Well, I don't blame him. He's doing like a 1,000 show in less than 2 months.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. And he's on other shows too, man. He'll pop up on the other shows too.
Yeah, that's true. He was. Yeah, I saw him at the Roger Report's live stream.
Yeah.
Mace went drill surgeon on it.
I found. I don't know if you know about Nano Dimensions. But I got in there around $2.50, and I got about 20 shares of there. So I'm hoping that they move up, man. But I think everything I have is long term. Well, most of it. There might be a few that I might drop to pick up some more long term investments, but everything's long term for me. I'm trying to build a long term investment portfolio. Hopefully, if I can get some more funds together, I'll be able to play a little bit more like yourself, to where you can maneuver in and out and then take those profits. But I just don't. I wish I had that. I just don't right now. The only few that I do have long term that I'm trying to build further on before it gets way too high again is Tesla. So I'm getting some funds out of that pretty nicely. But yeah,
definitely. That's my next thing. I'm trying to get at least 3 shares of Tesla. That's one of my main goals. Another one is I sold this early, but I know it's still going to keep growing. Only reason I sold it because I want to buy more Apple. But if you're looking for the stock, like if you speaking about long term, you can also check out Cleveland Cliffs. Like, only reason I didn't want to sell it, but only reason I sold it because I bought it when it was like $5, and I sold it like nearly $11 and to buy more apples. But this is a whole like. It still has room to grow. It's still going to only grow, and this company is definitely shifting in the right direction. So before you go, so instead of you buying when you get to like 25, you can just buy under $12, or just wait when it dipped to like $10 range. Even if you buy 10 share, and you can double up, which is fine because you are making profit without breaking a sweat.
Right. I tell the few that you still need to look at, even if you haven't been in them, but I'm sure you're looking at them, or if you have a few, I would still tell you to get into AMD. And the only reason why I say that, man, is that AMD is going to be that Qualcomm, or they're going to be that Squaresoft, man. And AMD, by the middle of next year, at some point in time, they're going to break that 86, and they're going to be over 100, probably about 120. That's what I'm thinking. And Qualcomm did just that not even a few months ago, where they were at like 93 or 90, and then they broke the 120. Now they're at 150 and 160. AMD TAC is going to do the same thing. That's why I say, even though they're at 86, they're very high. And I even sold my shares, a few of my shares earlier. I'm getting right back into it because I think that's the one that one. I think Neo. You can look at Square. Look at Boeing. Boeing was down to 140, I think it was. Now look at where it's at. They're still in the middle grounds, but I'm telling you what, man. Like, by the time the travel starts coming around, you're going to have these leisures of like Carnival, another one, or some of the other cruise lines like Norwegian. That's why I think that you have Disney going. So I think Disney's way overvalued right now, just because of only one thing that they're dealing with right now. I don't know why they're so high, but the other one is Canopy Growth. I don't know if you know them, but I
used to have that a long time ago. I dumped it. So
it's worth it though, man, because I think they're the only one that truly has it all built into one in their whole in their not portfolio, but in what they are trying to do and develop. I think they're the ones to look at. There's a couple ETFs out there that are not too terribly bad, but Canopy, man, I think that's where it's at for them, for all of like the weed and anything that you're looking at, and it's something with stuff like that, anyways. But I don't know, man. Yeah, I would say, I'm telling you what, man, you get into Tesla, you're gonna want to jump in. Because I think that I think at the end of the year they're going into S&P. I know that they've already been elected to get into the S&P, and they're going to be in the S&P by the end of next year, or maybe it has to be the end of this year, going into the new year of next year, and that could drop them down a little bit, but I don't think they're going to drop down too much, man. It's going to go up so fast. I think that the quicker, the better you get in there. Even if it goes down a little bit, you're not going to lose too much, because it stayed within that. The lowest it went was like, I think like 189, 193 into that range, or 393. I'm sorry, and the high, and then the mid range that where it kept was like in between the 420s, 415, 425, 440 range, and then it ended up. Now look at it. I just jumping into it now would be a smart thing to do because I think it's such a money grabber, man. It's just too much money to be had in that company.
You know what? You're right, because I dumped the canopy. I haven't really looking at it, but I'm looking at the last 3 months. It's over 66% growth. That's I wish it grew when I had it, because I lost the patience. That's when I just started doing stock. I didn't have much of experience. I didn't have the much of a patience, and I dumped it. Sure, I wish it. Oh man, definitely missed out. But I gotta wait to kind of dip a little bit. Hopefully, dip to like $20 range. And I want to snatch at least 10, 15 of those, probably over 20. Definitely AMD. It's still on my watch list. That's one of the reasons I am holding on to Taiwan Semiconductor, because
I've seen that. I've seen that. Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I bought it when it dipped. I bought it when it was when it dipped. I bought it at 70 range, and now it's almost $100. Because the fact is, their top two clients is Apple and AMD, and I have no reason to pass on that stocks, and it's going to be my long term. I actually have the exact 6 shares. I got 2 shares of Square. That's not going to be a long term, but it's because Cash App is he's here to stay. It's not going anywhere, so it's definitely going to go triple the price. Because I bought it when it dipped at 150. Right now it's 200. I'm looking at right now. I'm looking for my 440 right now. Let me see. It's it's $215. So I made I got a $60, $65 from each shares. So that's a good start.
So where did you buy in on Cash App? When did you buy into them?
Oh, I bought it. It was 185 and it dipped to like 150. So I bought it around exact 150. So right now it's $215.
So you think it's going to be able to hold itself there? I mean, only question I have about Cash App, even though I did use it the last few times this past week, is that it's not FDIC certified. So which means that if there's any type of like loss, or the money doesn't end up showing up on through your Cash App, or something happens, or you don't get the product, it's not backed, so you don't get that cash like you would if you get a PayPal, or what's the other one that PayPal's sister site, gosh damn it, can't remember, but they're not FDIC certified, so that doesn't scare you at all?
Yeah, it does scare, but I'm not. There's a reason why I bought a 2 share. I'm not holding on I'm not looking at this stock for the next 2-3 years. I'm just holding on at least double, close to a triple up, and I just sell it and use that to buy another stock. Stock who has undervalued stocks. So there's certain stock I buy it, so I can it's for like extra money, and it's like I said, it's better than let it sit in my account, because I'm not making anything in my bank, so I might just buy a certain stock and sell it while it's hot.
Yeah.
But anything is a long term. Apple, I'm not selling. Apple's going to stay here for the next 10 to 15 years.
Oh yeah. So what do you have? So right now you're dealing with just more short term, and I get what you're doing. I get what you're trying to do. And but what do you have in your portfolio? Let's just like 3, just 3 in general that you have that are truly you're going to keep and hold on to, that you have now. Name 3 that you have now that are long term that you're keeping for good, and then name 3 that you're going to get that are going to be long term that you don't have yet that you're very interested in.
One that I'm holding on for a while, of course, is Neo. And I'm holding on to, of course, Apples and Flying Eagle. But the one that I'm really looking into is the SBE, which is Switchback Energy.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking into that one. And also SunPower. It's the solar stock.
Yeah.
They're finally start doing the number because I used to have a Bibbin solar, but I sold it too early. I bought it at $12 and I sold it like around 22, like an idiot, and now it's like over $40. So that was my mistake. I should have bought a Sunrun because I seen the Sunrun ads all over, even on YouTube, but I ignored it. I could have bought it in under $20 range, and I think it's like $60 right now. I think even higher, to be honest. Chewy, I know Chewy's. Yeah, Chewy looks like a great long-term to hold as a stock.
Yeah.
Because I've been seeing the ads all over the social media now. Because I would buy Peloton, but Peloton is way overvalued now because it blew up too fast, and I'm not trying to buy anything.
That's the same way as Snowflake. Snowflake bought it. It was at 120 when it came out, when it IPO'd, and then it went straight up to 250, and then finally now it's starting to grow again. I mean, it's so hard to get into these IPOs that are sitting there supposed to start at a small point, and you're not able to get into it, buy into the company until they're open it up to you. Then by that time it's too late. And what now you're trying to do is trying to buy into it so you can get that high because you know it's going to go back down to low. So at least you're trying to make a profit. And by that time you're not making a profit because now you have to pay 200 or 230 in order to get in there to buy one share. So it's so ridiculous, man. It's so outrageous. Then you have these companies that are merging, and the problem with the merging company is you like, let's say Helion, well, that was Shell. It went up. It started off so low, and then it went up to 60 when the merger was coming about, and not even like a few later, it ended up dropping back down. It's like that's one of them that I was able to get out earlier. Because I went, man, I know what's going to happen here. It's not looking good. And they really don't have anything just yet in general with the company to show any type of progress. But future wise, they have everything in potential growth for sure. So it's like Workhorse, even though Workhorse is American, it's Ohio, it's American based. But man, if they get that USPS contract, dude, that company's going to skyrocket.
Yeah. And there's another company could have been skyrocketed, but if it wasn't for that scandal, it was a Nikola. You see how Nikola blew up and it went down the drain?
Yep.
Because of all the multiple accusation, and they're holding on to that $20 billion deal with the Ford. I think they're still on the hold.
GM.
Yeah.
No, it's passed up. It's passed up, man. That GM is back in business with them. They decided to say, you know what? I guess they decided we don't care about what happened there. We just like the product that you, I guess, rolled down the hill and your vision of where it could go or where it's going to go. And we're going to go ahead and work with you. So it's back on. That's why if you look at where they were at when they lost around, I think they were down about 17 or 16 was the lowest, or 15. I think they moved up to in the $25 range now again. Yep. That GM deal is back on. So Nikola is they're there, I guess. I don't know how that's going to work, but yeah, I think it's slowly but surely a company that's slowly and surely going to move themselves back up, but I don't see them moving up like they did before.
No, it's going to take so. It will get to it, but the problem is we don't know when. Like we don't have the, like, we don't know when it's going to, because you don't get that sort of bullish, that sort of number like that. That's like one of those, like as a stockholder, you see those type of number, and either they will stay up or it drop. Like you see what happened to Overstock. Overstock went over $100 like in one day, and it went down the drain. So, but I don't see that the same effect with the Chewy stock, because basically it's one of the main source of the company that supplies for pet medications and the health products for the dog, cat, fish, birds, and it was small pets, horse and reptiles. And and not because the situation that we live in, like they later deliver to your home instead of just going out.
Yeah.
And that's the same method that they're using for Peloton. But I think the Chewy has a lot more growth to do because they're still expanding. I think Peloton has reached its peak. I mean, that doesn't mean it has no growth. It's like the stock will not go up. But I think as for Chewy, it's like Chewy still has a lot more potential as a long term as a Peloton. Because everybody need the health products, the medication for pets.
You ever hear? You remember that? I don't know if you've seen the IPO that came out or maybe it was a month ago or something like that. I think it was Palantir Technologies. It was around $9 when it started. Now it's up to 25, I think it is right now. 28. So you should check them out and see what you think about them. I'll put their name in the link.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it if you could. Yeah, definitely. I have another stock I haven't decided to buy yet, but I'm watching it right now. It could be it might be the next Hibbett Sports Stocks type of thing. It's called Academy Sports Outdoors. It's an ASO.
What is that? An ASO?
Yeah, it's kind of like a Hibbett, but they operate sporting goods retail store. It offers based on like the hunting for the fishing, camping equipment, gear, sports ranger products. It's a footwear appealing. They sell the high quality merchandise, and also associated with sports recreation apparel. And this company been founded in the 1900, but now I guess has to do with new management and the new ownership. So they're finally start to shift in the right direction.
So it's like a field extremes or something like that, I guess, or
yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Hey,
Yes.
I'll check into that. Did you hear that finally the acquisition for was it Golden Nugget went through for New York? So so the acquisition to change the name from what was it, LNOC or something like that to Golden Nugget, and now they'll be switching the name at the end of the year, which is huge because they're online gaming and online gambling. So that's going to be huge going forward for them because they'll be the second one to get that license. So right now their stock is not really high. It's not low, but it's not high. I think it's in the teens. I think still. I'm pretty sure that's one to look at, man, because I'd really like to get a piece of that right now. I have to maneuver, man. I have to maneuver something. I don't know. I have a couple companies that are not long term, but I want to wait until the fourth quarter earnings come out so I can see a little bit more money come in, and then I'll sell it. One of them is GameStop. I think GameStop is a shitty company, but Microsoft did make a deal with them. Like, I think it's a percentage of whatever electronics or whatever that they sell, they get a percentage back or whatever, which only holds them above water. But all GameStop is, and especially with the new systems that have came out, they've came out with to where you can actually play the games and upload them digitally. So where is that going to go for games without a disc? So I think that GameStop is just a high-priced comic book store, just my opinion. Cool place to go for a minute or two, maybe if you want to buy somewhere, just look at. Other than that, you walk out the door and it's nothing. They probably do better online than they would spending so much money, renting these spaces out. But this is not a long-term product for me. I think I don't think it won't last another 10 or 10 years, maybe. I just don't see how they're going to be able to last in this type of in this type of growth. Where again, like I said, it just makes no sense that why they wouldn't move towards an online business.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I just came back from GameStop like a couple of hours ago, and look, everything looks watered down. Quality isn't what it used to be. And as a gamer myself, I still buy physical copy. I often buy digital copy because sometimes it's cheaper than a physical, but I do prefer the physical copy because I'm old fashioned. So I always buy them. Like I said, as a gamer like myself, I always buy the physical copy. So Palantir. Oh, I heard about the Palantir technology. I just didn't ignore it. But wow, look at that growth! Holy smoke, man!
What's up, Platinum? Platinum's in the room. What's up, man?
Oh man, that's that. Oh man, it's that Platinum. That's my dog, man. You understand, motherfucker? You understand? That's my dog, man.
He said he reminds you of like No Limit Soldiers back in the day with Master P.
Yeah.
He said, "I thought I told you, I'm a motherfucking soldier. I got my dick in my hand."
He got his stuff. It's started like my uncle show up to the barbecue. Where motherfucking hot sauce on my fucking chicken, motherfucker?
Platinum, man.
Platinum funny, man. He was wilding out on Kuda's panel. He had me dying, man. Oh,
what was going on there?
Like, man, we gotta protect these young kids from these motherfucking faggots, man. These motherfucking sodomites, man. You understand? These motherfucking abomination, man. You understand? These sissy, man. Keep away from our kid. We gotta protect that kid. You understand?
It's fucked up though. I mean, because it was Legion that brought it up that they passed that law in California. That's fucked up, dude. I mean, if I'm glad I don't have kids, and if I did. Gosh, damn, I could only imagine because you don't know who fucking people are. You just don't. I mean, it's scary. It's freaking scary. And kids don't say anything. I mean, especially when we were back, I didn't say anything if anything fucking happened, or whatever. I mean, you just thought that the teachers were doing their job or whatever. But gosh, damn, dude. I mean, it's fucked up.
Yeah, that law was I live in California. As soon as I saw that, I can't remember the name of the prop number, but man, when I saw it, because look, man, I only have one brother, all sisters, and 2 goddaughters and 8 nieces. So that definitely put me in the feeling, man. That's like pretty much saying if you see the older man walking around with underage girl trying to take it somewhere else, and you can't walk up and punch him in the face anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, it does not say in the contract based on contract language, but you know what I mean. You can't just say, "Hey, let her go. She's underage," and you can walk up and cuss his ass. You could, but you can't punch him physically. Like,
yeah,
I can't remember. Well, shit, NBA young boy. NBA fan. I can't remember the name of the prop, but it's the law. It's like allowed to the pedophile to have the sexual encounter with a minor as long as it's I don't want consensual, and I can't use the A word ain't I can't use it because I feel disgusted. But trust me, like there's a lot of people upset about this law because I'm out here in California, so people are rage like. And most of the people that I know, they all have a daughter.
Yeah.
What age? I think. What age was it? It could be like 12, 13, man.
But I thought it was lower. I thought it was like 9 or 10. You're right. You're probably right. I just remember Legion talking about it, and you're just sitting there, you're going, "What the fuck is going on?"
And you know what's bad about it? Because the way California is gonna pass that law to New York. That's the first place. And I'm saying this because the fact is, okay, this was about a couple of years ago. Okay, so let's say you were paying the child support to the kid mother, right? And you can claim on your tax saying, "Hey, I'm paying this much yearly," and you get some sort of the return as on the tax during the tax return. But now they changed the law to say she doesn't have to claim it. So it's like a free money. So why he's paying child support. So she don't have to put it on a tax form. That system started off in California, and now it transferred to the New York. So New Yorks are doing the same thing what the Californians are doing. So that's definitely it's like a robbery. You're not getting anything in return. You just pay straight up, and she don't have you pay her straight up, and she doesn't have to post it on the tax. Like, don't have to claim anything. So it's pretty much a free money.
I don't understand. First of all, I get it. I get, most of the time the man is the one who's working, but nowadays, things change very quickly to where women are out and about. They're doing the same thing that men are doing right now, and they're educated women. They're making tons of money, more so than many of men out there, and then they end up, getting the child support from a guy from the man that's not making as much. And what I don't understand is that why they don't set a limit or a year of like, well, you have to pay this, but as a few years go on, you will pay less, and then it gives the ex an opportunity to, if they haven't been put into the work field, then it gives an opportunity to build their wealth up. And then the older, of course, the further it goes, the less the man or the woman would pay, and then it basically breaks even at some point in time within, let's say, a 7-year period or something like that. I mean, hell, it's kind of like what they do with I don't know, man. I think it's wrong. I mean, how is an individual supposed to pay that type of money and still be able to live on scraps? It just makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you know the comedian named Earthquake? Have you heard of him? Yeah, he was pretty famous back in the day. I mean, not like famous, the same fame as Chris Rock, but he was pretty famous back in the day. So he was paying in the child support to his ex-wife. So what he did was he paid up front, like the last year of the child support, he paid more than half of it, like up front. So he don't have to pay the rest of the year. So he said, "Okay, I have this extra money, so I might as well pay up front, and so she can leave me the fuck alone." Then next thing you know, she found out. She went crazy because she was expecting him the milk the check to the last month of into his last paycheck, but he said, "No, I'm just gonna pay up front." So she lost her mind after that. I mean, personally, I don't see nothing wrong with it. You have extra money to do so. Why not pay up front and get over with it?
No, yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't know. The system's flawed, dude. With everything, many of things. I mean, with that, I mean, if you look at HUD. I mean, I did a lot of volunteer work for Habitat for Humanity. I don't know if you know the company itself. It helps individuals that would normally not get a home or are not able to get a home because of credit, or of course, their income level or where they live. They give them an opportunity by giving back to where whoever let's say they build a rehab home or a home, then whatever that individual or whatever that home buyer is puts into this home will go to the next home. So it's like a pay it forward type of program. So, I've been on all aspects of like building the home, on the home, just helping out, or been on, just voting who they have a voting system, which has changed a lot as well. And then, or, interviewing these individuals. Well, most of them, a lot of times they're on HUD. The problem with it is, man, is that the funny thing about HUD is that these individuals want to get off HUD to get a home, and they want to get out of there because of where they're living, which is not that great for their children. But every time that they get some type of raise, HUD ups their rent. Well, how the hell are you going to get out of this situation if they're continuously upping your rent? It makes no sense. So again, it's like a program that's sitting there saying they want to help you, But then they switch it up and say, not at this time. Since you got this raise, now you can pay more. And I don't get that. What makes no sense to me is that if a program is supposed to help you, why wouldn't they say, hey, if you're interested in getting out of HUD, and that you want to get into some type of program like Habitat for Humanity, which there are other programs like that out there, we'll give you 3 years. And what we'll do is that you work towards this, get yourself situated, getting your credit up, getting all your debt to income lower than where it should be. And whatever type of raises you get, that's fine. You'll save that. And your rent won't go up for the 3 years that you're in this type of program. And once you get to this 3rd year, you should be able to get out of this program and get into the home that you want. And then you'll start living your life, which means you'll stay at that 500 base. But if you don't decide to leave, then of course, the rent will go up. I don't understand why they can't do something like that. Because like I said, again, if the program is supposed to help you, how does it help you when every time you get a raise, the rent goes up? So by the time you know it, I've seen these individuals stay in these places, which are nasty, and they're still paying like $800 or $900. And yet they can't do anything because they're paying that much money. So how are they supposed to save any money if they're paying that much money? It just makes no sense, man. It makes no sense at all.
Yeah, it does kind of remind me of the situation in back like Oakland. Like Oakland is a rough area, but if you would see the average price of the rent, like between Oakland's and Frisco's and Sacramento, like you live in literally like outside of the Auburn area. You live in like the gutter area, like literally dumpster fire, like it's like the definition of ghetto. But you see the 3-bedroom apartment for $2,200, like in the poverty area. And what are you expecting people to pay $2,200, 2 to 3 bedroom and 1.5 bathroom in a poverty area, not in the safe area. And there is the only way people that you're gonna have to make over 100,000, and you gotta make 100,000 after tax, like for you to have a steady life out here. Like it's the same with New York too, but it is rough. Like I mean, luckily my area is not bad as compared to Sacramento and up in LA, but the problem in the area that I'm staying in is just infested with homeless. Like it's like a Walking Dead the way I'm staying. Like as soon as you get out of my area, it's all you see is the homeless, because it's so expensive, and it's like everything just on going up.
Isn't that why most of the people are leaving now? California, they're moving on somewhere else.
Yeah, they are moving to Texas and Arizona. But look at I believe Dallas, man. Look at the price of going up because of all the Californians are moving down to Texas.
Yeah.
So they think, okay, they got California money, we can raise the price. So it screw everybody over. And the same thing gonna happen in Arizona and Vegas eventually.
Yeah.
Because all the Californians are spreading like a wildfire. They're taking that California money. So people are expecting I can raise this much certain amount of expense. Well, since they're from California, so I'm pretty sure they're making, if they can survive here, why not raise a little more? And in their mindset, coming from the landlord.
Dude, I haven't been to California since I was a little boy, man. I was born in California.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was born and raised in California up until we moved when I was like 5 or 6.
Whoa.
Moved away from the West Coast. Yep.
Well, you could thank your family, your parents, man. You did the right thing.
Well, I don't know about that, but whatever. But it is what it is. It is what it is.
No, thank your parents, man. He helped you get away. They help you get away from the plantation, man. You don't have to wake up and see the homeless zombie apocalypse every morning.
You don't think we have that in Cincinnati, man? You go down around like like near the stadiums and stuff like that, underneath the bypasses. I mean, it's all over, man. It's like all over the place. I'm sure it's definitely not as bad as California, but there's some bad places, within Cincinnati. So
well, at least Cincinnati had the good college football. So
okay, which one do you want to choose? Because they're both like right here, either the Bearcats or the Xavier Musketeers. Which one do you want to look for? Or I mean, even close to Cincinnati. So yeah.
Yeah, well, might as well ride with Cincinnati. Not the Bengal, but I'm riding with the Bearcats. But yeah, I have a cousins in Cleveland right now, but he told me he doesn't want to stay there anymore. I told him he should move to Dayton because Dayton's I heard it's a pretty good area.
Yeah.
But I know for sure Youngstown's a dumpster fire. Between Youngstown, I know Columbus is not that bad.
Some parts, man, especially like around the stadium and areas around that. I mean, they're kind of doing the same thing in Cincinnati where they're building that the FC Cincinnati stadium. It's going to be nice for sure, but I mean, it's a soccer stadium, so. But I mean, they're just building it down, pretty much in the hood. That's what they're doing, and it's like they're taking a lot of the projects away and moving those people. But I'm not sure, the problem is that where those people are going to go. So I don't know, man. It's crazy. I don't even know.
I'm looking at NBA fan count. Yeah, I heard Baton Log is rough, man. I think I heard it was pretty bad over there, but I don't think it's not bad as freaking Baltimore and St. Louis, man. If you talk about a massacre, Baltimore and St. Louis is the place. They're actually up there with Chicago.
Yeah.
But how's it Toledo? I've never been to Toledo.
I've been outside of Toledo, man. I really don't know.
Oh, the NBA fan when parents went to Ohio State. Oh man, that's dope.
Yeah, he's right. There's some nice parts and bad parts up there. I actually lived up there for a couple of years in Pickerington, Ohio. So that's right next to Reynoldsburg, and then I guess you have gosh, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. Hilliard High School. But you have a couple other high schools and areas out there that are pretty roughneck. But I mean, that's everywhere too. So it is what it is. Pickerington was like Pickerington and Reynoldsburg were prince and princess. So there wasn't very much going on up there. Not in those parts, anyways.
But how bad is it, Akron?
Akron, Ohio?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't think too bad. I mean, I might have traveled up there one or two times, but I've traveled more like towards like Chillicothe, towards like Athens, Ohio. They have Ohio University up there. That's a pretty big university up there. That's out of the way though. It's pretty out of the way.
They got a beautiful stadium, man. Ohio Wildcats.
Ohio University, yeah, that's pretty big up there, man. It's a lot bigger school than you think it is. Pretty big school, but I haven't been up there in a long time.
Yeah, I remember every time I mention Ohio Wildcats, I remember they beat the shit out of San Diego State at the ball game. That's all I can remember. They ran up the score of San Diego State. I was fucking embarrassed, man. I have to take that beatdown was so bad. I had to take off my San Diego State hat.
Okay.
I couldn't even watch the second half because when I watched the second half, they got tortured the rest of the game. I mean, definitely this year Ohio's not been the same, but they'll bounce back next year though. They're not the team from last year where they run out the score and walk away. Now they seem kind of struggling this year.
Who's that?
Ohio Wildcats. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, last year they were known to run up the score and the bullied opponent, but now they're kind of it's kind of like whatever.
I think NFL should do that more often, but it is what it is. I don't. So I see all these close games all the time coming. Teams coming back, but
sure, yeah, man. And they should do that. They should run up the score against Patriot every time.
Yeah.
They gotta take advantage because there's no Tom Brady. They should be Patriots should be getting blown out by 20 points every game, to be honest.
But look at Tom, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know if it's the front line that he's having a problem with, or but he is not definitely looking like himself. I get he's older, but there's something else there because I've seen him throw the ball. He can get it down there, but I don't know, man. His reads seem off, right? Don't they?
Yeah. Now it is that, and what's his name? Hover was out on a Monday night game, so they was hitting him on that the right side because Hover is the best. He's the best offensive line out of all of them, next to Jensen, the center, the big. So their defense took advantage of him because they know that the backup can handle Aaron Donald's. And what's his name? He came from Chicago, the pass rusher.
Mac.
No,
the other guy.
Yeah, he came from Chicago. He didn't do well, but he's doing well with he has like 7 sacks. I forgot his name. Oh, Freud. Yeah, Freud, the pass rushers. So they're taking advantage because they know that when your best guard is out, defense is gonna take advantage and test the backup, see if they can handle the pressure, and they couldn't. They fall flat. I think something's. Eventually Arian Foster gonna get tired of this. This is because I feel like he got to snap out of it. I mean, as much as bad as Patriots are, like Patriots are one quarterback away from being a playoff team. As bad as they look, and if you look at their draft, like they did a fantastic job on the draft, and they're going to do the same thing. And all they need is a quarterback. And I can see 49ers releasing Jimmy Garoppolo, and I can see him going back to Patriots.
You think?
I can see that actually. Just for short term. I mean, or do you want the Brian Hoyer?
Yeah.
I don't think everybody remember Brian Hoyer from the Cleveland Browns, and trust me, he's a forgettable player.
Yeah, you know what? It goes to these teams that pick up these number ones, and I get they have to pick these number ones. I get it because they could be that, quote unquote, and I don't really care to say the word, but generational type of player. But again, if it comes to a point that these quarterbacks not necessarily fit into your scheme, and you're still going to take them, I get that, and I get that you have to take that because they could be that next, whatever quarterback that's, that used to be, like a Marino or an Elway or whatever. But there's none of them have came about to be an Elway or a Marino or whatever. They've always found out to be their own type of, generational talent. That's who they are. Like Mahomes, yes, he has a flair of a couple of quarterbacks, because look at who's coaching him. He has a flair of Aaron Rodgers and Favre, very much like that. But look at who's coaching him now. If it wasn't for that, I still think he'd be that type of guy. But just because they're number one doesn't mean you have to take them. Because again, are you bringing the quarterback to fit into your scheme, or are you going to actually fit the team around the quarterback, fit that scheme around the quarterback? So I think that's where the failure starts, I think, at times. But I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes, one of the generational talent. I think he was fortunate to drafted by Kansas City, and it was more fortunate for Andy Reid. So because of the fact that you have Patrick Mahomes, it's like even though the Kansas City defense is horrible this year, you can still make a second half adjustment like the last year, the way they won the Super Bowl. It's like he's the way at his coaching career, at his point, it's like you can't have an excuse there why this team even make it to the AFC Championship.
Yeah. Because
as much as bad as the defense are, I'm not saying switch a scheme, but you can always adjustment. You can make your defense better in the playoff. That's why there's a practice. There's a filming session, the individual practice. There's so many things you can do to turn things around. Because offense would if defense can play like top 20, the offense will take care of itself. Because Patrick Mahomes is one of the generational talent quarterback. You want to see quarterback like him for the next 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought about Lamar Jackson, but holy smoke, he is getting lit up ever since Ronnie's 30. He went out for the season. I think he was the best. He was the best offensive line of the squad. And Baltimore still hasn't fixed the wide receiving situation. The wide receivers still look like fragile and not explosive. I mean, Willie Snead, still in NFL. Something's wrong with Baltimore's offense.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tack. I think that they need to upgrade their wideouts like Miami does. I think that they need some more speed on there. I think that'll help Lamar Jackson a lot. And also flipping back and forth in between running backs like they're doing, I'm not sure if it's really helping them too much, but I don't think their offense is built very well for Jackson. I don't think it's really built very well for him. And then of course, like you said, they're having some protection issues as well. So, that they were talking on somewhere, I can't remember, but they were saying people talk about how he's more of a runner, but they were talking about how he was more of a pocket passer. He's always been a pocket passer. He's been an elite quarterback to where he can actually run the ball, but he's actually a pocket. He's a run first. He's a pass first, run second quarterback. Do you agree with that?
I do. I totally agree.
With Kansas City though, man, the only way they're going to be successful is continuously keeping everybody fresh, and then drafting good players that will fit into their scheme as they move along, and then of course opening up that cap room, because these guys are going to want to get paid sooner or later. And so, I mean, you look at the only thing that Steelers have done wrong in the years is that their secondary, especially like their free safeties or corners, have been, necessarily they've waited too long to replace them because of they've won so much in a sense that they've continuously had always been in contention, and they've never really replaced them in a timely manner. And where the Patriots have been able to consistently move their pawns to where they want to. So I think in order for Kansas City to be consistent and be successful, that's what they're going to need to do. The Raiders look good, man. I tell you what, Gruden's done one hell of a job for them. They're doing a really good job over there, man.
Yeah. Yes, as for Kansas City, and each team has what they're known for, who they draft. Pittsburgh is always known for pass rusher, running back, and the linebacker. And Kansas City just can't seem to find a good defensive player since Eric Berry. Stone Cold Jones, Chris Jones he was a steal for the draft. But what other position the Kansas City made a home run hitter as far as a defensive player? I have not in the past few years. Most of those players that acquired from the free agency or trade, because they were loading up the offense so much, and it's like they forgot how to draft a skilled defensive player that fits their scheme. So remember the 2018 AFC Championship versus Patriots and the Chiefs? I don't know if you remember that big time. Oh shit, Mace. Big time there. Sure, LaShawn, I was pissed too, man. Even though Raiders covered the whole game, I lost by half a point in the second half on Raiders game. If I took Kansas City, I would have won by half a fucking point. What a shit show. But I definitely got to give it up to Raiders. The Raiders do got a lot of talent, but they have the same problem as Kansas City. Neither one of them have the defense. But the positive side of the Raiders is the defense is younger. So they got a guy like Max Crosby. What was that guy they drafted him out of Clemson? He has a potential too.
Yo,
Macy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm back, man.
Okay,
I was knocked out for a while.
Oh shit, my bad, man. Me and the big time were just chopping it up. So okay,
yeah. Big time left.
I think he should be back. I think they're cut off. I don't know if young NBA fans still want to join because he wanted to hop on earlier, but I don't know.
I asked him, let's go, man.
Oh yeah. Go,
Not him. I'm talking about me.
Yeah, he's here. Hop in, NBA fan.
Yeah. I just sent him the link. Oh man, I needed that little rest. What little rest I got, I needed it, man.
Yeah, it's good. We had a good. Yeah, it's okay. Me and Big Time had a really good conversation with Stocks, man. So it was fascinating. So, hey, what's up, NBA fan?
Yeah.
What's going on, brother?
What's up, kid? How you doing? How young man? What's up?
He probably got.
He's back?
I think. I don't know. I think he's probably working in his connection. So let's just wait. Oh man. Let's see. Yeah, Star. Mace is back. He just got done with his 25 minutes worth of nap. So, what's up, NBA fan?
What's up, bro? How are you?
Good, man. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Good, man. Well, happy early Thanksgiving, man, to your family.
Same to you, for sure. But yeah, you was talking a lot of shit about Ohio State quarterbacks, bro.
Oh man, look, I like Ohio State, but dude, look. One thing I'm gonna give a credit to Ohio State is they know how to produce offensive line and defensive player. That's one thing I can never take away from Ohio State.
Yeah, but my thing is like you just went and you did my nigga Haskins dirty, but at the same time, like I feel like he gets scapegoated a lot.
Yeah,
because like what you said, like in terms of his team and like how he performed at Ohio State was due to like Terry McLaurin. But if you look at it, he had 2 fifth-year seniors who ran 4.3. Other than that, he had the receivers that went last year. It was a 6 like wide receiver system. So the other wide receivers weren't good. They didn't get drafted. So I mean, it was due to him and some good receivers and some bad receivers. So I mean, he kind of propelled them better than they would look with a different quarterback, i.e. JT Barrett.
Right. And was the Baxter Miller, was he the one switched to the wide receiver?
Yeah, bro. He broke his arm like the season both like it was the national championship season. It was about to be his senior season, but JT came in as a redshirt freshman. He was like about to be like a Heisman favorite. Um, I think he might have been like a better pocket passing like Lamar. Honestly, he's like my favorite football player of all time. So I might be fanboying a little bit.
Oh, it's all good. Look, everybody had the favorite player. Like I'm not a fan of Ohio State, but my favorite Ohio State player was Antoine Winfield. So, and also my other favorite player, I think he would have a hell of a career in NFL if it wasn't for injury. That was Chris Gamble.
Yeah,
Chris Gamble was a dog in Ohio State. It was hard to throw to him because he was very physical cornerback. And he was very competitive too. He will take a challenge, and they haven't had that cornerback like that since him, Nate Clement. I only like
quarterback or corner. You said quarter or corner?
Oh no, corner. That was my favorite. Yeah, my all-time favorite corner in Ohio State is Winfield. Though
you weren't, so you're not a fan of none of these DBs they've been putting in the league?
I like what's his name? I like Denzel Ward.
What about Okuda? What about Lattimore?
Okuda's I like his tackling, man. I didn't think his tackle was that great.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. He was a blanket at Ohio State, but I mean, he's like they're putting him in there as the number one corner off rip, and he wasn't as impressive in the combine as I thought he was going to be. I thought he was going to run like a 4 flat or around there, give or take, but he ran like a 4.5, and yeah, I just wasn't as he looked like he's one of those players where like I mean the combine doesn't do his game justice, but at the same time he's getting burnt by number one receivers. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't know if we can just attribute that to him not being the athlete, a requisite of being an elite corner, or you don't throw rookies against like Devontae Adams. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, not many cornerback can cover Devontae Adams anyway. It doesn't matter how good of a cornerback you are. He I think personally believe he has the best release at the wide receiver position. His release so like smooth and his hand techniques are very underrated. Like
right. And my thing is like don't they have Slay? Don't the Lions have Slay?
Lions, yeah, he went to Philadelphia.
Oh, okay, they traded him.
So they literally have nobody. I do have a question since you're an Ohio State fan. What in the hell happened to Marshawn Lattimore? Why did he fall off this bad? Like in your person? God is awful.
Yeah, I don't know. So the timeline in terms of basically Kerry Combs, he basically brought in the recruits that performed well in the secondary last year and a couple years prior. So I think he recruited Lattimore, but he didn't get to actually develop him. So after Combs left, our secondary coaches were kind of in limbo. So we had the year before last, before we had Jeff Hafley, we had Alex Grinch. We had what's his name? I don't know, some black bald guy. And these guys weren't good, right? So you're not going to actually see the production that you like from our corners because they haven't been able to be developed as you normally see. I mean, he's got the physical build and he's from Ohio State, so I think that might have propelled him to where he was drafted. But he didn't get the development needed to actually be an elite corner.
Yeah, because he did so much well on his first 2 years.
Yeah,
and I think one of the issue that I saw from him is I think he started relying on his speed too much instead of his technique.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but because Lattimore does have a speed for that cornerback position. So and I watched few of his matchup. He's just really rely on his speed, his fundamental. It's like he forgot how to, the jab. get physical with the wide receiver. Now he's just throwing
You
around.
can't jam him on the line.
Right now he's not even jabbing. He just patrolling the wide receiver, but he's not challenging against the contesting catch, which what he did in his rookie and sophomore year, because he's not a short guy. He's nearly 6'2", and he should be capable to be aggressive and compete against contested catch, a deep pass, because he does have the speed, but he's not using what he's known for, which is technique.
Yeah, and my thing right now is like, I'm kind of worried about Ohio State in the secondary going into the future, because my thing is the guy who brought in all these corners, Kerry Combs, he's back. He was the position coach at the Titans.
Right.
Then he came back. But the thing is, he's always been a position coach. Now they're kind of giving him the reins to the back seven, right? So, I mean, I don't really know if he's got the requisite aptitude to actually have that big of a responsibility, because, I mean, how do you give up 500 yards to Indiana? You know what I'm saying? How do you let Rutgers go crazy? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
I understand. And I was upset at Ohio State and it didn't cover my spread. I was so upset.
Yeah, bro.
What made me more upset is Justin Field was holding the ball. He was holding the ball for too long. That's not him. You were holding the ball. You're supposed to let it go, but he was holding on for too long. And he trying to throw. Nobody was there. So
did you see the first two plays for OSU offensively?
Man,
I 70 yards in that slant by Garrett.
Yeah,
God. I was like, damn, this might be a pick'em game. Like, they could go 70-0 or whatever. But then, like, I remember it was like right after that possession that, like, we got a fumble. They actually fumbled it and we recovered it, but we didn't get it, and it made the game a lot closer than it should have been. But yeah, I mean, I'm not confident this year in OSU.
Yeah, it's like they flipped the script. Like, Ohio State's strength was the secondary. Now they flipped it to run stop. Now, like, the run stop is a problem. It's a whole new it's mainly a new player. It's the true junior, true freshman. So it's a few players got to get used to them, because they didn't start last year. So, you know, they got a different experience. But the run stop is great, but the secondary looks horrible.
Right. So my thing is, there's a couple reasons to that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, so the interior, it's surprising just based off the fact that our strength normally on the line is pass rushing, right? So we've got the guys who have the rankings on the ends, right? So we got a Jonathan Cooper, who's a fifth-year senior. It's a contract year. He should have the hype. He got a new number, everything like that. He was like a fringe 5-star. And then we got Tyree Johnson, a guy who's like a junior, but he's of a similar ranking, similar motivation, because this could be a contract year. He could go if he had a good year, which is not looking like. And then we got Zach Harrison. So the thing about Zach Harrison is he's supposed to be on that superstar DN track. He's supposed to be like a Bosa, like a Chase Young. But the thing is, they're being weird with like the snap counts, because they like to be like uber like substitutional, right? So they don't like giving people that many snaps unless they feel like they're over and abundantly better, right? So I guess they don't see that in him, which is alarming, given he's supposed to be on that track to be a Bosa or Chase Young, you know? And like, our interior of our line, like Tommy Togiai, Teron Vincent, Haskell Garrett, the guy who got shot in the face. Yeah, I mean, so they're like the upperclassmen. So they've actually been in the rotation for a couple years, and now it's like their breakout year. It's like all of them are breaking out at the same time. So nobody's getting that initial push that they normally get based off of the strength of our line being like our 3 techs and nose tackles. And for the secondary, it's like not only it's like a bunch of confounding negative variables. Like it's like not only is it like Kerry Combs is like his first year as having a co-defensive coordinator role, but on top of that, these guys aren't of the same talent of the people he's recruiting, right? So these guys are like fringe blue chips. So they're like 4 stars, but they're not like what Marshawn Lattimore was, like what Jeff Okuda was, what Sean Wade is, right? So he's in a new role with players less talented than he's used to. So that's not a good strategy. On top of that, our best corner, Sean Wade, he came back because he thought he could be a first-round pick last year, but he wanted to show that he could be elite on the outside. But he cost himself so much money, bro. He is getting burnt every game. And it's sad, honestly.
You know, other than Sean Wade, I know he was supposed to opt out and came back, but
yeah,
I believe he's an NFL prospect. That game against Indiana remind me of when Purdue came to Ohio and beat the hell out of Ohio in 2017.
That was at Purdue. I was there.
That was in Purdue. Okay, my apology. That was like I haven't seen that many miscommunication and misassignment from the secondary like that. That's the last time I see Ohio State secondary that had like confusions, miscommunication. There was no safety on top. Like it was very confusing because the run stuff has been astounding, and it's like you couldn't go anywhere.
Right, and they got -5 yards that game rushing.
Right, so that's not the issue. On an offensive side, that team, you know, it's up to field. The field's got to stay consistent because protection is not a question. It just he was holding the ball for too long, and he was a lot of uncharacteristic throw. And you know, he won't repeat that, and he will definitely repeat that.
So yeah, my thing with were you finished or did you have something else?
You know, another thing, I don't really. I know you're an Ohio State fan, but I'm not really a fan of the Master Teague.
Yeah, so it's an ongoing thing with OSU fans. You finish up, but I'll talk about that after you.
Yeah, it just like I said. I mean, I don't know how you personally feel, but I watch his game, and I'm going to be honest because I don't like to sugarcoat because I'm a fan of football.
Yeah,
I'm not impressed with Master Teague at all. It's like what makes him special because J.K. Dobbins will run people over. He can cut back, and he can run the middle, and he can find the hole by himself. That's why he was so dominant at that running back position. Wait till next year once he get that full-time starter. And Mark Ingram, the Ingram gonna get released. They don't need him anymore. It's just gonna be him and God, and we're gonna run all over it. But like as I say, I'm not impressed with Master Teague. I'm sorry, man. So I hope you don't take it personal. So.
For sure. So I'm not a fan of Master Teague either.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, I don't think anybody in OSU at OSU, any like person who like really follows OSU is a fan. So like my thing is they're trying to do the split running back things, but they're not being flexible enough to try different running backs. So I think our 3 best running backs are on the bench, right? So Still Chambers, Marcus Crowley, DeMario McCall. Those are our 4 most explosive running backs, okay? I mean our 3 most explosive running backs, and they're all on the bench. DeMario McCall, he's like a 5th-year senior, but he got another year of eligibility because of Corona. But he's always been like a tweener. Like he was like a slot guy, but he was like too big for the slot, but too small to be a running back. So instead of actually trying to find a niche for him, they just benched him, right? And then these other 2, Still Chambers is a tweener. He's a running back / linebacker. And we're going to have a huge overhaul at linebacker next year. So he might get in the mix there. On top of that, we brought in 2 elite running backs this year. So I don't think he'll get a fair shot. But my thing is, if you're going to run a dual running back system, that's fine. But I think you should use each running back in the best situation for them. Meaning, Master T has no agility at all. So my thing is like, I don't see why you're trying to run him to the outside through the B and C gaps, right? Through the tackle in the slot or anything like that, right? So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to run it to the outside with the first year starting O tackle with the guy with no agility, right? So and it's like they're using him like in the absolute worst possible situation. So they're using Sermon as a power back when he's like 30 pounds lighter than T. And I mean, Teague has breakaway speed, but for him to get the good head of momentum and everything like that, you got to start him in like the 2A gap, right? Because you're going to get that good lean because the best part of our line is our interior. So we've got Wyatt Davis, Josh Myers, who's a returning center, and Harry Miller, who was a 5-star. So he can't run laterally, and our best push is on the inside, so I don't even understand what we're doing. And I think Ryan Day, he's like been influenced by Urban negatively in the way that he's like super absolute in his responses, and he doesn't let anybody change his mind. He doesn't let anything change his mind. So I mean, even if you see that your decision is wrong, he doesn't change the decision, or he does it in the worst possible way. So an example of Urban doing that was 2015 with the quarterbacks. So he started the wrong quarterback and he kept flip-flopping it. So if you're going to be that guy who like doesn't listen to anybody, be that guy and have chemistry for the whole season with one quarterback. If not, you know what I'm saying, just let it ride. You know what I'm saying? But he's always doing things to like leave him out of being an actual contender. And I hope Ryan Day doesn't get too stuck in his ways like that, you know.
Well, if Ohio State want to take it to the championship caliber type of team, definitely have to utilize the Master T a little better because of the fact he has no burst. So he's
got burst. I mean, he actually runs a 4.3.
But okay. Maybe just way he run, I don't seem like he has a burst. So
it's like he's just got good straight line speed. Like he's got no agility, he's got no juke moves, he's got none of that. He can run good in a straight line, you know.
Yeah, I saw that, but it just maybe where I saw it seemed like he didn't have the burst. Maybe because he was a straight run. Like it's sometimes hard for me to see when you're a straight running back. It doesn't. It's like one of those one trick pony type of running back. So it's kind of. Sometimes I couldn't tell. Is it the burst or is it just the great protection?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and another thing, like Ryan Day is honestly like you probably don't follow recruiting like that, do you? Like high school recruiting?
No, not at all. Not a Big Ten. I look at more recruit or transfer on the Big 12 and
yeah. So basically, he's recruiting better than Urban Meyer.
That's
like,
good.
And it's not even close. Like, so he's gotten the number one receiver in the country for 4 years straight. On top of that, in 2022, so these are rising juniors, he got the number one player in the class, the number one quarterback. So I mean,
I forgot his name. He's getting drafted. He was coming in 2022. I forgot his name.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers or something like that.
He was like he's like a long, lanky white kid, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I don't like he's recruiting like too good. You know what I'm saying? At certain spots, like so when you look at our room, like our QB room, so like we know that there's going to be attritions due to transfer, right? But right now we've got a 5-star Justin Fields, we've got a 5-star CJ Stroud, we've got a 4-star Jack Miller. In 2021, we have a 5-star in Kyle McCord, and in 2022 we have a 5-star, and this guy might actually be generational in Quinn Ewers. So at a certain point,
I do like Jack Miller though.
You think so?
Yeah, I think I can see a lot of potential in Jack Miller.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not a fan of Jack Miller. I mean, he's injury prone and like he's not that efficient. Like he never had a high school season over 60%. But
but once he's get healthy, I think he can do some damage. But like health isn't what's holding him back, unfortunately. So
yeah,
but
but
I do like the depth. I do respect the Ohio State depth. Like the depth is like they're so good. Like I feel like next year that might be one of the best Ohio State team. Like the way I look at who they recruit and who the transfers. Like I think Ohio State going to be even more scarier next year.
Honestly,
with the better.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So my thing is, this is the year. You know, this is the year. You got the generational guy who, because I mean, how the roster projects, we don't have a multi-year QB starter until Quinn Ewers, and that would be the 2023-2024 season. On top of that, we've got a first round wideout. We got Garrett. We've got this uber talented freshman wide receiver class. We got 2 5-stars in it. We've got 2 4-stars in it. We've got Jameson. We've got, I don't know if our O-line will ever be this good just based off the fact that Stud is not that good of a recruiter, right? Our offensive line coach. He only recruits based off of previous inclinations to go to Ohio State, regardless of their relationship with the O-line recruiter. So, I mean, we got a 5-star from California, Georgia, and Ohio. They're all 5-stars. The stars aren't going to align like that for us again. So our O-line, and then we got a 5-star O-tackle, Nicholas Petit-Ferrer from Florida. It's not going to align like that ever again, right? So our line is better than it's ever going to be. This is the year. Our secondary is bad, but I mean, this is an offensive-centric type of landscape that we're in. So, I mean, you got to ride it out on Justin Fields and these wideouts in that line. But, I mean, that was not a good sign from Justin, you know? And I'm kind of, you know, he's kind of feeding into all the hype that OSU quarterbacks suck. That was a horrible game.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, we'll see, because I would like to see Big Ten's a very competitive team. So, but it is wide open. The only team that I do feel like I wouldn't say threat to the Ohio State, but I will put up a fight. I would say Northwestern. Yeah,
the nerds. I don't even know what the fuck's going on, to be honest with them.
Yeah, Northwestern.
Northwestern
probably brought the good transfer quarterback from Indiana, and he's doing a lot better than I
expected. Peyton Ramsey. I think that honestly, last year Indiana had like 2 top 6 quarterbacks in the Big Ten. Michael Penix. And the thing is, this is kind of the peak for Indiana, like the success that they're having right now, just because of the fact, why would you go to Indiana? You know, like there's no reason to go to Indiana. So, I mean, their best hope for getting talent is betting on like a mid 4-star, like you have a great relationship with them for since sophomore year of high school. You get them and then you develop them and he becomes something great. But you're not going to get any 5-stars because there's no reason for them to come to you over like Clemson or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's my take on like Indiana. But I got a question for you, bro.
What's going on? Go ahead.
Okay. So I've got a question for you on who do you think is QB? Like right now, you got people claiming like Oklahoma. There's other people claiming like Purdue, Michigan. What's your opinion on who's QBU based off like everything that your own criteria?
But in the Big Ten?
No, just everywhere.
I mean, I got a lot of. There's so many. I got quarterback that I like outside of Lawrence, but it's a quarterback that people haven't really heard of. Both. Like I would say Shane Buche from SMU.
Oh no. What I'm saying is like
sorry.
QBU meaning the college that produces the best QBs. Like over a span of time.
I got you. I misheard. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, no problem, bro.
It's okay. Produce like the good quarterback by the school.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I apologize. It's gotta be between. It has to be between Oklahoma
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of school that really produce good college. See, I can't say USC because USC.
Yeah. I heard you talk shit about a lot of people's quarterback.
Fucking yeah, but he just no fuck. I hate Pac-12 quarterbacks, like Aaron Rodgers and John Elways and fucking
Mm-hmm.
Mark Brunell. But outside of that, fucking Mark fucking Sanchez, you gotta be fucking kidding me. He's out of the league.
Yeah.
He probably got like a 200 taco shop right now.
Yeah.
But
My
yeah,
thing is,
yes,
mm,
Ohio. Yeah, so definitely Oklahoma, and there's another school I would say they produce good. As far as quarterback, I got another one, but it's in my head right now. You know
mm-hmm.
what? I could say I was just say, see I would like to say Texas Tech, but they only produced two good quarterbacks. That was Mayfield and Patrick Mahomes. So
You giving them credit for Mayfield?
I will give him credit to Mayfield.
So I mean, I guess we can. So that kind of makes my argument for my team better. So you split the credit for Mayfield half and half with them with Texas Tech and Oklahoma.
Yeah, I would.
Mm-hmm. So my thing is, I go Clemson honestly. So if we're yeah, because if we're bringing in, so they've got their QB room for ever set up how they want it to be set up, right? So they got Lawrence. He's projected to be like the number one pick. They got DJ Ungalele. You see him right now, don't you? I mean, he's
good.
Mm-hmm.
He's a number one. I think he's a number one quarterback coming out of high school too. I remember that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Nah, it was a guy from Oklahoma. I meant from Alabama, Bryce Young. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he was up there though. It might have been him, but I don't remember. But it was like pretty close. But my thing is like, so they've got the quarterback room set up how they want it, right? They got number one pick, number one recruit stacked on number one recruit, right? On top of that, they've got Watson, who's where do you rank Watson in the NFL? Like a top 7 quarterback?
Right now, you know what? He's playing sneaky good right now. Like he's the way Watson is playing, the way Lamar Jackson should be playing, I would put him in top 10 right now. I don't care what anybody said, because you're playing behind the horrible offense line and you're still putting up. He's having a career year under that trash offense line, except Tunsil and Martin. And who else is protecting other than those two? Because you trade Duane Brown to Seattle, you literally have nobody, and yet he's spreading the ball around, because the last year was his main purpose. Okay, I'm gonna throw it to D-Hop. Fuck it, I'm gonna throw it to him. That's why his interception ratio was a bit high than usual. But now look at his touchdown and interception ratio is a totally different than compared to last year, because now you say fuck it. I don't know who the number one receiver is. I'm gonna throw it to whoever's open who during the either the busted coverage or great release or the based on design. And look how efficient he is.
Right. So my thing is like, basically, he's a top 10 quarterback. Oklahoma, we're splitting credit with Oklahoma and Texas Tech. So I say Oklahoma has a quarterback, and I don't even know if you want to claim claim Baker at this point. Is he good or not? Because I don't even is he? I don't think he's a top half. He's like a middle tier quarterback. I don't even know if we can really consider that too good. But at the same time, there's only 32 roster spots, so I don't really know how we consider that. But so that gives Oklahoma 1.5. It gives because you got Kyler Murray, and then you have Texas Tech, that gives them 1.5. But we've got one with Clemson, and then you've got this number one pick. He's gonna be like Justin Herbert on steroids, probably. You know who that is? The rookie from San Diego
Chargers. Yep.
So I think that's what. So they're gonna have 2, right? And then they're pumping them out on a machine. So they're already in contact with the number one 2023 quarterback, who's a sophomore right now. So that's who they got in the line next, right? He's 6'6". He's like they're recruiting like the same guy like every other year. So that's what's going on there. So they're going to be pumping out the best guy every other year. You feel me? And
right. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's another school that produce like quarterback, but it's based on the high air raid offense. I mean, they don't do well in NBA, but as far as a college level, I also want to give credit to Hawaii University. And Hawaii University always have those are one of those offense you want to go for shootouts. Say fuck, F the defense. We're just gonna outscore the opponent, but they always has the talented receiver in that conference. So Hawaii. Also want to give it up to there's another team has a good. I mean, they don't do well in NFL, but Washington State, except Gardner Minshew, I really believe Gardner Minshew, really good, accurate quarterback, doesn't have an arm, but it's okay because arm strength, you can work on your arm strength, but not the accuracy. He already has the accuracy. So would you let it have arm strength or accuracy? You let it have an accuracy as a quarterback. He's always been accurate. His time in Washington State, he was okay in ECU. I feel like he didn't get enough help. So when he transferred to Washington State under Mike Leach's offense, they said that's the most easiest playbook that student ever read. So now he lighted up. Now he's doing well in the NFL. And after he graduated, who took over? Alex Gordon. He had like 40 plus touchdown. Now that this Washington State got a new coach, came from Hawaii. So what they do? They got the Hawaii offensive philosophy. Now they're going to do the same thing what they did in Ohio. So I think the Washington State going to keep producing the good quarterback. I wouldn't say they'll make it to the NFL, but as far as a college level, I would definitely give credit to Washington State and Hawaii.
Yeah, and another thing about Gardner, 43 Wonderlic. Like you can't. There's nothing you can say about that. I don't know. I've had this conversation with other people on Mace's platform where it was about the value of the Wonderlic. I don't know how you fall on that, but I kind of hold it in the highest esteem, right? Like I'm going to tell you my opinion on the Wonderlic and just tell me what you think about it. All right. So my thing is like, in my opinion, the Wonderlic only matters in 4 positions, right? It matters at quarterback, center, middle linebacker, free safety, right? Because those are the position, and honestly, like a franchise player, wherever that would be.
Right.
So I think that those players, I think you should obviously want your players to have a baseline level of intelligence, but these guys have like more cognitive responsibility than anywhere else on the field. Therefore, it's inherent to them being good at their position that they have a higher level of intellect, right? So what's your opinion on that?
No, I feel the same way what you were just saying about the Wonderlic. Definitely, definitely, especially free safety for the Wonderlic. That would definitely we hit it. And I also believe like the outside linebackers you have, the Wonderlic. That definitely especially outside linebacker has a good lead. It has the high football IQ and always has has well during the spy. So, So wondering, I pretty much feel the same way. So.
Yeah, so that's what my thing is like. I know there's these like attributes that you just totally want. Like these are like if you had to make a quarterback, you cross these check marks like arm strength, a great athlete. Those are the 2 most obvious boxes you cross off in terms of tangibles, right? But I think if you didn't have those, like Gardner Minshew doesn't, his intellect kind of makes up for his physical discrepancies when comparing it to like an ideal quarterback,
Right. So I think that's one of the reasons like Jaguar is not really trying to tank, because I think they know that the Minshew contract is first. It's cheap. It's a 6-round contract. So you can stretch it out. You can build it around. They got wide receiver. They got DJ Chalk. I think they just need another wide receiver like I think they're missing the Allen Robinson type of receiver where you can line up anywhere. We can put him in the slot, or you can put him in the left, or you can put him in the tight end because he's very physical, but he can finesse the second. His routes are so smooth, and he has a great hands. That's what they're missing. DJ Charles, he's not one of those the DB. He's one of those hitter like straight line, and he's not a technician. So now, because his contract is cheap, you can build more offense, and along with the offensive line against Minshew, and you can easier for you to hide his weakness, which is his arm strength.
Right.
But you have a receiver can always open like 7-11, and you don't really have to really worry about your accuracy. You just have to get put great call, great design, and throw easy 10, 15-yard pass and run. And you have a good undrafted rookie who's doing well in Jacksonville, which came from Illinois State, Jerome Robinson. He's doing a fantastic job behind the trash offensive line. So Jack Wood. Go ahead.
So my thing is and another thing behind the brilliance of having building around a player like Minshew, you kind of build a scheme that's built around his weaknesses, but it's kind of like everybody else has that strength that they're compensating for with his weakness, right? So at the same time, he knows he's kind of replaceable, right? So you can keep him complacent, honestly, you shouldn't even have a job right now type of thing, right? So he's not going to ask for a Pat Mahomes contract. You see what I'm saying? So that kind of keeps that structure in place. And if you actually have a philosophy that the best teams are built in the trenches, that helps not having to pay an exorbitant amount to the most valuable position.
Right. So, oh shit, I'm hogging up the mic, man. I apologize to everybody. Anybody else? Star P, OG.
What up, dog?
What up, man? What's happening, man?
What's happening with you, young players, Captain? Hell yeah! No, I'm just stopping by to say what's up, man. I ain't want y'all niggas be speaking over my head with this football shit. I know a little bit getting into the little NFL thing, but I don't know about these college boys, man. I don't really know, man. I've been wanting to know about it, but I just ain't deep enough in the game with it, you know what I'm saying? But no, y'all chopping up a good game on the football side of it, you know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, I feel it. I was paying attention to that shit you was talking about, the key component players. You said the safety. What did you say? What did you say about the key component and then the franchise? When you was talking, somebody was saying something about the franchise play. I picked up on all you were saying something about that. That's the main. The
wondering test.
I was listening. Yeah. Nigga, you know what I'm saying? I didn't follow all of it, but nigga, I picked up a few things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. The wondering test would tell you. You see that I can see the high football IQ from guys like A.D. Jackson. Last year he switched to strong safety and playing like free safety. And this year, now he's back to free safety, playing like a strong safety, but he can also cover. See, not many players can do that because you can't go from free safety to strong safety and go back to free safety. That puts a lot of toll in your body as a player. But now this guy, you can line up anywhere. You can blitz him. You can put him in. You can put him in a package. Eddie Jackson, I personally I think he's one of the probably the smartest safety in the NFL.
Right, and another one, I might be a little biased because he's from Ohio State, but Jordan Fuller for the what's the team? Rams, for the Rams. He got 2 picks off Brady.
Oh yeah, he's good, man. I like him.
And the thing is, he is a horrible athlete. He's a shit athlete. He ran like a 4.7, right? But you know what's keeping him around? I don't know what exactly he got on the Wonder Lick, but he was like an academic All-American since his freshman year. So I mean, he's compensating for his deficiencies athletically. But my thing is, I'm kind of I don't know what's up with the NFL Players Association, bro, because I don't know how these players get such shit contracts compared to the NFL, to the NBA. Like, what did they do? Like, how are the contracts so bad? Like, young players get screwed ad nauseum. It's like a base contract. Like, it doesn't. There's no incentives with it, so it gets better as you produce. Because Dak was on like a uniform, like 1.9 million contract for like 4 years when he was obviously way above that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, but there are players like doesn't have any athleticism, but they have a good fundamentals. Like especially offense line, you see those offense line undersized, but the way they stay in the game so long because they have a fundamental, they have a high IQ, and they have a great footwork to protect the quarterback, and they also know how to manhandle the bigger pass rusher.
Yeah.
Like look at Aaron Donald. I couldn't believe Aaron Donald fought this far because he was only 6'1". I mean, if anybody saw him in the University of Pittsburgh, I thought he was causing that. He was a monster in college.
Right.
And how did he fall this bad? Like because he crushed the combine. I'm talking about absolute dominate the combine, and he still dropped out low. Like,
but I mean, at the same time, the NFL needs to get away from this. Like the NBA has gotten away from this, but there's going to be like a lack of traditional positions. But that doesn't necessarily mean a player can't be effective if you find the right way to use them. So Aaron Donald on paper is a tweener.
Yeah, but he don't look like tweener now. He looks like a Stone Cold Steve Austin now.
Yeah, I mean, but like, what are you going to play him as? Like a D end or a D tackle type of tweener? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, D tackle, they're playing like a pass rusher though. So
yeah.
That's what make his position make Michael Brocker looks good because Michael Brocker is he's not effective on pass rusher, but he's a great run stopper. And
yeah,
he got drafted too early to be honest. Like because he doesn't offer any pass rushing, like no QB pressure, no quarterback hit, but he does one thing well. He get double team, he can stop the run and let Aaron do all the other moving around in the inside, the 5 technique, the 3 technique, and so like his presence make the other defense like more easier, take more less pressure. Say, okay, I don't have athleticism, I don't have the speed, but because the pass rush is so great, like now, like it's the game a bit easier for the secondary side because now the pass rusher is disrupting the quarterback. All you got to do is man up your receiver.
Right. He takes up multiple blocks, frees up the ends. But yeah. What's your opinion on like the NBA? I don't know because a whole lot of people was talking shit about LeBron earlier. Were you one of them?
No. I like LeBron.
Who's the GOAT? Okay. We're stopping all this PC shit. Let's get down to it. Who's the GOAT?
Look, I'm an old fashioned, so my favorite is I mean, not my all time favorite, but Michael Jordan's the GOAT. Even though he's not my all time favorite, my all time favorite is Latrell Sprewell.
Latrell Sprewell. All right.
Hey, I gotta feed my family, man.
Yeah, but I mean, how's MJ the GOAT to you, bro? I'm not even about to pick at this like that because I don't really care to argue with niggas about it like that,
Oh, I don't hear the argument. Look, because like I said, I'm an old fashioned. I'm an '80s baby, so I was watching Michael Jordan since I was a kid. So I grew up in that era. But as far as this era, yeah, you can't. I've been saying before, LeBron James is the best small forward ever played at that position.
Right, and my thing is like, there's just like a whole lot of like disingenuous arguments, and I was just thinking about it this one time. It's like, they're trying to fault LeBron for leaving after he couldn't beat the Celtics, right? Mm-hmm. But at the same time, they don't try to compare the situation LeBron was in his 7th year to the situation Jordan was in his 7th year where he broke through, right? First off, LeBron broke through in his 4th year in 2007, right? Something Jordan couldn't do, right? Against a team, like a defending champion team where he had, like they said, LeBron doesn't have killer will, but he put up 25 in the fourth against the Pistons, who had one of the greatest rim protectors of all time, Ben Wallace, 4-time DPOY. But none of that matters. My thing is, just think about the two situations, right? You got to think about it like this, right? How did Michael Jordan and the Bulls get in the position to have the asset to acquire the number 5 pick, or acquire Scottie Pippen, who was the number 5 pick, right? So to do that, either Jordan kept his team at a lower baseline of success than LeBron did to get anywhere near a high lottery pick, or the Bulls had a better front office organization than the Cavs. Neither of which is LeBron's fault. Neither of which was going to change. So to blame LeBron for that is kind of disingenuous, in my opinion. What's your whole opinion on that?
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I'm not a big fan of LeBron James, but overall, I do respect his accomplishments. It's like even his past championship, I can't take away what he did. I'm still standing where what I'm saying is I think he's the best small forward that he played for. And I was impressed when he took when he went to the final against the Spurs. Have you seen the roster?
Which one? Which time?
The first time he went to the final.
Oh yeah. And it's like, if a person tries to argue that team was good, that's where the conversation ends.
No, that team was, even I know I'm not even Cleveland fan, even though that roster was a fucking trash. Anderson, Barajo, fucking Durante, fucking old ass Ilgaski.
And then, think about it. Jordan, what would Jordan have done if he would have found out, a mentally handicapped dude was smashing his mom? How are you supposed to function in a work environment like that? You know what I'm saying?
All I know is, hey, you can take away that year. I give all the credit to LeBron because you took this dumpster fire to an all the way final and it gets swept. And people like, oh, he's not a king. He hasn't got swept. I mean, he got swept. Not a king, such and such. I said, yeah, what other superstar can take these trash ass fucking roster that he had into the final and get swept? Because he literally had no help. And I'm not saying I'm a fan of LeBron. I'm just saying because I watched the entire series against the Spurs. It was he literally tried to take over the game by himself because he had nobody to throw to.
Right. And my thing about so I think there's disingenuous arguments on both sides in terms of playoff success on the Jordan and the LeBron side. So my thing is okay, we understand a lot, not every time, but some of the time we understand Jordan getting swept in the first round, right? When you're going up against the 86 Celtics, it makes sense you get swept in the first round. But if I can be intellectually honest and agree to that, we have to agree to, in situations uniform to that, LeBron should get the same pass as I'm giving Jordan, right? So basically, if you actually quantify the disadvantage Jordan was at, he was at a multiple All-Star / Hall of Fame deficit, right? And if apply that precedent to any superstar, no superstar has ever won a championship when they were down they were down in talent like that. Jordan has never won a game when he was at a talent discrepancy like that, right? So if we're being honest, right, we can't fault LeBron for losing in a situation nobody's wanting, right? And if you actually look at LeBron's record in games where he's handicapped like that, he actually puts up better stats, has a higher winning percentage than Jordan. But I'll digress.
Right. And LeBron's is he 12-0 versus first round?
Yeah, I mean, you don't I mean, Jordan got swept by Sidney Moncrief, but with George Gervin on his team. But I'll digress.
Yeah, I think I remember because he is 12-0 the first round, so that means he never lost the first round. So
right.
I mean that not many, it's hard to keep that kind of streak for any players.
Right. And another thing is like, if you look at it, like, I'll kind of concede to the point that I'm not really, honestly, but just for the sake of a flow of a conversation, I'll give people who are proponents of Jordan that Jordan had a tougher path coming out of the East before he won than LeBron. But if we look after that, right, to when they were both winning, right? So we're going post Celtics, post Pistons, right? And then if you look at the teams that both teams played against, right? Who had the harder competition, honestly? We just want to call it the weak East, but we're actually not observing or analyzing too deeply the teams that each player played against, right? So if you actually look at the teams, right, you've got, for Jordan's era, you've got his two hardest teams were the Knicks and the Pistons. You got the Heat with Alonzo Mourning, which were okay. They weren't as good as the Pacers or the Knicks because they never got to the conference finals at a same rate as those two, right? So those were the three teams, right? The Cavs don't count because that was pre-Pistons, right? They were the full pre-Pistons, like 88, 89 type shit, right? So if you look at the talent on those teams, most of them encompass at most one Hall of Famer, right? And then it was a good team around that one player, right? So, and then if you go to LeBron's teams, right, you've got the Pacers with Lance Stevenson. You've got the Celtics, right? Because he played the Celtics again after he left the Cavs, right? So those Celtics still have 4 Hall of Famers on that team. So that kind of ends the argument of who had the harder path coming out of the East when they were winning, right? But then if you want to put salt or, fire, you know what I'm saying, like gasoline on a flame, you could go to Toronto. You could go to the 60-win Hawks, right? And all these teams, and these arguments are just paper mache, like black women's like protection arguments.
Oh, trust me, I know about the black women protection. I know about that. Well, after the white daddy beat the shit out of her like a UFC cage match, next thing you know, oh man, black men don't protect them. I always bring this argument when it comes to that. I haven't seen any black women protect Brian Banks.
Who was that?
It was a guy. He was supposed to be. He was an NFL prospect, but he got accused of false rape accusation.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
my thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Man.
So yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but my thing is like, it's looking really sad for women as a whole within the next couple of decades, like next several decades, but black women in particular, right? So.
Long as niggas don't go back asleep.
Yeah. You're right. If people you're right. But my thing is like, so Zoolennials, they're not having these conversations that everybody in the manosphere is having. This is mostly like a late Xer fucking like millennial type having a conversation like for the sake of black people type conversation. But a lot of Zoolennials are going to go with the concept that mixed people are black and just date out and say that the result of those relationships are black people. On top of that, right, as we start getting more accustomed to atypical lifestyles, I'm not a proponent of any of them at the moment, but within a couple of the technology is already working right now, but within like 20 or so years, automation is going to replace women to where our our birth rate isn't even anywhere near half replacement. So you've heard of that, right? Like it's like robot bitches, right? I'm not saying I'm personally going to do it, but I'm saying it's going to be a big enough option to where a lot of women are going to be replaced, right? And the ones that aren't, they're meeting a certain standard that leaves the average woman on the wayside. So you gotta to compete with these creatures that do everything you want, no attitude, no like trying to finesse you, to have your resources in a government sanctioned, what I'm saying, agreement. None of that is going to happen. So there's going to be like no incentive to actually deal with women unless women are like dimes, right? And then it still might not be a good option just if you go by a cost benefit analysis ratio, right? So that's kind of my take on what's going to happen within the next like 4 or 5 decades. What's your opinion on that?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with the sex doll thing, but that's
no, it's not. Yeah, my thing is like it's like 5 decades in the work, right? So I'm talking about when I'm like 60. So the technology is already being created. And then you know what I'm saying? Society is getting so slanted against men that men at a higher rate in the upcoming generations are already starting off like MGTOW. You see what I'm saying?
I know about MGTOW. The more and more men walking away, because people watch content like Coach Greg Adams,
Yeah.
So you see all the hate. You see all the hate review he gets on his Facebook channel. I just saw it today. He had a lot of hate comments from his reviews. It's of course mainly women. I think
you said USB pussy charge.
Yeah, but hey, don't be surprised. 20 years from now, they're gonna put a life insurance on a sex doll. Do not be surprised. I'm like, yeah. They talking like, baby, if I die, all money is yours, but you can't even talk.
Yeah.
It's gonna be scary. And you know what? I'm more afraid because that's definitely gonna destroy the family structure and traditional family route.
So for Black people, that's already been dead.
Well, you can thank Billy Porter for that.
Yeah. And my thing is, so you were talking about like living in California and everything like that, right? And California it's just like it seems like pretty demonic out there, to be honest. Like when you look at everything that's going on out there, like just the whole Hollywood industry, like how they're trying to like basically take out the buffer class or the middle class, right? So they're going to be like all these jobs are going to be replaced by automation, right? Like I mean, you got factory workers, you got truck drivers, that whole middle class of like somewhat unskilled laborers that make up a lot of constituents is going to go away. Those jobs are going to be lost due to automation. But at the same time, what's going to happen when that middle class leaves? There's going to be people who can actually have the aptitude to go to Silicon Valley, and then there's going to be the server class, right? So that creates a great divide within the population. And that's not a method to do anything well in terms of the stability of a country,
Man. By the way, have you been out here?
Yeah, I've been to California.
Yeah.
Have
you lived here before or no?
Nah, I'm from Ohio.
Oh, okay. Well, you did the right thing. You don't want to be in a Walking Dead, man. This is an army of the homeless, man.
Yeah.
And they're kind of pretty violent too, man. They kind of remind me of a homeless in Las Vegas.
Right.
Yeah, man. They demand you to like buy you a beer and ask if I got debit card so I can buy them a beer and food. I'm like, okay, look, I can buy you food. Like, no, I don't want to eat. I want beers and a cigar. I said, man, motherfucker, I'm not here to help your fucking habits, you fucking junkie. Fuck.
And they get violent, huh?
Yeah, I'm like, fuck you, this and that. I'm like, oh, now you okay? Now you ain't getting no cigar, motherfucker, mate. Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, and the worst place that I've personally seen was it was like Baton Rouge, like Louisiana, right? So it's like it was like the most aggressive shoe signers I've ever seen, bro. It's like they tackled you to shine your shoe so that you gave them $15. First off, how is shining shoes worth $15, right? Second off, you tackled me to put me in a position like it didn't happen to me, but it was like just like random like middle-aged chicks or who are single or whatever. They tackled them, shine their shoes like for like 5-10 seconds, and then they said they needed like $15-$20, right? So I mean that's when poverty, like you got to do something about that, right? You can't have that shit happening to where that's what people are subjected to make a living, right? And on top of that, like it's like all of the like highways and everything. It's like like how there's like the underpassages have like grass.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me? Yeah, it was just straight covered with niggas, bro. It was like you couldn't even see green anymore. It's just like tents and like fucking those like like how you like hang your clothes out to dry like in the backyard. It was a bunch of that. It was a bunch of people like fighting. There was like fires on the grass. Like I mean, it's crazy. Like there's a huge homeless population in Louisiana, and it seems like a lot of natural disasters they couldn't really get over and stuff. But yeah, that's the worst place I've seen. How does that compare to like California to you?
Yeah, it's up there. It's about the same. Yeah, but also even St. Louis is like that. St. Louis is a hell on earth.
And you know that St. Louis is actually more violent than Chicago.
That's what I said earlier, bro. I've been there. That motherfucker is a fucking dump.
Oh yeah. I love the food, but man, they are violent, dog. St. Louis got one of the best soul food, but damn, it's pretty rowdy over there. It's like a Baltimore, man.
Yeah, it's like Chicago. It's not overrated in terms of violence. Honestly, because we know where the violence is coming from. It's coming from like around like 1/100th of the actual like mass of the city. Like it's coming from like a certain set of blocks, like 40 or so blocks. That's where all the violence is coming from. And it's actually taking the whole city of Chicago's per capita to a top 10 rate. But if you actually just encapsulated where all the violence is coming from, that little subsection is more violent than like anywhere in the world, right? But it seems like people are thinking that it's overrated based off that per capita number that includes like the nice parts of Chicago and everything like that. And they think that they're getting that credit for being that violent because they've made music glorifying it. What's your opinion on that?
No, sorry. Sorry, I messed that up. Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Okay, what didn't you hear?
No, I kind of missed the whole thing. Sorry, man.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying, like, it's just like Chicago, like the parts of Chicago that we know for like rap and violence and everything. Mm-hmm. That little subsection is more violent than anything in the world, honestly, because what they do is they take the per capita of murders and violence and everything like that, and then they extrapolate that to like all parts of Chicago. Like there's no like delineation between the nice parts and the bad parts. So the bad parts of Chicago take all the good parts of Chicago, and when you mean it out, it's still a top 10 most violent place in America. So I'm saying, like, when you just isolate Chicago by the hoods, it's worse than like anywhere in the world, honestly.
I didn't know Chicago would become that bad. I know I went there twice. It was bad, but that was like back in 2000, what 2006. Went there twice. Yeah, but you think is it worse now or it's getting better?
Um, I don't. I think that there's positive signs, but the violence is honestly kind of getting worse. Like, and I think there's positive signs in the sense that like obviously rapping and glorifying killing isn't good, but at the same time, that's what labels and everyone wants out of Chicago, right? So if you're gonna make it out of Chicago, if you're gonna talk about killing niggas, you're saying fuck Tuka, all that, right? So that's how you get big out of Chicago, right? And there's no money from the government or anything being funneled in to repair the communities, right? But at the same time, it seems like there's an effort and an introspection and macrocosmic view on what they've done to Chicago, and there's like a remorse from the artists, right? So what they're doing is they're funneling the wealth that everybody used that was gained to kind of keep Chicago in that same cycle, and they're reinvesting that back into the community so that they're more successful people. So I mean, it's positive. It's more positive than it's ever been in terms of the people who came from it coming back to help it. You know.
Right. So what makes you think like this, like successful, like the Chicago rapper and is staying in the city instead of just because it's already blowing up. Why is this still stuck in the same area? Like the late FBG Duck. Like Luke left Chicago. I don't blame the guy. Kanye not in Chicago, so
yeah.
The drill music artists. Like, I know Keith is not in Chicago. I know Keith Ben left Chicago, but these upcoming artists, why are they still stuck in the way and still in Chicago?
So I saw an interview with FBG Duck's mom, right? And how FBG Duck was raised, right? So basically, it's basically a self-fulfilling prophecy of you're in a low-income environment, you have sex at a young age, you have kids at like starting at like 15, you can't raise them because you're 15, so they've got to live in certain places, right? So basically, FBG Duck, he was raised at his grandma's house with like 18 other kids on top of like his aunts and shit like that. You see what I'm saying? So he doesn't personally feel like he has the moral like high ground or the moral justification to stay in Chicago while he's got all these other people he needs to get out. And while trying to get the money to get all these other people out, he actually died. And you know what I'm saying? Like,
man,
yeah,
it's so trying to bring everybody up, bro. That shit don't work, bro. Motherfucker need to focus on that goddamn self, bro. That is a fucking fact. Get all your motherfucking shit together. Get to where you trying to get. All that other shit you could do with that shit later if you want to. That's where I fucked up. I was on some motherfucking kumbaya shit. But then when I'm down on my luck, I'm trying to get unify, get motherfuckers together and get on some serious shit. Then nobody want to bust a move. I could display a plan, an idea where motherfuckers could make a move a certain way. Nobody wants to participate, but they continue to complain about their condition. I got tired of that shit, man. I done bro, I'm telling you, man, when I was coming up, that remind me of my upbringing. It's not difficult. The idea of what you're able to do if you're able to collaborate and unify under a certain idea or a purpose to get something done. The problem is everybody want to be a motherfucker snake in some type of way, want to be cutthroat, don't want to work towards the idea that somebody comes up with, and then is jealous from the motherfucker that comes up with the shit. They mad because they didn't come up with the shit.
Right.
I mean,
So
it gets real stupid, bro. That's why I'm like, nigga, bro. Ever since I started focusing on myself, man, my life has been grandiose. That's a hell of a
right.
fact, man. All this kumbaya. Look, you can't control nobody, man. You can only control your motherfucking self, man. And that's a
So
fact. And when
so
you
when you
get
look,
motherfuckers, let me say this. Motherfuckers will always fail you, nigga. That's a fact. They will always fucking fail you. And in other people's eyes, you always fail them. You're not here to live up to nobody else's expectation. That's a fact. You have to live up to your expectation of who the fuck you is, what you trying to accomplish, man. And all this together shit, that shit never should have even been a thing, man. To be honest.
yeah. So I mean, when you look at like a situation like FBG Duck though, like where like he was basically he had a de facto blood family way bigger than like the normal, right? So do you at least when you're trying to get out, do you have like an obligation to like your like direct family? Star
My
Platinum?
my thing is if they can meet me on the other side, then yes. But if I got the drive to be able to catapult myself, like sometimes, man, you can't teach it. You can't tell a motherfucker nothing, man. And then sometimes you too far ahead in your understanding of things. You would devolve yourself trying to explain certain shit to motherfuckers.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's certain place, man, like certain shit. I gotta dumb shit down to even
Right.
try to get motherfuckers to get a glimpse of what the fuck I'm talking about a lot of time. Even I'll be on some nigga shit, but niggas don't know the deeper shit that I really know about. I get into it sometimes, I hit on to it, but I already know I'll be speaking over motherfuckers' heads. I already know. So certain shit, man, you gotta meet motherfuckers on their level. And for me, where I'm at, that's a strain on me. Because I'm already over here doing this.
Right. So I
So for
mean,
me to take this
yep.
time and energy to try to pull you up, that's taking away from my fucking progress, in my opinion.
Right. So I mean, when I was watching like FBG Duck like interviews and stuff after he died, and like people asked him like why he stayed in Chicago, his thing was like basically he doesn't think he could bear the loss of losing a loved one while he felt like he made it out. He felt like he'd be dead inside watching his loved ones die while he made it out, right? It's like a survivor's guilt type of thing. Do you don't think that like weighs in at all?
It
Like if
weighs
you get
in,
out, yeah,
it weighs in, but like I said, sometimes people are comfortable where they are,
Hmm.
and they don't even
Yeah,
realize how comfortable they are because they're so man, you know how difficult it is to try to snap a motherfucker out of their hypnosis or this. A matter of fact, I should, because I'm gonna do a show. I'm gonna do a show on this shit.
yeah,
Motherfuckers gotta find it in themselves to discover what they're trying to discover, and a lot of people don't even put the F in a lot of times because motherfuckers are too busy a lot of times. But you gotta make the time, man. You
yeah,
gotta make the time to figure shit out.
right, yeah, and I mean,
Motherfuckers don't know that they don't know type shit.
right, and I mean, you
So
know, it takes like a certain like you got to step out of your current situation to see that some people just won't change, and just coming from a really like insular beginning where you're like really only focused on your surroundings, like a lot of people really like never find out that some people will never change in time, right?
now
And I
let me
don't
say
even
let me
but
say this. Let me interrupt real quick. Now don't get me wrong, I'll throw something out there, but sometimes motherfuckers so arrogant to think they already know what motherfuckers saying, and they really don't.
right.
They blinding themselves with their own arrogance. They don't humble themselves and be like, damn, I can learn something from this motherfucker type shit.
So
Look,
like
when the
go
student, look, when the student is ready, man, the teacher will appear. That's a fact, bro. That happens. But if you ain't ready, the teacher ain't gonna show up. You ask the right questions, it's gonna lead you to it's gonna open the right doors for you, bro. That's a hell of factory.
yeah,
It's
my
a
thing is like hmm, what are you saying?
No, I was saying if you ask the right questions, man, it's gonna open up the right doors, my nigga. That's what, and that's a hella factory is what I was saying.
Right. And my thing is like when you look at the actual ages of these like people in Chicago, right? At what age do you think that a normal person should learn these lessons that you can't save everyone? You know, like I mean, that's not a lesson. Like a lot of these people who actually like when they gain this money, like from Chicago, they're like 18, 19. And should you like, is that a lesson you learn at like what age do you learn that lesson? So that kind of makes sense.
I don't even know. I think, man, to be honest, from my experience, now I can't speak for every experience because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of blinding situations out here. But I think for me, what sparked my curiosity just was the questioning. Me asking questions like, hold on, I'm growing up in a certain environment. Like, hold on, why is this shit like this? Sometimes that comes from an inner spark, and it's like some anomaly shit, bro. Everybody don't ask questions. Some motherfuckers just accept what the fuck they're told. I've never been that type of person. I can't even. Now I don't know if it comes down to a certain personality. Like I lost my father when I was 8 years old, so I ain't had no, you know what I'm saying, nobody to really guide me step by step. I literally, bro, I'm self-taught like a motherfucker, bro. I taught myself so much shit, and that's from me taking the initiative to wanting to learn and find out how shit works. You know what I'm saying? That's just I can't speak for everybody. That's just me. Now, even though I was under hypnosis, but certain things, nigga, light bulbs was going off, and I actually I followed the light. You know what I'm saying? Like on some metaphoric type
Right.
shit. So,
and I mean,
that's what start opening up for me. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm like, you know,
And I mean,
you gotta be a seeker, bro. I'll say that. If you're not a seeker, you most likely you're gonna go along with the status quo, man. That's just how it is. It's sad, but it's true.
right. And a lot of the rappers and everything who we think should have gotten out, there's nothing to indicate that they had anything special to where they'd actually consider leaving instead of staying with the status quo, you know? Like there's nothing like where they like I don't know if they were overly smart. Like there's nothing that suggests like they would think to leave, you know?
Now, and I'm not gonna say, I will say this too, because everything don't work for everybody. Sometimes it take a motherfucker to do a certain thing and get a certain status in order for their eyes to open too. So it just depends. It just depends on the part. It's a case by case situation, man. That's a fact, man. It's not a group thing. Now, a motherfucker can meet you on the next side and be like, "Oh yeah, damn, you here?" Now we can have a meeting of the mind because now we both have this certain level of comprehension or a certain level of knowledge where we're able to exchange this certain information where it can work for both of us. But sometimes if you're too far of your, you know what I'm saying, of your people that you grow up with, it's automatically there's going to be a time where there's a conversation that's going to happen where when you're the one that recognize you can't prematurely evolve a motherfucker, bro, because it'll drive them crazy because they're not even ready for the level that you're on. They're not ready for it.
Right.
And when they're ready for it, if they ever will be, they'll get there, and you'll see them there if you haven't already went to the next plane. You feel? I'm just saying that's how this level shit, bro. It's level. Everybody got their own level on the shit that they own. You feel me? And that's where usually motherfuckers is concentrated on a certain level because majority of motherfuckers is on that level.
Right. So I mean, how much credit? Go ahead.
No, I would just say I could put it in a diagram to like kind of, you know, it's not a lot of. Some people go for the okie doke, man, and some don't, man. I'll keep it simple. Right. I'm gonna make it more complex than what it is. It's basic shit, but it's very subtle where it can go unnoticeable if you don't catch the signs. I'll say that. And it's not my fault if a motherfucker can't see what I see or they can't have their own viewpoint or vision of what can benefit their life. That I'm not gonna be shamed for that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Motherfuckers will shame you for that and make it seem like you had something to do with their demise.
Yeah. So my thing is like,
You know.
I got a question for you, right? So considering that rappers are like the epitome of like a product of their environment in terms of rap being like a market dictated industry in terms of they supply what people demand, which is, you know what I'm saying, like moral degeneracy, right? On top of them coming from environment where that is the product, right? So I don't. So they're just basically a reaction to stimuli, right? Like they're, you know, based off of how they come up. So how much blame do you think that an individual rapper who, like, when he comes into fame, normally he's like 17, 16, 18, right? How much blame should he personally get for how he's damaging the community?
I mean, if it's like on some New Jack City shit, Nino Brown shit, where this motherfucker he hurting the community but helping the community, motherfuckers are gonna turn a blind eye to that shit because they getting something from this motherfucker and they don't see it as it being so bad as long as they can get a turkey out the deal. You feel me? You know, as long as they can get a meal in their belly. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like it's almost like it's not necessarily a cancellation, but it'll be viewed as it canceling itself out because of this good deed, even though it took all these negative, I won't say bad, I'll say negative deeds in order to, in order to get to that point to even get the motherfucking give the turkeys out type shit. You feel me? So it's like I'm already in a fucked up situation anyway, but damn, at least this motherfucker gave me a turkey. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. You feel me? It's like instant gratification type shit, man. So I don't, man. It takes someone that has come from that environment that has developed a peripheral, not want to say astral view of the environment in order to give ridicule to see once they're outside of that environment to look at from which there came to see how it is a problem. Because when you're on the outside looking in, you're able to view, the stimuli and all the activity that's going on versus when you're in all the action and the stimuli that's all the activity that's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So my
So
thing is like, I had this like theory, right? It's basically about, like, obviously drug dealing is like a negative. It's like not good based on how it affects the community and everything like that. But I mean,
well, hold
yeah,
on,
yeah. I
hold
was
on.
about to let me go ahead.
All right, go. No, well, go ahead. Finish. My fault. I interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my thing was like, okay, so based off the exorbitant insurance rates and cost of prescription medication, there's always going to be like an underground market in terms of alleviating stress or like a supplement to traditional medical prescriptions, right? And my thing is, somebody is going to fulfill that need, right? Since there's an underground market for it, somebody is going to capitalize on it. I mean, it's historical precedent that that's always going to happen, right?
That's
But
a
my
fact.
thing is like, I think that black men who actually sold drugs would have been the best outcome for the black community in that situation, based on the fact that there's at least a sense of morality in terms of how they're affecting it, and they can funnel the resources taken from the black community and indirectly push it back in there, and they'll have a sense of morality to do that more than any other group would. What's
You
your
know,
opinion on that?
well, it's a saying, man. And sometimes you gotta do some bad to do some good, and sometimes you
Yeah,
gotta do some good to do some. It's like it's a flip, bro. It's a crazy ass dichotomy. So it's on a scale. You gonna put a little something on the scale, and then it's gonna be uneven. It's some type of way you gonna find some type of balance. So I don't. As far as the whole drug thing, man. Look, motherfuckers just find themselves on the wrong side of the game. I say it like that. Like you find it like, look, you got street drugs, you got pharmaceutical. They both drugs, but one is on the side of the game where it's illegal to do this shit. Other
right,
side, it's illegal. The difference is the side of the game that these things are on.
right.
You feel me? but it's still the same thing. It's the same exact thing. It's the how it's articulated within the environment, within the society. You know what I'm saying? That makes it either bad or good type stuff. But it doesn't. I don't think it makes it either or. It's just that's how it's displayed, you know, in society. But but given that, if you're on that side, you just on the wrong side of the game, and you gotta deal with the consequences that come with that.
Right. And my whole thing is like
society. No, it don't mean that you can't get on the right side of the game and still do what you're doing. You just gotta know some things, man. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't, you know.
Yeah, my thing is like
I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Shit, man. It's more than one way to skin a cat. It's more than one way to shoot a gat, man. Hey, I'm just saying, man. That's hella factory.
Yeah, my whole thing is like, if that, like, I understand that there's going to be a legal and illegal market, but my thing is like, I say that like a lot of people try to fault the black men who were in the positions to sell and victimize the community, but my thing is there weren't only black drug dealers, right? So there could have been other drug dealers who came into the community and had no sense of loyalty to the community, so they could have been more ruthless in their interaction when doing this with the community. And there's zero chances of that money flowing back into the black community, you know?
I hear that, man, but it goes back to what I was saying about when you the one that come up with the shit, motherfuckers upset because they'll say, well, why didn't I think of that? And then next thing you know, motherfucker trying to put a knife in your back, bro. Like, nah, nigga, like, hey, there's no way, there's no way, unless, like, see, I don't even want to, bro. I don't want to talk like, like, man, I already said certain shit on other shows, like probably about 3-4 years ago, man. I've been on other platforms philosophizing on how shit could work, man. But every time I say this shit, it go over a motherfucker's head, or motherfuckers are afraid.
Right.
It takes some extreme shit to get shit popping, bro, and keep motherfuckers in line and keep motherfuckers in check. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
And I already said some shit, motherfucker. You like, you know, it's some cold shit, man. I ain't gonna say nothing more than that. You feel me?
Yeah.
If you breach that shit, that's your ass type shit. You feel me? That's really the like, man. I done said this shit already, man. On some mafia shit, man.
Yeah.
I'm serious, dude. Because it's
So
funny, if you give a motherfucker wiggle room, they gonna take as much room as you give them, and even more, bro. So you put together the motherfucking what they call that shit, the motherfucking the articles. You know what I'm saying? But motherfuckers abide by the shit. Niggas can make some moves, but motherfuckers they're not ready for that shit, bro. That's the problem.
Right.
They
So
ain't ready for that shit.
yeah, so I was just doing some like research just like over just like the past couple weeks and everything, and I was just looking into like how like big corporations and organizations were founded, right? And if you look at like the creation and like the board owners and like the owners of the NFL and you know like the NBA and everything like that, the origins of those families' money is rooted in crime, right? But yet we still try.
All these groups, all these organizations, all these government, these are all mafia niggas, bro.
Yeah, and my thing is like
all these motherfucking organized these politicians, these niggas is niggas. These man, yeah, you right about that. These crime families, nigga, but they've galvanized enough information and knowledge to keep motherfuckers in pocket, to have motherfuckers to have assignments for motherfuckers. Like it's like setting up a corporation, man.
Right. So my thing is like we shouldn't like stigmatize black people for trying to like we like crime. There's like levels to the immorality of crime, but at the same time, if black people are trying to play the game of catching up in terms of getting our fair share of wealth the way that nobody else played it, there's no way we'll get to that level, right? So I think that we should stop just overtly, let's like blanket stigmatizing criminal shit when other people did it. You know.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't ridicule these motherfuckers. I don't like it. I don't like the shit. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Hey man, it is what it is, man. So I mean, shit. I
Right.
gotta focus on what the fuck I'm trying to do. I can't be worried about none of this shit out here, man. That's just a fact, man. And if I can motherfucking meet a motherfucker on the side where I'm at and make some connect working in that way, then that's how, to me, that's a good way. That's actually, to me, that's probably the best way. Cause you got motherfuckers that's already ambitious going towards some shit where motherfuckers run into each other and be like, oh, you can chop it up, boom, boom, boom. That's a nigga, that's a business partner right there. You know what I'm saying? When motherfuckers is already there, they already recognize what it takes to get where they at, and so do you. So why would a motherfucker, if you meet a motherfucking network, why would you want to fuck up that relationship, nigga? You don't burn bridges, you don't do that, bro. It took too much for both of y'all to get here. And if y'all burn them bridges, y'all fucking each other, y'all fucking both of y'all selves up. So it doesn't even make logical sense to do it at that, you know what I'm saying, on that level. It just doesn't. So, me, that's my opinion. That's how I see it. So
Are you a boxing fan?
You say what?
You a boxing fan?
Say that one more time.
You like boxing, like the sport?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. What you think's the most entertaining division at the moment?
It's welterweight.
Yeah, for sure. But they got the lightweight. That's kind of second at the moment. You know, they got
bringing a lot of flair to the. You know what I'm saying?
but
130 what? 135.
Yeah, 135. You got Mikey, you got Teofimo, you got Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Lomachenko. But yeah, so that's kind of up there. But
they kind of it's a little. It ain't far though. It ain't far. They ain't far.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They right there.
I think welterweight is better right now because all these fighters, all these good welterweights are like priming, like they're all in their prime at like the same time. Like
they all got good momentum behind them, bro. All of them, even with a couple of losses that some of the fighters have. You know what I'm saying? They still got good momentum with them because they still good fighters. You know what I'm saying?
So where do you rank Danny Garcia in the welterweight? Because like I personally have him 7th. I'm not rating them like in order, but I got since Pacquiao still at welterweight and he beat Thurman, who beat Garcia. I've got Pacquiao above him. I got Thurman above him, obviously. I got Porter above him. Ugas, Crawford, Spence. And yeah, that's 6. So I have him. Danny Garcia is actually 7th to me.
I think at this point, Danny could beat Thurman because he's not.
You think so?
He's not the same Thurman he was. Ain't no way in this motherfucking world he should have lost the motherfucking Pacquiao, bro. He just not right. He didn't come off right off that motherfucking surgery, bro. That's a fact. How this nigga was fighting before that surgery, bro, that he was solid, man. He was grinding. And he deserved every win he got, in my opinion, man. But after that motherfucking surgery, man, that shit, you know, that kind of saddened me because that reminded me of the basketball with Derrick Rose, this nigga.
Oh, yeah.
Most highlighted nigga. That was my favorite hooper, nigga. When he came in the game, he was doing like, I'm like, well, who the fuck is this? He just brought that flair to the game. You know what I'm saying? So Thurman was like that to me, man. And at first, I didn't really know nothing about Thurman. I started checking him out, like, okay, he got something, you know, he doing some shit. But
yeah, and he got like a charisma behind him that like no other fighter really has.
Yeah. So I like that about him, but that surgery, that just ain't no way he should have lost to Pacquiao, bro.
Right. And my thing is like, I don't like what's happening to Ugas, honestly, because I mean, I think Ugas he's like a top. I honestly have Ugas 4th, honestly, behind. I don't even know where to rank Pacquiao at the moment, but since he's got a belt, I'll put him above Ugas, and then you got Porter and Spence. I mean, you got Crawford and Spence. Do you have anybody above Ugas besides those 3?
I don't even know Ugas, man, to be honest.
Oh.
Bullshit. I ain't ain't even seen this nigga, man, so I can't even speak. But I would say I could probably name 5 motherfuckers. I got this is just my. I'm kind of biased because I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. So I got
Oh,
Bud.
yeah.
I got Bud number 1. I got
Yeah.
Spence 2. I got Porter 3.
Mm.
I got Danny 4. And I got Packy in like 5 or 6, man, to be honest.
So you got Thurman below everybody.
I put Horn, to me, I put Pacquiao 5. I put what is that Horn nigga that fought Pacquiao that beat him? I put him at the 6th position. He ain't a bad fighter. You know, he dropped. You know, I don't know. He a heavier guy though, so I know he probably don't stay at the welterweight. But no, he fought Bud. Bud beat his ass.
Kel Brook, is that who you're talking about?
No, he fucked Brook up too. I'm talking about the Horn.
Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn.
What's it Jeff? No, that ain't his name. The white boy from
Yeah, Jeff Horn.
That's his name. Okay.
Yeah. So you got Thurman below Jeff Horn.
Now I do.
You do?
I
Damn.
didn't at first.
So what, dude?
He's out the game, bro. He ain't the same, bro. That's the part I've seen before that surgery, man. It's just not. It's just not, man. And it's actually sad. It saddens me, man. Cause I seen how this nigga was when he fought Danny, man. He was giving Danny the business.
Yeah.
He was giving Danny the business.
Yeah. My thing is like the reason why I'm high on like Ugas is because you use Porter as a measuring stick, right? So basically against all elite welterweights, it's either been a split or majority against unless it's in his losses, that's how they've been against Porter. Like so he got a split against Spence, he got a split against Porter, and he got a split against Ugas, and he unanimously won against Garcia, right? But the thing about it is, you see how close the margin of error is, right?
Say that one more time.
I said, like, you see how close the like margin of error is between all these fighters, right?
Yeah, it's real tight, man. It's real tight.
And my thing is like, at the end of the 12th round, Ugas got a knockdown that they didn't count. So that's not even like a true indication of how he performed compared to other top welterweights. He actually performed better, but it didn't get counted. So that's why, you know what I'm saying? Like he's gotta be you see what I'm saying? But that's why I think he's like a top 3 or 4 welterweight. But how do you see this Spence and Garcia fight going?
I think Spence gonna win, but I bet it on Danny because Danny can't count him out because he's sharp. He might be able to find something and win on points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I
don't think Spence gonna knock him out.
Yeah, I mean he jumped right into an elite welterweight off a car accident. That's tough. I mean, he's betting on himself at this point, and I mean, honestly, that's why I don't even know what like Bud is doing at the moment. Like I don't know how he thinks he has like you heard like the negotiations between like Bud and Spence, and Bud said he needed a 60-40. But I mean, you can feel like you're a better fighter.
They're gonna have to do a 50-50, bro. They're gonna have to do a 50-50. That's the only way it's gonna work. They're gonna have to do a 50-50, man. If they can't agree on that, then it's not gonna work, man.
Yeah, but I mean,
they're gonna leave it on, man. They gotta do a 50-50, man.
But my thing is like, look at so I mean, we gotta look at like how they generate revenue, though, right? And at the same time, they both have had 2 fights on pay-per-view, right? Spence fought Garcia and he fought Porter. And I forgot who Bud fought the first time, and then he fought Amir Khan on pay-per-view, right? And both of Spence's fights double the amount of total pay-per-views Bud has in both fights, right? So he got like Terrence Crawford got 350 against Mikey Garcia. like initially, but it rose up. It went up to like 380, and then against.
Well, you got to think. You got to think though. Omaha is not a big place, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't got a lot of people in Nebraska, so Texas, that's where Spence from. I think he gonna do that. He gonna do numbers like that bigger than Bud, just off the strength of more people and where he's from. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really think that's a valid argument to base it on that, because in each factor of where they're from and what their crowd brings in, they both pack the seats, bro.
Yeah.
They both fill up that motherfucking stadium, and they get their sales. You know what I'm saying? Since Bud ain't got that much of a bud because of much of a buzz, because he comes from a smaller town, smaller place. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the main factor, and that's why I feel like he's underrated because of that. There's a lot of highlight places, you know what I'm saying, that give a little bit more allure to a fighter, you know what I'm saying, because of where they from type shit. You feel me? So I think that plays a huge factor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Put that in.
Yeah.
But they both good fighters, man. You can't discount neither one of them. And I think it'd be a mistake if you base it off the
Nah, I'm not saying who's gonna win the fight. I think Spence will. I honestly think.
Well, I'm saying off the deal as far as how they split it. I think it should be.
Yeah.
Should be a thing.
So that's only one component of how you look at it, though, right? So I think Spence has more belts, and who do you think honestly has the better resume?
Spence probably got the better resume.
That's what I'm saying. And then, right, and if we look at, because I mean, he broke what's his name's eye first, and that's when Kell Brook was in his prime, and he fought him in England on not on pay-per-view, but he fought him in England. So I mean, he broke his eye in England. You know what I'm saying?
He did.
And then when we look at it, like, is it like at a certain point when you reach a certain level, right? I mean, your home like it's a boxing at that level where you're like a pay-per-view main event, like you're the main fight on the card. Does that not transcend where you're from? And like you see what I'm saying? And not only that, like Amir Khan isn't from the United States, so that gives it like that international appeal. And we're not even talking sales from the venue. We're talking pay-per-view sales, meaning like basically from everywhere. And I mean, if your fighter has like international allure, and Sean Porter is known for not being able to sell fights, it should go in Bud's favor, right? But it still didn't. He still like doubled them in pay-per-view, like tripled them for fight against Porter versus against Khan.
Man, like Bud wasn't even buzzing like that, bro. Like Spence got a buzz before Bud, and I think Spence got more fights than Bud too.
You think?
Don't Spence got more fights than Bud?
I think it might be Bud because Bud's a little older.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 years older. Spence is 30. I think Bud is either 33 or 34. He's one of those.
Right. So I think he might have. But I mean, like at the beginning of a fighter's career, they all have like 15 to 20.
If you got more fights and you on a network that promotes you more, your name gonna spread a lot faster and a lot farther. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but my thing is like
that, man. Like, you know,
at the same time, like 15 to 20 fights don't count on fighters' career because they all go to Cuba and beat punching bags. Honestly, like they get 15 to 20 like knockouts. Like they get 15 to 20 fights, like 13 to 15 knockouts, and then everybody coming into the division as like a top contender is somehow a heavy hitter. Yet nobody can knock anybody out at like the top levels. You see what I'm saying? Because they were knocking out ragdolls.
You said knocking out ragdolls. My fault. I'm over here talking shit. Say that one more
Yeah,
time.
but I mean, I think it's just gonna be just interesting how stuff plays out with everybody seems to be done with Top Rank. And everybody's seeing that PBC is a move at the moment. Like Canelo got out of his DAZ and move, went to Top Rank, and then he scheduled a great fight with the super middleweight champion. It actually is not looking that great for Canelo in terms of on paper. He's got a couple inches height on him and a couple inches reach. So that's not good in Canelo's favor. On top of that, he's got punching power. But I mean, it's a good fight. And if he's looking to be that like legacy all time, like Hispanic fighter, he's definitely got to have fights like that on his resume. He's got to dare to be great.
Still ain't really being hit like that except for by Mayweather.
Yeah. And I mean, this guy, he's a big hitter. Right. And Canelo, like we can't say he's scared to fight because I mean, he got right to it after he got out of that DAZN deal. And he went straight to PBC and he scheduled the toughest fight possible. And at the end of the day, Bud seems like people are saying like Bud is ducking people. And I mean, like, honestly, who is he fighting on Top Rank, right? Like, why can't you fight Porter? Why can't you fight Thurman? Like, you know what I'm saying? You got nothing to do better in the meantime. You know what I'm saying?
That would be the fight. That actually would be the fight to make, Porter and Crawford, to me.
Porter and Crawford, yeah. And I mean,
if he beat Porter and these niggas don't want to fight him after that, then they ducking him. But he definitely need to make that, because don't nobody just want to fight Porter like that. That nigga rough and rugged. You know, nigga, he gonna rough up. Even though he's not that accurate, but that's a motherfucking bull in that ring, nigga. He gonna
he'll hit you with headbutts and elbows.
Nigga, he gonna be on your ass, nigga. You better be ready for that shit.
Yeah, and I mean, just based off the angles and everything and the adjustments of Bud, like he seems like he'd be the best. He looked the best against Porter. And if you and another
make, man, that'll put him that'll catapult Crawford, I believe. I think he'll get it. I think he'll get his recognition if he was to fight Porter and you know what I'm saying, to beat him.
Right. And not only that, you gotta think about, like, at a certain point, you gotta think about pivoting yourself in negotiations for the super fight or the, you know what I'm saying, most desired fight in boxing right now, which is like skill for skill, it's Spence and Crawford. So I mean, if he beats Garcia, then he gets Pacquiao, because it's more likely he's going to get Pacquiao compared to Crawford because they're on the same labels. How can you argue that? How you can't argue against Spence getting 70-30 in that deal? You can't. So at least in the meantime, you got to do.
Whoa! You saying if he beat You saying if he beat? Hold on. You say if he beat Danny, then what?
Then so here's what I'm saying. If he beats Garcia, which we all think he's going to do, and then in the meantime, Crawford is still on the top ranked deal. So within that year, Spence is more likely to fight Pacquiao than Crawford. So he might get that on his resume before they even start negotiations. And at that point, how could he not argue 70-30? He's going to have that pay-per-view is going to do over 500,000. Spence versus Pacquiao is doing over 500,000. He beat Danny Garcia. He beat Pacquiao. He beat Porter.
It's gonna be a good fight with Spence and Pacquiao. I don't think that, bro.
You don't think what?
Spence and Pacquiao fight. That's not. I don't think that's gonna do numbers like that, man.
You don't?
He gonna knock that nigga out.
But I mean, Pacquiao's. I mean, people are gonna buy it though.
I mean,
and think about it like this too, right? How do you think that this Porter fight, this Garcia Spence fight is going to do pay-per-view wise? It's probably going to do better than Mikey Garcia versus Spence.
What fight did you say? You said what fight?
This one coming up, the Garcia Spence. Danny Garcia.
It's gonna do well. It's gonna do well. It's gonna do
well.
I don't know how well it's going. It's gonna do well though. It's gonna do good.
Yeah, because my thing is like, Garcia is a top fighter in the division. On top of that, there's an allure with Spence based off of he's proven himself since Mikey Garcia, and then there's like the intrigue of how he's going to look coming off of the car accident. So that might propel him to. He's definitely doing better than versus Porter, but it might do better than Mikey Garcia. And he's going to be like a beloved pay-per-view entity at that point. Bud has been underwhelming to where his own promoter has said, like, I'm losing money promoting him at this point. And how can you ask for a bigger piece of the pie when you're obviously not bringing the money in the negotiations?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm over here talking to my fam, man. I missed what you said. My fault, bro.
Yeah. I'm about to get out of here, but I
It's
mean,
all good, though, man. It's nice chopping it up with you, though. Now we can when I get some more focus time, we can sit up and chop it up. You got a YouTube?
yeah, but I can just come over to your platform because I mean I don't stream or anything like that.
Man, I ain't. I'm gonna start doing stream. I just ain't did it yet, but cause I'm gonna start. I got a certain ideas I'm gonna start doing, but
Yeah, bro.
actually we could if you want, but I don't want to take away from Mason's show. I would like let's just try to do it on. Let's try to do it on here again when it's more or earlier and stuff, man. It's not so.
All right, bro. All right,
I
peace.
can sit with you. All right, man. Take care, man. Peace. I'm out, y'all. Salute.